Yeah.
What about, that's the way.
Preemptive. Everything's preemptive.
Morning.
Good morning.
You need to fix your camera.
We want to stay at Ruth all day.
Yeah,
I was doing
that's what we're
that.
looking at today.
Elbow.
Royalty wave.
Okay. Oh, the agendas? Yes,
That's, we're on.
we're in on yet. I haven't let anybody in. Haven't let anybody in yet.
Oh, okay,
Oh,
good.
good. Yeah, let us
Go.
give us
Yeah,
some
don't
warning.
get me either.
They can sit in the waiting room.
When you do that, you just gotta get right into it.
Well, yeah, I had breakfast with Brian this morning. He hit me up like 7:15. He's like, "You want to meet for coffee?" And I'm like, "Really? Like, I'm gonna have to rush."
I'm super sad. What I had donuts this morning and they didn't post them until too late for me to go over and get one.
Oh no, that's mean.
It was like 10 minutes ago. I commented, I was like, God, I'm gonna be in a meeting all morning. Their donuts are awesome.
Oh, I've seen them, but I never make it in time. Like I always see them on Facebook days later.
Yeah.
After.
That, and they hadn't made them. They made them during the pandemic. They were making them and just selling them like you would, but yeah, it
I
was like,
remember, yeah.
I guess we're still during the pandemic, but when everybody's closed.
Here's the.
And you make sure to change both dates on my template before, so I don't confuse the crap out of you again.
Thank you.
More stuff than red.
It'll be thicker than what I have for a package, so.
Did I tell you what the jail bill was this time?
No.
$72,000.
Wow.
I'll tell you what. Good.
I thought it was great.
Yep.
I hope it lasts, but
Yeah, I think whatever y'all are doing with Anthony and everything, because you're involved in it now, aren't you, Ruth?
How did that meeting go?
it was good. Like, there was no point in me being there, but it was very interesting.
Did was there a point in Gia being there?
She didn't go. I just went.
Okay. Are we?
It was really like the lawyers talking about this is why they're in there, can we do this, and this is why it needs to come out. It's pretty interesting, but I don't have a lot to contribute, other than I told him who our lives were through. We never talked about that. And then there was a lady there from Raleigh County that was pretty helpful, like finding, rehab related.
Have you let anybody in yet, Amy?
It's not time yet. I was on a call last night for a meeting and I had to sit there for several minutes and wait, so. I think it's beyond. No, medically. Thank you.
Amy, were you able to print out all those meeting minutes that I edited and sent yesterday?
Oh, goodness, I didn't, but let me get this done and I'll start doing it. I'll get in there and do it.
Don't forget, well, I guess they really don't need the signature line.
Yeah, if they're ready to go, we can, he can approve them, we can sign them
They are.
afterwards. So we can
Okay.
have a list.
Yeah, I have a list right here.
Okay.
Which ones?
You can always forward it to Henry or,
I can print it from in here. And John can sign afterwards.
Yes, he did.
Oh, Lord, I had this presentation
Fantastic.
years ago.
Again, all relaxed. Okay, go ahead and let them in. Amy?
I'll play with that.
It's time to call the Fayette County Commission meeting to order. Meetings for May the 7th, 2021. And if we'll all stand and do the pledge. Allison, will you lead us, please?
I pledge allegiance to the flag of the United States of America and to the republic for which it stands, one nation, under God, indivisible, with liberty and justice for all.
Thank you. All right, for everyone in Zoom land, I want to remind you of a few regulations that we have. In order to be recognized and you want to talk, you'll need to hit your hand on the Zoom so that you can speak. You'll be given 3 minutes to speak to any topic, and I will time you on my phone, so I'm not using my phone. Texting, I'll just be doing the timing. Okay. First, we have exonerations, and while Eddie's not here, his assistant is. Okay, what do we got here?
Good morning. Good.
This is real estate and personal property.
Make a motion to approve the personal property exonerations that
Tara.
Tara Tyree.
Tara Tyree.
This is
Tyree.
Gia's daughter.
Oh, okay. Presented before the commission.
I second it.
Okay, we have a motion and a second to approve the personal property exonerations. All those in favor? Aye.
Aye.
Okay, I just have one step to sign.
Makes it a lot easier, doesn't it, John?
Yeah.
Okay,
For
and
you.
I similarly move that we approve the real estate exonerations presented today.
Second.
Okay, we have a motion and a second to approve real estate exonerations presented today. All those in favor?
Aye.
Aye. What's the date on the payroll, Ruth? Thank you.
See you later, Valley Girl.
14th, 5/14. Time to do that, John.
Oh, I didn't tell you this time, okay.
Well, I mean, I was waiting for you to. Usually I'm out of left field on this.
14th.
I
Flag
make a
day.
motion to approve first half payroll, 5/14.
Second.
Okay, we have a motion and a second to approve first half payroll, which will be payable on May 14th. All those in favor?
Aye.
Vouchers and invoices.
Have any issues with problem with anybody good?
It looks straightforward.
Yeah.
Ruth, was there anything that we should be aware about on
The
the,
only thing, that jail bill was 86,000, the next jail bill is even less. And then we paid Otis for the other half of the elevator part, $30,000.
Way to go, Anthony.
Absolutely.
It's not just me.
Oh, I know,
It's
there's a whole effort,
everybody,
but
yeah.
I mean,
It's-
you're
there's
here.
12 of us, but I do appreciate the acknowledgement. I will pass that on to my staff.
I mean, that's a heck of, that is a big difference.
yeah, we're at half what we normally are.
That's huge. And if you would pass it on at the next jail meeting as well, that'd be awesome. Let them know. We
Well,
appreciate
we had
that.
our first jail meeting last week. And I mean, this is why this process works. Scott Stanton, I think he's the deputy chief public defender, brought to my attention, there was a felony case, the woman couldn't post bond. And she was, according to Scott, improperly charged. And I looked into it and I agree with Scott 100%. She should have been charged with felony in Kanawha County.
Make the motion to approve these.
I mean, there's two potential charges in Kanawha County, a felony and a misdemeanor. She was charged in Fayette County based on the information the officer had at the time. And I don't fault the officer for doing what he did. He did what he should have given the information available. But that was dismissed. Otherwise, she would still be in jail. I mean, we had the meeting on Thursday. I looked into it on Friday and dismissed it that Friday. So, and that's just an example of why, and under past practices, assuming that woman could not post bond, she probably would have sat in jail until September, when the grand jury was getting ready to meet and file with be reviewed at that point. Or worse, it could have gone on until.
Yeah.
So, but she got out the next day and she should have. But like I said, it's a team effort, and I will certainly pass on the commission's gratitude to the rest of my staff.
Motion approved by vouchers and invoices.
Second.
Okay, we have a motion and a second to approve vouchers and invoices and pay our vendors. All those in favor?
Aye.
Okay, any prior minutes?
Yep. We've got almost all of them caught up. We've got 4 meetings left that I'm still waiting for, but we're gonna have them by next meeting. So we have from January 26th, that was a special meeting within our GRDA, and then we had our regular meetings, January 29th, February 3rd, March 5th, March 12th, April 9th, and April 22nd. So all of those are ready to go. Amy's gonna print them. Those are the ones I emailed everybody yesterday.
6, 7.
The outstanding minutes are February 11th, 17th, 22nd, and 25th. So those aren't ready yet, but they will be by next meeting. And
I think Amy
Then we'll be
went
caught
to
up.
actually get those. Okay,
yeah, she went to get them to sign.
okay, so you can go ahead and make the motion to approve all those.
All right, well, I move that we approve all of the minutes that I listed that are prepared and that I sent to the parties.
I'll second.
Okay, we have a motion and a second to approve the minutes for 126, 129, 23, 35, 312, 49, and 422. All those in favor?
Aye.
I'll get to those. Put them in my sign pile.
Okay. And then, so we're at the estate settlements. I go ahead and move that we approve the estate settlements as presented.
I'll second.
Okay, we have a motion to approve the state settlements. All those in favor? Aye. Huh?
Do you have a estate settlement?
Yes.
Okay.
Yeah, they're taken care of. Okay. Lesley.
Unmute her. Hang on.
Good morning.
Good morning.
Morning.
This morning I have in relation to the Community Development Block Grant, a resolution for the payment of invoices relating to Armstrong Public Service District and the construction and other services for the Deepwater and Powelton Water Distribution System Upgrade Project and authorizing payment thereof. The PSD approved these invoices on April 22nd. It is engineering payable to E.L. Robinson Engineering in the amount of $16,000. Project administration payable to Region 4 for $708.02. Legal ads and permits payable to the West Virginia Department of Health and Human Resources in the amount of $300 for a total of $17,008.02. And again, these are related to the Armstrong Deepwater and Powelton Water Distribution System upgrade.
Lesley, how is that project moving?
The project has gained some momentum. It had gotten very slow for a while and laid dormant. But thanks to the commission in helping the Public Service District get their audits caught up for 2016, 17, 18, and 19, the project is gaining some forward momentum.
Hey, Lesley, we were at a meeting last week and I didn't know this. Apparently people down the valley do, but does the Deepwater area, can that serve the people all the way out to Kanawha Falls on Boonesboro Road? Because they're currently getting water from Glen Ferris that's basically piped across the river, and that bridge is falling down. There's a pipe that's under the bridge and there's a gas line under there too, but Commissioner Luisos and I talked to a citizen down there and he pointed that out to us, and it is very concerning. And I think we're going to have to start looking at alternatives.
While there's no interconnection between Kanawha Falls and Armstrong Public Service District water for that area right now, it would really be an engineering question as to whether water could be pumped from Armstrong up into the area that is the Kanawha Falls and Boonesboro area.
Okay. I don't know anything about that stuff, but if that's something that you do know about, if you could look into it a little more and give me some feedback, I would appreciate it.
No problem, we can do that.
Thank you. I don't know if you remember, we met a long time ago in another context, but it's good to see you again.
Good to see you as well.
Okay.
I make a motion to approve.
Second.
All right, we have a motion and a second to approve the project payment of $17,008.02. And all those in favor?
Hi.
Aye. Okay, and I have 2 spots to sign, correct?
That is correct.
All righty, it's signed.
Thank you very much. If you would just have Amy email me a copy of that back. You do not need the original.
She heard you.
Thank you.
Thanks, Lesley. Have a nice day.
You too.
All right, Mr. Shumate.
I'm John Shumate. I'm the attorney for Mount Hope. And
Mr. Shumate, you can take your mask off if you'd like to.
We had previously brought over an application for annexation by minor boundary adjustment. And this is the initial consideration of it. And the city would like to annex 4 areas, if I may approach. I've got my plan here. The top one here is like, it's an overview and it includes all of them. Track 1 is involves property that the city already owns. It is city, they have a water storage tank for the Summit Welcome Center.
Yep.
That's track 1A is up. It's here.
Yeah, it's right up here on the little corner.
Up at the top.
It's right there.
Then the road from the existing city limits out to that, and then that's on Forest Hill. And then the other is the roadway that goes around the top of Forest Hill and brings in some residents who requested to be annexed. This is the loop road that brings down behind the football stadium and it attaches. The current city limits ends with the paving on each of those roads. This is primarily an unpaved road that runs along the top. And then the residents there at the lower left-hand corner are actually city employees and family of city employees who would like to be included in the city for the purpose of voting. And then in
Oh,
track.
so this is
Yeah, I think
just
it's
that.
right.
Okay,
Yeah,
you're
I
right.
think
'Cause I was like,
Yeah,
I
that's
see you
just
looking down there.
I know, I was like, I don't.
smaller version.
Trying to
This has
find-
everything.
And
All the tracks.
all those are coordinated with the tax maps. And then track 2 is our an EQ storage tank that's part of our sewer system in the road along 16 to get out to that.
Mhm.
That's newly constructed and that allows us to get
So there are
out.
no residents.
No, there.
in that
The only,
area.
2 tracks where we have residents are in, this is track 3 and 4. Track 4 is the roadway which goes out, is Route 61, which leaves the Mountain Bypass and goes out past Park Heights and goes out there to the Raleigh County line.
Mhm.
And then the other track 3 is, there are residents there, that's the Lease subdivision, which is just beyond the Park Heights subdivision, which we previously annexed. And those people are current water customers. They've requested to become sewer customers, and the project to serve them is pending financing. And this would close up all of the gaps between the city of Mount Hope out to the Raleigh County line and the roadways there. And they are currently served by the Mount Hope Volunteer Fire Department anyway for emergency services. And then the police department patrols that area already. In that, so we don't think that would be a burden. There are no private roads involved. All the roads out there are public roads, and the Oak Hill Garbage Disposal Services is the solid waste hauler for all areas involved. And so these are areas which have been connected to the city in the past by water sewer. Kids have gone to our schools, and they're traditionally part of the city. And the purpose of the initial hearing is just to see that our application is in order to be considered for final approval. Mr. Silberry mentioned to me this morning there are some additional requirements that petition must contain, which is affidavits of all the residents that are to be included. The city property, most of it, we only have residents in 2 areas, which would be the track 3 and then the track 2 up there. And those people have requested to become part of it, so we don't expect there being pushback.
You mean track 1 or 1 is what you meant, right?
Yeah, track 2 is just a
Yeah.
tank.
Okay.
Yeah, 1 is right behind the football field.
Okay.
That's what the city. And then the other one would be police. And
So do you have to, then, are you just gonna amend the petition and include the affidavits?
yeah, we'll check the statute. We know there are 56 residents involved. I I don't know how many adult residents are, that may include children, so we'll have to contact those people. It will take us long to do that.
Are all the properties occupied, or you gonna have problems finding some of those owners?
The ones that have residents, people living in them, I think the statute is residents.
Okay.
And so, not owners.
Okay.
And then, I don't think we'll have problems, because most of everybody is requested, and has requested to be admitted, included for some time. So, and then the other part is about the annexed area to consist of a minor boundary adjustment can't exceed so much a percentage of the square of the area of the town itself, and I don't think that's going to be a problem at all. The areas are pretty small, really, the parcels are small, so I don't think I just don't have those exact figures, I haven't calculated the square footage on everything, but I think that should not be a problem.
Is this, when you're talking about the code, are you talking about Chapter 8, Article 6, Section 5 then?
That's it.
Okay.
That's what's built up. Not minor boundary adjustment. There are the statute presents several options to do it, and that was the one the city selected.
Well, after this minor boundary adjustment, you won't have to come and see us anymore.
That would be pretty much it. The previous commission, when Mr. Winder was chairman, he had requested that we close up the donut, the gaps, and this pretty much does that to the Raleigh County line there and closes up those ones on Forest Hill, which contains some of, like I said, our tags and stuff. I filed copies of these when I brought the petition over several weeks ago. So I have copies.
Oh, okay.
How many days in between today and your public hearing?
There are, the public hearing was scheduled for
June 18th.
June 18th.
You're gonna be able to have that before the amendment?
I would anticipate we would. Like I said, there are, the residents are concentrated, and we just have to check to see adults versus children and then get those. And I don't think that would be a problem. I believe realistically, we could have that information back before the 18th.
So do we need to put this on?
If I may weigh in.
Yeah.
I spoke with Mr. Shumate about the petition, and there's, the way I read Chapter 8, Article 6, Section 5, the petition has to include certain information. I talked to Mr. Shumate about this, and I'm going to send him an email on what I think needs to be added to the petition. But the way the code reads, County Commission is not supposed to order publication of the notice on the proposed annexation until that application is
Yeah,
complete.
that's what I was getting at with that.
So I think what's going to need to happen, and Mr. Shumate and I have already communicated about this, I'll send him an email and outline for him what I think needs to be added to the petition. And then assuming all of that information is added and we come back in front of the commission and the commission approves the petition at that point, then we can issue the order and the notice on the publication.
I don't disagree. I was wondering if we could keep the June 18th as a first hearing to present the amended petition, and then we can reschedule the public hearing.
Well,
Yeah, nothing's been published today.
my only concern about that is simply that the county commission is going to have to put the notice in the paper about the public hearing, and we may end up putting a notice in the paper for non.
I don't think so. If this would be just the initial hearing, again, we would just do over what we've done today with the amendment, and then we wouldn't keep that as the public hearing. We would reschedule the public hearing for a later day, which we can't publish it. We cannot publish it.
So I think what Mr. Shumate is saying is having the initial hearing, what we're doing today, rescheduled for June 18th. Is that correct?
Yes.
Okay, and that doesn't require, that simply requires it being placed on the agenda. It does not require the order setting out the notice. I think that'd be acceptable.
All right, then, well, I move that we postpone this matter until June 18th.
One second.
Would that be at the same time or would it be rescheduled probably at a different time on the 18th than what's presently scheduled?
It could be a different time. We'll let you
Presently,
know.
we're set for 9:30 on the 18th.
We could probably do it as close as to that as
Yeah,
possible,
if
don't you
there's nothing
think?
else scheduled, he's already
Okay.
on there, so
Okay.
I'm just changing what it
Thank you
says.
very much.
Thank you.
Okay, we had a motion and a second to postpone until June the 18th, or they're close enough to whenever there's the next commission meeting. All those in favor?
Bye.
Aye. Taken care of. Thank you.
Thank you.
All right. Postponed from 3/26, 911 center job description, salaries, and vehicle GPS.
This is I think this is an executive session material that should wait to the end of the meeting.
The thing is, it doesn't state executive session.
It's not supposed to.
I think you just request to go in.
Yeah, you can request to go into it, which we can. I mean, we've allotted a half hour for it. but-
Okay, so we want to move that to the end of the meeting.
Well, we could, I mean, it just seems like it would make sense. Now, I think a couple of things we could address now if we want to, the vehicle GPS for sure.
Let's just go ahead and move it all to the end.
Okay, well, we do have a half hour to fill in the intervening time.
Can we go ahead and go into
If you have questions, I have Kevin, the mapping coordinator, and Tony here. If you have questions about their jobs, they're here right now.
Okay, well, I still think like the specific stuff is still going to be personnel oriented. I mean, we could go in now. I mean, we don't have anything else, anybody in here to move up, I
Or
guess.
less.
Might as well just do it. All right, I mean, we go into executive session for the 9:30 agenda item,
a second.
do the personnel nature.
Okay, we're going into executive session at 9:27.
We probably have stuff in our packet that we need.
We're going in Ruth's office.
Separate, it's not in your
Yeah.
I gotta show you guys, your meetings are orderly, but they're boring. That was some boring stuff.
Hey,
Hey, you know, it's
Welcome to our
because you showed
world.
up today.
What's that?
It's because you showed up today.
Well,
I never-
I'm just trying to keep you on your toes.
well, you wait, it's gonna get exciting later.
Yes, it will
Oh,
be.
yeah, I'm sure.
Like creep over into here. I get on him for creeping into my side. I get on your side.
Would you send me a copy of it?
Yeah, I get excited when we go into the dogs.
Because I'm gonna have to do something similar for notice to see it. And, I don't want to go through it.
They can't hear you yet.
Okay, shit. I have to say all that over.
Sorry. Okay, go ahead.
Well, hopefully I'll say it more efficiently this time. We met in executive session to discuss some personnel assignments within the 911 center, position descriptions, and whether as they currently stand, they suffice for our needs. We spoke with the 911 center leaders in the different areas as they're currently divided, and impressed upon them that we would like them to make sure that there's cross-training in all of these critical areas, and come up with a plan to let us know how they're going to have some redundancy in the 911 center, and also discussed pay structure for some of the 911 operators to try to better retain and recruit quality staff. And that was basically it. So we gave them some marching orders, come up with a plan and get back to us within the next 4 to 6 weeks, and make a public presentation on how they were going to organize the 911 center and all the responsibilities, who would do what, and how they were going to build in the redundancy I just mentioned. And there was no decision made, just some marching orders.
Okay, thank you. Angela, sorry we're a little ahead, but I really don't feel that you have anything to discuss on what happened there.
Well, we probably need to say why.
So why don't you come in and fill us in?
So your 10 o'clock agenda item is the rezoning recommendations from the planning commission for Nuttall LLC. There was one for Kanawha Campground and one for Hidden Hills Farm. Unfortunately, the planning commission did not have quorum, so I have no recommendations to present. That meeting will be held in June on the 7th, and then you guys, it will be on your following the commission meeting is in June to hear that recommendation. So
Okay,
you
so
need to continue it until your June.
there was no quorum again.
Correct.
Right, and there are a couple other things to add. One is, well, it's our 10:15 item, it's 10:15, but talking about the size of the planning commission. But another is, I've asked Angela to, in case we encounter the same problem on May 10th, next week, when we have our rescheduling of the 911 or the Route 19 corridor management plan matter, in case we do not have a quorum again, I asked her to go ahead and advertise that the alternate meeting for that will also be on June 7th. So the planning commission can meet once instead of have a bunch of different dates out there.
And while you're coughing, Ms. Taylor, I think it's a great idea.
Well, I choked myself on my
It was a
breath mint.
great idea.
So in doing a public service, I'm choking. But so anyway, so that's something I wanted to mention. So I move that we go ahead and postpone the 10 o'clock agenda item until,
When's your first meeting in June?
The 4th.
yeah, you won't be able to do it on the, so the 18th of June.
So I guess by the end.
Because we did not have a quorum, and on June 7th, we hope to have one.
Second.
So we have a motion to second. All those in favor?
Aye.
And this was one thing that's really aggravating to the commission, is not having people showing up for the positions that they've volunteered for. So therefore, anyone that's interested in getting on any committee needs to apply so that we know what you've done before in the past. And there is an application online on the commission website. And other than that, Amy's going to have to tell you how to get there, because it's sort of hid for right now.
I will put it in the Zoom comments right now.
The other thing, and John.
We'll also say, go ahead, sorry.
It's okay. Not only to the commission, but the people that was there that was requesting to rezone.
That's correct.
Right.
They was really bothered about some of them had to come and take time out of what they're doing, their other jobs, to come here. And then that was the big part to me. We had
Well,
to show up
yeah.
for the people of Fayette County.
Right. Well, their projects are now delayed at least another 30 days. Some of them are tourism oriented, which is going to hurt them because the tourist season has already begun. And then we had a bunch of members of the public who showed up to comment, just like at the Route 19 quarter management meeting. And they took time out of their days, and the volunteer board members who do show up also took time off work to perform this public service. And there just weren't enough people there. And I think there are varying reasons on this planning commission board, but in discussing what our possible options were, we're getting to our 10:15 agenda item about altering the size of the planning commission. Currently, do you care if I just transition into it? Currently, it's 14 people. And according to state code, we only have to have 5. So we've identified several possible reasons that are probably contributors to people's inability to attend. One is that there are just too many to have a quorum. They have to have 8 people right now to have a quorum. So we think that's a reason. Another reason is that the meetings are being held on Mondays. Some randomly picked Monday, according to Ms. Gerald, like every third Monday a quarter or so.
It's the first Monday following the last Wednesday at 2 o'clock.
Yeah, see what I mean?
I don't know a reason.
I mean, who can even remember that? And then it's at 2 p.m. on a Monday, and a lot of people can't do that. And then we're also having them at the Memorial Building where people can't zoom in, and we really are, even despite COVID, we would like to have a larger number of public participation in these types of things, including our meetings. So we've identified all these issues. Unfortunately, due to all the rules that we're subject to, the time of the meetings and things can't be changed in time for these meetings because the board actually has to meet and vote on changing its bylaws. So I've also asked Ms. Gerald to put that on her agenda for the June 7th meeting to at least give the board the opportunity to change the meeting of its, the meeting day and time of its next time. And we actually, at least I believe that the board, given Ms. Gerald's, the number of applications we've been getting, should meet regularly, probably at least monthly, and maybe even twice a month like we do. But that's up to the board based upon the number of applications they're getting. But we want to create a situation where, people can show up who want to, and where the people who are showing up are not wasting their time because, others weren't able to make it. So, my recommendation is, the first thing I thought when we got the planning commission the first time and there was going to be a 8-member majority, I was like, why do we have so many people on this board? It just didn't make common sense to me. I feel like we need representatives from our different geographic regions, not the politically drawn regions that all have a nexus here in the plateau, but we need representatives from down the valley. We need representatives who live in Meadowbridge, Danese areas, preferably both if we could get them, over in Anstead and hopefully Mount Hope. But we also know the reality is, we need to make sure we have people who are going to show up because the public does have the opportunity to comment. So my recommendation is we reduce it to 7. And then I think we probably need to advertise, and we're asking now, we'll put on our website and our Facebook page that people apply, including current board members who are interested in continuing on, apply for the positions, and we'll make a decision at the next meeting who to appoint to the board. And that way, by June 7th, we should have a manageable sized board of people who have committed to the time requirement it's gonna take, and knowing that at least the first meeting is going to be at 2 p.m. on a Monday. What do you guys think?
Yeah. And in the evening meeting, how do you feel about evening meetings, 5 o'clock,
Well, I think
7 people, and meet every 2 weeks?
Yeah, I mean, I think they do need to do that, but the problem for us is we can't make that part of the decision for them. They have to decide it for
Can we
themselves.
make a suggestion to them?
Yeah.
Yeah, I
Yeah.
can put the request in.
Yeah, put the request in,
Yeah.
that's what I was asking.
Definitely,
I'd say at least once a month because they only meet once every 3 months now.
Yeah,
Yeah.
state code says they have to meet once a quarter, but they can meet as frequently if the president
How
or
it
the
goes.
chairman and 2 members is what the state code says. So basically, if 2 members say, hey, we've got a bunch of cases, instead of sitting there for 4 hours, let's break it up and meet, twice a month, if we have a lot of cases. And if they don't, then they can meet quarterly. They have a
Okay,
standing quarterly.
Could we recommend meeting every 2 weeks? But if there's nothing on the agenda the week prior, the meeting is null and void or something? I mean, is there any
I mean, you
way?
put that in a request to them and then they can discuss
Okay.
it, yeah.
one of my questions was, and I know I'm blindsiding you with this, Anthony, but if they have can we find out if they have a regular meeting established like we do, if they will still be required to do the 30-day notice requirement? Like if they have an established regularly set meeting like other commissions and they publish their agenda in compliance with the open meetings laws, then will they still have to do the 30-day notice in the paper that they do now?
That's probably something, I'm gonna give you 2 answers. I'm gonna tell you what my gut says. My gut says if it's a special meeting for a specific purpose, then you're still gonna have to have the 30-day notice
Okay.
requirement. But I don't mind you take a look at the code provisions to see if by chance my gut's wrong. But
I think they need to know the answer to that, because what we're trying to do is not get around, but trying to get into a posture where that 30 days isn't delaying development. You're keeping the planning commission from meeting on issues that,
So the
we're holding people up so much. I mean,
And I know, Andrew will call it the prosecutor's office. A series of plea hearings, or sentencing hearings. In any event, the problem is that the code doesn't address, once you've given that 30-day notice, the code does not address whether the notice for the next meeting, the makeup meeting, if you will, has to be 30 days or not. And because there's no provision that addresses a makeup meeting, I think you're still gonna have to give.
that was my thing from the other day.
Yeah.
I actually said that. I said, why can't we just tell everybody at this meeting that we're going to deal with this on the 10th?
Well, but my point is, I still think if you have a special meeting, you're gonna have to give at least 30 days notice, even if it's a makeup meeting. You're gonna have to.
Yeah, that was what,
Because the code doesn't say that in the event the special meeting doesn't take place, the notice requirements are waived. It doesn't say anything to that effect. So my reading of the code, I did look at the code after I got back.
you and Michael Taylor agree, by the way, because you weren't available and he was. So we put him on speaker just to try to
Well,
get it expedited. But so that's 2 of you agreeing on that we didn't have that option.
well, I've had to find some tests that don't require all your enemies, so, but in any event, but be on the safe side, I think the planning commission would have to give an additional 30-day notice, but to me, if you're gonna have a regular hearing, a regular meeting, and then you're also going to add something to that regular meeting that is specifically addressed in the code as requiring notice, I think you're still gonna have to provide the notice.
Well, I'm just wondering, like, I'm trying to distinguish it from our meetings. How is it that, I'm just wonder if there's code that's different. If they start meeting regularly and they meet the notice requirements for the agenda like we do, 3 business days in advance or whatever. I just wondered if they did meet regularly and predictably, if they might be able to manage their agenda the way a bunch of other commissions and meetings.
Well, but the problem is what we're dealing with is the amendment, we're dealing with amendments to the comprehensive.
Well, that one, yes, I understand where you're going on that, but I'm talking about regular zoning where people are requesting to rezone their properties. That's
Yeah.
what we had.
So
That's what we had
right
last
now,
week where
their
nobody showed, or
bylaws
this
right
week.
now say they meet 4 times a year. That's the only time they have to
Mm.
meet. And then it says, if zoning hearings come up, then they schedule a meeting, is the way their bylaws are
But I
written.
wonder what their notice requirement is.
Let me take a look.
I do think it's prudent on big matters like the comp plan and stuff like that, even if we didn't have to give more notice, but on stuff like, zoning issues.
You
I
said that's
wonder.
in their bylaws.
The meeting time is in, their state guidelines, which are quarterly, and that's. what they
About the
adopted.
notice
Now,
requirements.
on
That's what we're
zoning,
trying to figure out.
on, text amendments
Mm-hmm.
is 30 days at state. On, like, just, rezoning applications, that is 15 days unless there is a special use. So a couple of the people that had the hearing Monday,
Mm-hmm.
so we can do 15 days on rezoning applications if they don't have anything else in that state. That's in state code, and that's what's in our unified development.
And so if you, like Commissioner Luisa suggested, at least scheduled 2 meetings a month, you could give notice, like at one meeting for the next meeting, like you could publish that
Right,
notice.
it would be 15 days.
As long as you're doing 15 days apart.
Yeah.
Okay.
I mean, I can take those suggestions, and when we discuss it on June 7th, they can either be okay with it or just say whatever they decide.
What are your thoughts about what the size of the board should be?
I agree 7. I mean, because you've got that, the chairman is kind of a tiebreaker.
Mhm.
So you have 6 members, and then that way you can get 4 people there. I mean, I do think that you can get 14. I can't tell you historically why it's at 14. I don't know that answer, but I think the smaller it's going to be. I just want active members. I mean, that's the biggest thing is the paperwork, the time, the inconvenience of the public, and the business people. I mean, we do have a few, so it is important to have meetings and not continually having to reschedule.
You're probably gonna, since we're looking at, having applications and stuff, you might want to put, when you publish your agenda item too, about having people, about electing officers or whatever,
Yeah, because they've not elected their officers this year because
They haven't met, yeah, so whatever you have to keep on there to structure it properly for the next.
And what will happen,
Meeting.
I mean, if you guys vote to change that and you vote to take applications from current members and any new ones, I'll have to send an application to all the existing members, letting them know that, the
I
county
think we
commission is
should.
voting to change it. If you're interested in staying on, please reapply and.
I think we should.
Oh, I think we should too. I don't think there's any other way. I mean, I don't think it's fair to just say, okay, well, we want these, because some people legitimately missed this past
Yeah.
meeting. Some people legitimately missed the Route 19, showed up this one. So I know which faces I saw at both, but that does count to me. But I feel like we need to have a fair representation of the county, and that's a big consideration since we're cutting the numbers. Or
Right.
I'm presuming we'll probably cut the numbers.
I would feel comfortable with 7. I think 7 would be a good number, as long as, like I said, you reach every corner, whoever does apply. It's hard. If you don't have anybody in Meadow Bridge, you can't cover it, but.
Right.
always-
And I feel like when as we encourage people to participate, if we let them know, like, look, we're looking at least twice a month, and you'll be able to vote as a board whenever that meeting's going to be. We recommend it be after hours so more people can attend, but that's obviously something they need to come up with, depending on when they can meet,
Right.
So,
And they can change their bylaw. I mean, that's,
Mhm.
they could even put a stipulation, and I'm thinking that you can put in the bylaws that they meet every 2 weeks at 5 o'clock, unless there's a reason that you can't, like maybe the person who is presenting the rezoning has to have a flight at 2 o'clock. I'm just saying, I mean, so they can change their time on a case-by-case basis as well. So they can add that to their bylaw in case something comes up and you have
you
to
should
make
definitely
another
build
meeting.
some flexibility into it with the proper notice to the public.
I think
I
you
mean,
can. I think
yeah.
the bylaw would allow that.
Okay,
What are
so
your thoughts?
my thoughts are the same. Send your to-do list would be send applications to the current members. If they don't want to be on the committee, that's fine. I really feel that it needs to go down to 7 because 14 is too many. We need to make sure we have New Haven, Plateau, and the Valley covered. And I would look at the time of the meeting. If not once every 3 months, let's go to once a month instead of once every 2 weeks. But I feel that you're going to be a lot busier than you anticipate with what's going on with the national or the national park and the people that are coming in around it.
And just like something to mention, because I haven't mentioned it to anybody else but Ruth here, but I've talked to Ruth about, because I told her how much more work you have with all this going on and how much you're doing, and she's sensitized to the support you're giving Alan and stuff too. So we've talked about how as she's taken a look at her front office staff and what the needs are for everybody, that is something we're considering, is how we might get you some more help in how she's restructuring when, like if she hires administrative staff, how that administrative staff might be able to support your office. So I just wanted to let you know that that's something I asked her to look at and then come to us with once she got some information, how she wanted to do it. But
I'm sure building should go up. I mean, gotta have building.
well, yeah, there's just a lot, we need to take a look at the realities of what's going on here. And I know you said you've had more zoning reapplications in the last probably 6 months to a year than you've had in a long time.
Looking
So,
back at, yeah.
yeah. So, so I move that we,
Wait there, I have
okay,
more.
you got more? All right.
Yes. Additionally, anybody that reports a home where no one is living, a home that has fallen down, or a trailer that's fallen down, that is sent now up to Gabe's office. Gabe will be handling those calls along with any trash complaints. They will be going to Gabe's office. Gabe's office is supposed to be handling those things. So now it is being taken care of and off of your plate. However, you'll still follow up on the complaints that he will be receiving.
So he would need to probably be directed, if that's the way it's gonna be handled from now on.
Yes,
Those complaints, you need somebody to go out and check out the complaints. So
Yeah.
He or someone in his office would actually have to also serve on our committee to say, hey, these are the complaints we got, and so we'll have to discuss who's gonna do the
Doesn't
research.
the solid waste board do some of that stuff?
They do trash. I mean, I work with I work with them, and if they have complaints, or if I get trash complaints, I work with Tom.
But it's only trash. What about the URA as far as, because that's its
They had no,
statutory,
historically, they've not worked with Dilapidated at all.
Well,
They're not
that's
on our board. They've not taken-
statutorily what they're supposed to do.
yes, they are.
So,
That may be a-
Additionally, if any of the deputies or Mike as a sheriff hears about trashy homes and the SWA goes out and takes care of it and gives them a ticket, then the deputies are going to follow up and go and write another ticket. We're going to get taken care of these trashy homes.
I want to just say something. I mean, I know that you sent an email about with the Gabe suggestion, but I just wanted to make sure, because Ruth is looking at how her front office should be structured, and basically we talked about, making a list of all the things that her office, all the way, down to zoning and 911, everything is structured, and what kind of support or job description she needs to fill her mission, just like we would, have Anthony come to us or sheriff or whoever. And I just want to at least build some flexibility in there for Ruth to assign responsibilities as she feels are proper, once she fleshes out who she needs to perform what functions and what makes the best sense. Because she may even have to come up with new position descriptions and recompete them depending on what the needs of her office are, because nothing has changed in so long that we just still have people with certain, things, and our needs are different as a county now. So
That's why Ruth and I discussed this.
okay, well, but
And I
we
got her
didn't
buy-in.
know. We didn't know you discussed it. I didn't.
Yeah,
anyway.
Yeah, that's happening quite a bit with this commission. Everybody's having extra meetings and we're not being foretold to everyone.
Oh, I don't think that's true. I mean, I don't task anybody to do something that's other than get some information together to bring before the commission. I don't unilaterally feel like I can make assignments and tell people to do stuff.
That's what I was confused about. He said he this is what it was gonna be, and I had no idea about it.
Right.
Okay. So we need to have a decision on the size of the planning commission.
Well, my motion is that we reduce the size from 14 to 7 based upon,
Ridley wants to talk.
okay,
I'm sorry.
Mike?
Yes, ma'am. Thank you. Real quick, I was talking about the trash and the buildings and all that stuff. Just to let the commission know how it's worked in the past. I know that y'all was talking back and forth, but if you don't want me to talk about it, I can hush up and listen to y'all go over this stuff. But anyway, real quick, usually, you know, if we don't get complaints through our office, they usually send them online, and Amy would send them out to myself and Tommy Harris, and then dealing with trash, and then Tommy would take care of it, or he'd take a deputy with him and deal with that. And then on these houses, Anthony and I have talked about these a couple of times. As a matter of fact, since Anthony's been in office, we've already got 2 of them cleared up, one on Route 16 going towards the park, and we're working on the second one down there. They've cleaned it up a lot. I've had some neighbors that complained to us a year ago that we arrested, and there was a couple out Gatewood that we worked with with her on that also, and there was some mix up on it. They cleaned one up and didn't clean the other, but it's going to court still. So we've been doing some things here lately, and it's been working pretty good. So I'm here to do whatever y'all need us to do to help and get this stuff taken care of. Just want to mention that.
Thanks, Mike.
Hey, Mike, Amy sent us a screenshot from the Zoom, and you probably saw it, but I wanted to acknowledge that Mayor Cavalier of Smithers has lauded your deputy. She said she wanted to say a big thank you to Sheriff Fridley and the DRC program folks. Grass and weeds get ahead of their city this time of year, and there are no extra budget dollars, hire extra help. So she called upon you for help. And once again, you guys showed up. 2 DRC people came and helped with the Gateway Center there, where they have so much going on, and where the city hall is for Smithers. And she said the added benefit is the guys live in Smithers, so they don't have to be transported up here every day. And she was really, really pleased with the support you guys gave them. So while you're on here, I just wanted to let you know.
Yes, ma'am. Thank you. I seen that, and she called me the other day, and I passed that on to Jerry and the DRC. We try to do some different things out there, but that's a different meeting, a different talk. So just Thank you very much for mentioning that, ma'am.
So motion is there anybody else, Amy?
No, sorry.
Okay. The motion is that we reduce the size of the planning commission board from 14 to 7.
A second.
Okay, we've got a motion and a second to reduce the size of the planning board or planning commission from 14 members to 7 members. All those in favor?
Aye.
Everyone's approved it.
So I will,
You have it. I sent it to you.
oh, do you? Okay, so what I'll do is I will send, when I send their notice for the 7th, which I'll mail out on Monday, I'll send everybody just a quick letter saying, county commission voted, if you want to stay on, and then I'll let them also know about the bylaw request that you guys, for them to discuss.
Right. And it's not personal against any of the members. It's more so we can more likely get a quorum. But you might want to let them know that we are recommending that they meet, at least once a month, maybe even twice a month, depending on what the needs of, the zoning needs are. So they should know what the time commitment is going to be.
Right.
And also that you can revisit the time and the day of the meeting once the board is formed, that they will have input into when it's going to be. So if they say, well, I can't make a 2 o'clock Monday meeting,
Yeah.
you can say, well, you have some leeway over this. Just let them know.
Not a problem, I'll get that out Monday for you.
Okay. And then John, on the 10:30.
Okay, 10:30, which we have 3 minutes for now.
You may want to see if Gabe can come down, because he's part of the comprehensive plan.
Who?
Just Gabe. Or he could talk.
Well, I don't know what exactly we were gonna do. I know it's something we wanted to get back up, but we really, I think, just need to get these meetings scheduled. I think that's what this agenda item is that we wanted to get out in the community sooner than later with regard to the comp plan. I think we need to start those after we finalize the Route 19 plans, maybe start them after June 7th, because we know for a fact, hopefully, that we'll have a quorum by then if we don't have one next week.
Right, and I think
I
that's what
agree
you,
with that.
yeah, what you have to do when you start the comp plan, and of course, that's state code and it's over there, but, you have to do your public notice 30 days in advance, so you may want to go ahead and direct.
Publish the whole schedule.
Well, you don't have to publish the whole schedule, you just need to do a public notice that we're gonna start the meeting, at least get your first meeting, and I know you guys had met, with the Banger Table, I think that's the name of it. So you may want to discuss if you're gonna use that as part of your comp plan, so, that's something that the resource office, they handle the comp plan update, that's why I said Gabe may want to be on the call. You guys basically direct him to start scheduling those meetings, is kind of
Okay.
how we start.
I say, well, I move that we postpone this agenda item until the 21st meeting, because we'll have a little more time to get the information from Gabe. I still need to look at Bang the Table, and also because we'll know by then whether the meeting on the 10th has occurred and what our timeline will be at that point. We might be able to move it up, and I don't want to advertise now and wait till the 7th if we actually have a quorum next week.
I second, and I like making the table. If you have
Yeah.
to research it, I mean, I think it's, as long as we can do certain areas, that certain area talks about it. Instead of it coming to one area, it's like Anstead, they can weigh in from their, on what they think about it. Smithers can do the same thing.
Right.
And,
You're right.
So
And I'm not even sure we shouldn't use it for other things. The more I learn about it, about how, if we have a special issue that requires a lot of, input and stuff. But one thing it just occurred to me about the Planning Commission Board. We're gonna, I think we need to make a decision on that at the meeting on the 21st, who we're going to appoint. But in the meantime, the current board as it exists will have to meet next week.
Right.
We're not going to reduce it for next week's meeting because we haven't had a chance to review applications. So
Yeah.
just make sure that the board members understand that, and just so the public understands that next week's meeting is going to have, the full 14 involved. And if there's no quorum, then on the 7th, there's going to be a board of 7. So just for clarification purposes.
Okay, so make your motion.
So I move again that we move the community meetings comp plan update, that we decide when we're going to schedule those on the 21st.
Okay, we got a first and a second to hold the community meetings for comprehensive plan update to 7/21. All those,
6/21.
6/21.
Or no, I'm sorry, 5/21. Hold on.
21.
All right, now we're all messed up.
4, 3, 2, 1.
Right.
Okay, 5/21. All those in favor?
Aye.
Aye. Okay.
Can I say something real quick on that?
Mhm,
So you may want to, because, state code dictates what has to be in there.
mhm.
But you guys, as the governing body, can make suggestions on what questions, because basically what you're doing at the meetings is you give a list of items that you want to discuss.
Mhm.
So between now and the 21st, you may want to discuss, are there any particular, pinpoint items you want to discuss?
Well,
Such
and
as Route 19, such as.
And also, I don't think we're limiting the meeting just to comp plan. I mean, I think we're going to give communities the ability to input, give input or let us know about other stuff going on. I wanted us to get out in the communities anyway, so they can talk to us and let us know what's up. So I feel like we should, have a set time for the comp plan related stuff and then add another hour or so onto it so we can,
Round table.
Yeah, so our constituents can let us know. Like, I know during the winter time, I got a call from a resident of Denise about which I was talking about, the dilapidated homes and stuff up there, and she wanted me to come up and see it, but she didn't want to go out on the roads until they were better. So I need to reach back out to her, but those are the things we need to, sensitize them to and give them an ability, maybe try to streamline a process by which they can report things and advertise it. So, they're not all going to several different offices within the county, but, we have somebody collecting them.
Yeah, but that's something you do have to do with your comp planners, because you ask the public questions and they can be very vague or they can be very specific. So you guys kind of work with the resource office in getting those type of questions. So that may be something you wanna, if you chose to go with Bang the Table too, to give them ideas. They may have some better ideas too on what type of questions other communities.
Well, I'll come up with some questions.
And that's, like I said, it can,
He's never out of
there's
questions.
there are certain things that's in state code you have to cover, like infrastructure, safety, and things like that, but you guys also can be very.
Can you send the code to us, or the list or whatever? Somebody just make sure that,
It's in that.
so we know what's required and then we can,
It's a
and then-
comprehensive plan. It's over there.
okay, just if somebody, one of you would send it to us and make sure that we know what's required, and or if you could extrapolate what's required from it and let us know, and then
Just
we
like in
can-
2011, their focus was Boy Scouts, so we could do a focus on the national parks. I mean, so one of the main questions in the 2011 was the Boy Scouts. What did people think of that? So,
well, and I think too, we need to put in there, because that's something that I want to do with, now that you bring the Boy Scouts up, is when we have to do that, well, we'll get to it in a minute, but when we have to do the tax recertification 5 years from now, I want us to gather data in these 5 years to fully inform that, rather than last minute like we did and go out to the businesses and say, what do you got? I want to, we may even have to pass an ordinance or something requiring some reporting to us. I don't know yet, but that's something I think we need to even bring up during these discussions, and just be like, we need you, especially on the plateau where they're mostly affected by it.
Yeah, that way we would have the data for
Right,
sure.
because I would like to be data driven on those kind of things. But anyway, so where are we? I think that's it. So if you guys could just get that to us, and we'll come up with questions. I've got it on my list.
Yeah, that's what I said, that's just something, and then that way everybody can sit down before we hold the public meeting and decide how the best way you guys want to have it, what type of questions.
I just want these, especially these communities that don't regularly have access to us. I want to make sure that they get our time and focus, because there's just stuff going on in the far reaches of the county that
It'd be easy, like I said.
John's tapped into Meadow Bridge. He's got his mafia up there, his dad and everybody, but the rest of us are trying to, and PAX, they're just Mount Hope. This is first I've heard from Mount Hope since I've been here. Mayor Pax was in our last meeting, thankfully,
But yeah, I want all three of us to write down every town that you feel we should be in, or every city.
yeah, I think that's a good
We
idea.
can use the fire departments in those areas, or if there's a facility like, in Smithers, they've got the
The Gateway Center.
Gateway
gym,
Center that
yeah.
has the gym. We could use that.
Churches too.
Mhm,
Yeah,
that's a good
churches
idea.
also. So,
There's no minimum, I mean, there is no minimum, but you can meet, that's why I think the person that is, that do both, have a meeting in every community, and then also have the banquet table where they can't come to the meeting.
Right, you're right,
Keep the
Angela.
survey open the whole time.
Yeah, the whole time. We started
Mhm.
after
Yeah.
the 21st,
The only-
keep it through when it's done.
Yeah, the only thing you need to do is whoever does the survey at the table, they don't have to say where they live, they do have to list what they live. There's a general, like, the
See,
whole county. But what happens is the comp plan, you break it down in the New Haven district, that's what those people want.
but the thing is our political districts are not consistent with our geographic
No.
districts, and that's even though I was elected New Haven, I don't feel like I'm New Haven.
Right.
I don't feel like I am. If I were in Anstead, I might feel like I were New Haven.
There's a general overview for the whole county, but then there's a section where you break it down, where you focus on the three major.
We're not-
You're a county commissioner.
Well, I think like
Yeah, we're
Commissioner
not a-
Luisos was saying, I like that we can break it down by by community and not even just the districts.
And you can do that. You can make it as broad or very
Yeah.
specific. That's up.
Because their issues are so specific, like Anstead and Hyco are gonna be in, a group, and maybe even a little bit up the road there. And then you've got, from 60 on up, you're gonna have that group. And then you're gonna have, your people in Golly Bridge, Falls View versus Montgomery and Smithers, there's, and, Mount Hope's, it's whole
And
little,
you
and
can break
Glen
it
Jean are all
down, I
over
mean,
there.
Yeah, it's up to you
guys work with the planning commission and everybody.
Gene?
There are four, when the comp plan was done in the 90s, the 2001 plan that we're under, there are 4 planning districts that do not coincide with the magisterial districts. That was done intentionally to give Meadow Bridge and that whole corner of the county its own identity. And those 4 planning districts were based on input from people over 18 months about how they saw where they lived and what they considered to be their part of the county. So 4 planning districts may be useful to help people. I don't think that identity has changed. I mean, the valley is the valley, New Haven's New Haven, Plateau's Plateau, and Meadow Bridge was kind of a missing piece there where life's a little different. And so it's not really clear unless you drill in there that the planning districts don't match.
Yeah, that's what we're going to end up doing. We're going to end up selecting multiple areas, going in probably more than one time so we can catch as many as we can or update people as.
Yeah,
We're
we're gonna do
going
like
through.
daytime meeting and an evening meeting, that sort of thing. But
Yeah.
but we're gonna use, I think you're right about those 4. I read about those, but I think that we're gonna add some just to get more granular and
I
in
mean,
public access to us.
better than not, and
Yeah.
that kind of response. And the other thing we found is like, we went to most of the places where there was public input 3 times. First time, few people spoke. Second time, a few more spoke. Third time, everybody was on. It's funny, like people come to a public meeting.
Yeah.
So it's,
Yeah,
the return really helped.
yeah, I think you're right. I think you're right. They'll get over their shyness once they hear that we're approachable or, whatever, that more people will be interested in coming. Yep. I think you're right about that. I mean, I just sketched some out, but, I feel like 1, 2, 3, 4. I sketched out 6 just off the top of my head that I think we can do. Just, the ones you mentioned, and then maybe Mount Hope, Glen Jean, Anstead, Hyco, Chimney Corner, either with the valley or with Anstead and Hyco. And then
There'll be a
the
bunch.
Deepwater Golly area down there, and then Pax, Mossy Mendon, those areas over there. But that's just 6 just off the top of my head. So we might be able to get it, a couple more added, but
It's Deepwater down past 50. Like that whole lower Route 61 area is really changing.
yeah.
And that would give me a few years going on there.
Yeah, and then we've got the hollers, as they
Yeah.
like to hear me say. But,
Yeah.
we've got the hollers down there that we're gonna have to, I saw that, Anthony. But,
Yeah,
Um,
I mean, since that plan, the coal mining has changed down there.
mhm,
Really more, maybe affected more change than any other place in town.
we've got Dixie, don't we? Some people in Dixie and Hamilton. Jody,
Yeah.
yeah, Jody's what I was thinking of.
Mhm.
Yeah, so anyway, and any ideas you have, Angela, about how we can subdivide those or whatever, I would love to hear them because
Yeah, I mean,
just whatever makes sense.
I do agree if you guys have the funding available to use bank funding or anything,
Mm,
a bank account, that it would help because there are some people that just don't want to get out. I mean, it's still the end of, COVID, so that and maybe you'll be able to get a lot more input if you offer that option. So people can't come to a meeting, they can fill out surveys and make comments and things like that.
Can I ask you a question? We got two bids on doing this professionally, one was $40,000 from WU, the other was $80,000 from GAI. When I saw those, I thought the $40,000 figure really scaled well to what we're trying to accomplish. Is that totally off the table to get a professional involved? Spend a little money?
No,
Okay.
it's not totally off the table, but I think we're gonna gather our data first. I do think the $40,000 estimate, at least with our current fundings, was kind of out there. But we've had a couple of things brought to our attention where we might be able to get funding. I have a meeting on Monday with Lauren Weatherford, who's trained in some of this stuff too. With the WVU extension, she's not affiliated with Jesse. She
Right.
lives down here. She's not WVU law. She's just with the WVU extension. But I've known Lauren for 6 or 7 years, maybe 8 years now.
Yeah.
And I find her highly competent, and I think she's going to have some. I have a whole list of stuff for her, not just that, but
The more
But she
local,
and
the
I are,
better, because then
yeah.
that capacity stays in the community.
I mean, I agree, and she can advise on a lot of stuff. So I want to talk to her and see what she has to say, and then maybe get her in here and talk to my colleagues. But I want to talk to her first because I just have a bunch of stuff I want to pick her brain about before I bore the public with everything. but yeah, it's not off the table. I mean, I think at some level, we're going to need some help, but I'm not sure it's to the tune of 40 grand. I mean, I feel like Bang the Table is going to help us gather some of the data, maybe, compiling it, and synthesizing it perhaps.
And who's gonna do that compiling?
We haven't decided. I mean, that's what we're,
So when we capture this data, you're talking about before we engage a professional, there'd be public meetings.
yes.
And so who's gonna capture?
The Bang, if we go with the Bang the Table software, which we've already discussed several times and like it, it's going to capture a lot of it.
Okay.
And we'll probably have members of our staff that Ruth identifies, and Angela, people, we're all going to be, at these meetings and taking notes and giving people the ability to write things down and submit them to us and get on the web. So, but as far as like at the end product, we probably will need help with that end product, but I don't think we're going to need to pay somebody to go all over the county. And their estimates were based upon the 4 districts you talked about and not the additional ones we want to do. So, but those are decisions we haven't made or even, explored. I don't think anything's ever off the table till it's off the table.
There's more than one way to skin that cat.
Yeah, there are lots of ways. And we're all looking into the various options that we have. And I hadn't even had a chance to mention Lauren, because I just had a conversation with her yesterday when I was on my way back from Ohio. So we scheduled lunch for Monday. Now, I'm talk to her to let her know, to see her input, because she knows what Jesse does and she's trained in the same stuff. She's lived here a long time. And she has some ideas about some of the other things. She has her hand in other things I'm interested in, like the Ascend funding, the Boy Scouts, and other things that she can give me some information on. So
Okay, I hate to stop you guys, but we're to 11 o'clock now. So I'm going to ask to postpone the item that's already been postponed because these 15-minute things just aren't working.
well, they normally would. We just need to get in the flow of it.
So the dilapidated building ordinances need to be postponed until 5/21, and that's my motion.
I'll second it.
Got a motion to second, all in favor?
Aye.
Aye. Okay, 11 o'clock. Discussion and decision, jail bill and possible commission funding for home confinement clients.
Anthony, what was Judge Ewing saying about this? Was he, it almost seemed to me like he thought this was a non-issue for some reason. Is it a non-issue? Do we know who funds the indigent defendants now for home confinement? Is it Supreme Court money or?
I don't know the answer to that. But there's, I'm trying to be tactful.
Okay.
Well, I mean, it is what it is. One of our circuit judges would typically not waive fees for home confinement or GPS monitoring regardless of the person's
You're right.
financial status. So I don't think it's something that we shouldn't consider. And of course, there is the possibility that you could have somebody who doesn't qualify financially that.
Who couldn't afford it?
I mean, there's a case that's coming up that, based on my information, they're not going to qualify financially, and I have a feeling their bond is going to be rather large by the time all of the counties weigh in on the charges.
It sounds
In a situation like that, it might be worthwhile.
It sounds to me like we probably need to come up with some kind of scale or criteria for it, and then maybe you come to us with stuff. I mean, we set up the process where it can be done, and maybe even empower you to approve them.
The other thing too.
I mean, I don't know what y'all think. I'm just talking.
I mean, and the carrot on the end of the stick for the county is this. Just to make the math easy, it costs roughly $1,500 a month to house somebody in Southern Regional Jail, $30, I'm sorry, 30 days times $50 a day, it's actually $48.50, but for math. For monitoring somebody on GPS home confinement, you're looking at around 150 a month.
Yeah,
When you factor in
$50 fee plus.
the cost to hook them up and then the daily fee. So there's the incentive for the county commission. The other thing to keep in mind here is if we provide an invoice, assuming the person's convicted and sentenced, if we provide an invoice at sentencing, I think that's a legitimate court cost that the court, I would imagine, would be willing to order that we be reimbursed for.
Well, this is, just for everybody's edification, it's gonna be closer, it's gonna be over about $300 based on my numbers on the GPS, but still, that's far
But even-
less, that's a fraction of the 1,500. But I wonder if this is something that you guys can take up in the next jail meeting about coming up with some criteria. Because, it's gonna be your judgment and their judgment on whether somebody's gonna be put on this. If you come up with what the criteria is gonna be and some ideas about maybe how to, and maybe we can get the public defender involved on how to structure the fee schedule.
Well, of course, the overwhelming majority of criminal defendants are indigent. You meet the criteria for
Right.
appointing counsel.
Is Chris Moorhead still our representative on the board on public defenders, our still private representative?
I believe he is.
Because we might even want to draw him in and, get his input into it. Because, as you know, a lot of us are public defenders, and then there are other people who can barely afford a lawyer, but, it still might be cheaper to keep them out of jail.
Ridley said he can talk about this too.
Okay. We'll let him see what he has to say.
I
Give
couldn't,
ourselves a half hour for this.
I couldn't hear anything that Anthony really said. I couldn't hear him on the thing.
Yeah,
but-
Anthony, you need to get up to the microphone.
The hookup, what we do now here at the office is the hookup fee is $100, Allison, commissioners, and then it's $10.50 per day for a person be on GPS monitoring, and they have to pay it 30 days in advance. And then there's a one-time charge that's in our rules and regulations. It doesn't really kick them off of home confinement, but we have them get a drug screen the first day, and that's an extra $10 to pay for that. So that's here at the sheriff's office, and that's what we do. And then answer the question, like I said, Anthony might have said this, when somebody cannot pay or anything like that, it more or less, we pay for it already, being the county or the monies that we have built up in our home confinement fund to pay for someone that's been court ordered to pay, to be on GPS monitoring.
But Mike, just to clarify, if the person being subject to monitoring doesn't have the money, the county does pay for the monitoring.
Yes, they do, Anthony.
I just asked something. Is there any other consideration that they can do for us, something they can do for us in return for paying for all that?
Well, and to answer your question, Tom, if they're monitored by the sheriff's department, the short answer, I believe, would be no. If they're monitored through the community corrections program, then yes. And if you're talking about community service, then if they are monitored through the community corrections program, part of that program is using the participants to provide community service later.
So
You go ahead.
along with what you're saying, so the reason I was going to clarify too, when the sheriff gets them, they're on home confinement. They're not supposed to leave their home. So that's what he means. But on the, what you're saying is, I'm wondering if we could even go more specifically, because it's not like somebody that the judge has sentenced, but like if the county's putting something out, say we send somebody to the animal shelter to clean, which is the least desirable job apparently that day report could put somebody on, unless we get them on dilapidated housing, and then it's probably going to be worse. But so do you think it's palatable or feasible or legal to make a part of the arrangement, like you will perform community service, like not just part of their sentence, but like, you know, in order to get this, that they commit to it. I don't know what the consequences would be. Like could they be violated?
I think it can be done as long as it's consistent with the policies that the community corrections program has in place. And essentially, they evaluate the participants, and some of them, they keep a very tight leash on them, as it were, and some of them, they give a little bit more freedom. And the ones that they give a little bit more freedom to are the ones who are actually out in the community and providing services
Mhm.
in the form of community service. So it's built into their current protocols for people to provide community service.
But what if they refuse? I mean, because I've never seen it in, you might have, but I've never seen in my career, I've seen them get violated for, you know, failing to screen or something, but I've never seen anybody get violated for refusing to clean up animal excrement.
I don't know the answer to that, and that would be something I'd have to have a conversation with Jerry, Seraphin, the director, about to see if, I mean, to be honest, I've never heard of anyone being violated because they refuse to provide community service. I mean, I think hands down, the most common reason they're violated is a drug screen that is positive.
Right.
The second, probably most common reason is failure to show up. I mean, they just don't.
Right,
they
right.
just don't come in.
Right. Or call in or anything.
You know, or provide a reason why they're not there. I mean, I'd say probably the third reason is if they're on GPS monitoring, they decide that they don't have to abide by their restrictions, and I've had clients who left their house to
Make a drug run to Florida.
Well, not necessarily that, but I remember
I had that one happen.
I remember one client who left, I guess he was tired of staying at home. He left to go to McDonald's one day, and then the next day he left to go to GameStop to buy video games. But as a practical matter, that's something I have to talk with Jerry about.
So it sounds like before we implement it, like if they don't have and I'm sure they do have, you know, I don't know whether they're written, but I'm sure they do have procedures about how they decide whether they're going to violate somebody. But it sounds like if we want something, you know, if we don't have them on paper, we need to get them on paper, and we need to have them address, you know.
Well, they have room. We had a board meeting earlier this week. We weren't able to actually accomplish anything because we didn't have a
Right.
quorum.
I was there.
But yes, you were. But for the information for the other two commissioners. But one of the things that we discussed is they have room out there for 20 to 30 additional participants based on what we were told. So it's a and that comes without any additional cost to the county as far as manpower or whatnot. So I mean, there's issues as to why is that though, and that's something that we're gonna have to try to work on. Some of the magistrates do not have, they're just not happy with the program, and they don't necessarily want to use the program. That's one of the issues we're dealing with, but there's room out there. I mean, I think the program is viable. I think it serves a very useful purpose, particularly for pre-trial or pre-conviction monitoring.
Mm-hmm.
And, you know, before we had community corrections, essentially the way it worked was generally if your bond was set at, say, $10,000 and you posted the bond, generally speaking, nobody was checking up on you from the time you posted your bond up until the point at which you were indicted. And you're talking a period that could be 3 to potentially 7 months where you're just out there doing whatever, nobody, you know, and the only way you would typically find out about a bond violation is if they were charged with an additional crime. But with community corrections, they're out there. Most of the participants are there Monday through Friday. And they're being monitored, they're being supervised, they're being drug screened. So we have that resource available. It seems to me we ought to use it. But the agenda item is addressing whether or not the county commission is going to pay for the GPS monitoring. That gives us an extra layer of supervision and gives us the ability to, I've looked at the software that they have. They can pull up the participant on the software and pinpoint within a matter of feet where the monitor is. And I say where the monitor
Right,
is.
because it's not always.
If it's still attached to them, then we know where they are, but if they cut it off. But the way the system's set up, if the device is removed from the participant's ankle, the system alarm, sends an alarm. So we know that it's been tampered with.
Well, and they're, go ahead.
No, if, to me, it's a no-brainer if the county could use, as these people will do community service, to stay out of the system until their trial. And we use them within the places that we need things done.
And I believe, and Tom, I believe you had mentioned before, you had said something about you'd be willing to forego reimbursement for the cost if they did provide community service. So maybe one of the other things we need to look at
That's a good idea.
is if you provide a minimum number of hours of community
Right.
service each week
We'll relieve your.
or each month or however you want to do it, then we won't.
We can calculate it by
Well, to
hourly
me-
wage, just like Nicholas County does when it sends people to the animal shelter. It basically gives $9 an hour, like calculates it at $9 an hour. And so if we added that up, if we were paying them.
This is another
Commi-
tool that we can use.
Commission,
Yeah.
Reduce the jail bill.
just to let you know, commissioners, and Mr. Louise will let you know this too. One, Allison, first on yours, they do that already at the community corrections when they send them out to work parties. They do a minimum wage and how much they say, how much they save that municipality, or if it's working at the memorial building, they do that already to let you know.
Sweet.
Yeah.
Cost
He was
saving.
giving me reports at one time, every month on how much, about, hourly, an hourly amount. I don't get the reports anymore, but she was giving me, monthly reports at one time.
I will
Yeah.
I'll make sure it's taken care of as soon as we get done with this. I'll call, we just had one, Mr. Louise's, and also majority of people that, not all, but majority of people who's on GPS monitoring right now, they work, and so forth. I mean, they're not going to DRC. They go out and do their checks on their Friday afternoon and stuff like that and watch them on GPS. But there are some that are on GPS that do report to DRC daily. Now, we have at our office, they stay out to work or whatever it might be, or they don't meet the criteria to be out there. They're violent offenders or something like that, that's on GPS by circuit judges that, that we keep an eye on.
Well, it sounds like it also almost could be incorporated into the sentencing structure, where, they're, because they do make that calculation. Maybe there needs to be a, kind of an in-between calculation. Okay, well, can we, release this person to GPS instead of just, the options we normally use, like give them a set of criteria to go by.
Well, clearly no one's considering using this process to release.
Violent offenders or, yeah.
That's all. on the table.
or anybody who's actively abusing drugs. I mean, if we're monitoring them out of day report, they do get screened daily. So,
Pays for that.
so a lot of people, I think some of our animal shelter people are worried that they might be using, but they're not going to send them over there if they've screened positive.
Well, I don't believe they.
Just 9 days on the ankle.
You don't, they don't, they used to.
I don't think they do. I mean, but there's
That's
definitely
what they
interaction,
do.
and certainly if they have a reason to believe their participant is using, they're going to drug screen.
If we're sending them out in the community, we probably should screen. Especially if it's certain drugs, but, we'll talk about that.
Okay, so I want to clear up a couple of things in my head. Mike mentioned that some of them have jobs, and that's why they're on the ankle monitor, because they still want to take care of their needs. Correct, Mike?
Yeah, that's true. The judges, if they're not dangerous, will often, if they have a job, they don't want to take that job
Yeah, I'm good.
Yeah.
away.
Okay, and
Yes, Commissioner, that's correct. Right. Matter of fact, I called Jerry and asked her the question. They have 22 people themselves right now on GPS monitoring. Out of the 22, one of them just reports to the Daily Report Center. So that's the thing there, Mr. Louise, is all these people that's on GPS, that's why they're on GPS. Look at, and that's something Anthony has talked about, I talked about before. And there's other ways we can do that. But 22 of the people that's on GPS monitoring at DRC at this moment, one of them does both, goes every day to DRC and on GPS monitoring. The other 21 are never come to DRC. But still, that's a big
What's
cost.
the
saving to
reason
county
that-
because
But they.
what's the reason? Again, their work, they are violent offenders. They charge with sex crimes or whatever it might be. And that does not fall under criteria by the state or DRC to be out there.
That number doesn't track
Okay.
in my head, but
That's not the total participants, that's just the
That's
participants.
not total participants, that's just GPS people themselves.
so, and then second, our break-even point on doing the ankle monitors would be 9 days. So as long as the potential inmate would be in jail for 9 days, we've met in savings off of the jail bill to take care of that.
It's $300, right?
Well, it's
And Mike,
300
what's-
plus
what's-
100 plus
What's the
10.
monthly cost at community corrections for monitoring, do you know? Would you guess? Is it cheaper than? the
I'll let you know 1 second.
Cheaper than the sheriff's department, isn't it? He's muted.
Yeah, his phone rang.
He's calling, I think he's calling you.
Mhm.
Jerry, yeah.
See, I thought it was total of $200 or $300.
He says it's 1050 a day.
it added up to 425 based
Yeah.
on what he said, the $100 hookup
Yeah,
fee.
that's
Nicholas
what I-
has a
Either-
$50
either
hookup
way,
fee.
The break-even point's gonna be somewhere in the neighborhood
Yeah.
of 6 to 9 days.
Plus the 10, plus the 100, 425. So break even point's 9 days.
Yeah, it makes sense. I just think before we implement it, we need to have a fee scale and a structure.
Structure, right?
Yeah. how we're gonna
Structure,
do
yeah.
it. And I think that I was out of town for this week's meeting, but I can come to the next jail meeting or whenever we want to try to discuss that. Somehow, if you have the opportunity to talk to Judge Blake too, I'd love to hear what he has to say.
Sure.
And if you're talking about waiving.
He'll have suggestions too that'll help us, I think, too. 'Cause while he might be strict about things, he also has good reasons. So I like to hear what he has to say because
And
he
we're waiting on Mike,
has
right?
different input.
Yeah, go
Yeah,
ahead.
he's
Can I
calling
go
Jerry to
back?
get some
Go ahead.
numbers.
Yeah, we're talking about rate bucks.
If you need to take a break, you can.
Poor Jerry, because I'm texting her.
Anthony's running too.
No, I thought I unmuted him. That's from earlier.
Something about Eddie's wife's mother falling and breaking her hip.
Oh, did she? Oh,
Yeah.
no. She
It
was living with them for,
Eddie's, no,
a
it
little
was
bit.
Eddie's wife's mother.
yeah, Tammy's.
Yeah, fell and broke her hip.
Well, I think she was living with them for a while because Tammy lost her dad like year before. It
Man,
might have been almost 2 years. She lost him maybe right before my mom died. So it's been about 2 years.
They've had a rough time.
Yeah. I mean, her dad had something very mysterious, like something that they couldn't really treat or put their finger on. He was pretty sick and just, yeah, it was devastating to her. She was close to him.
Oh, okay. I should still need that. Under here.
Yeah, that's interesting.
Yes,
Well,
very much.
predictable. No, I hate to jump, but
We
once
just come
Ruth
back
gets out of there, I'm gonna early back.
on.
Hey,
Can you hear me now?
just a little bit, but we're taking a farm break. I was reading an application. We're taking a small break here.
Okay.
Um,
Is Ruth still in there?
She
No.
stepped out.
she stepped out.
Okay.
Hey, why is this thing sounding so flat?
It's only dealing with him for some reason, and
No, it's anybody that talks on there is just like,
muffled.
it's, yeah, muffled, really muffled.
I'm not sure, maybe,
Could be our connection.
yeah.
Do you hear it muffled too? Okay.
It gets
Just
worse
making
when
sure
I'm-
just wasn't the guy that can't hear that well.
You know, well, I think sometimes our internet here is a little.
Well, I was over on my remote connection, so every time I get on my remote connection, it gets bad. And Ruth's got her remote going too, so we might just need to use our Wi-Fi. But I'm over there typing the press release for later. So I have to get over there once in a while.
No, we probably, I don't know if we can get more bandwidth, but
Yeah.
Oh, it's Fox.
We were gonna talk about, we can do that later. What's that?
Did you get that note from me about printing that out?
It's in there. I'll go grab it.
Okay.
I printed it. That works better.
You must be like TV Mike on Willy Wonka. First you was there, now you're here.
Oh, that's my camera one. I didn't come with-
I couldn't resist that one. I'm sorry, Mike. Anthony, you ever watch Willy Wonka?
What?
You ever watch Willy Wonka?
Are you kidding? I've seen it, I don't know how many times.
Well, that's what I told Mike. Mike,
Are you referring to the Gene Wilder, the old one?
yes, the good one.
Not the new one?
Not the
I've
creepy
seen-
one.
I've
Yeah.
not seen the new one with Johnny Depp.
It's sort of out there.
Yeah.
But I just said, you're like TV Mike. First
Yeah.
you were on TV, now you're here.
Yeah, except I'm able to turn his camera on.
He-
4 inches tall.
Yeah, he reversed it.
Did they kick you off, Mike?
Yeah. Please.
you said it was muffled, and I didn't know if it was mine or.
No,
I
it's-
don't have a mic, I just have my,
Yeah,
So
well,
Is it cheaper to have a day report?
it is. But that's one of the things we probably bring up in the board meeting, because they charge roughly $6 a day, and they don't ask, if they try to get it paid up front, it'd be $180 a month.
Okay, so I was,
Yeah, and I couldn't hear nothing you were saying that.
well, did you hear me after I came?
Yes, sir.
Okay.
see now after we do the initial $110, one for the test for whatever, and then one for the $100 initial hookup, it's only $300 and some dollars.
But if we have them supervised at a day report, it's even cheaper than the sheriff's department.
True. That'd be 180.
But, you know,
The, the thing about it all is, the county already pays people that can't afford it. That's the thing. I don't know I mean, if the judge sitting somebody on GPS monitoring being my office or being DRC's office, it's already paid for. We don't get reimbursed from nobody. The county is paying for it. It's coming out of our budgets to pay for that.
Okay, but Mike, if someone hasn't committed a heinous crime, or however you say that word, and we can work with the judges and the people in magistrate court, and instead of sending them to jail, we could get them on GPS monitoring.
The thing is, Commissioner, the problem is that would happen anyway, but we have 3 or 4, I think it was 4 people sentenced for magistrate court. One for circuit judges and probation.
It's not, and John, just to let you know, it's fairly rare for somebody in a misdemeanor case to get sent to jail. That's not to say that it never happens. It's just, it doesn't happen very often. And there are statutes in the West Virginia Code, like aggravated DUI is a mandatory 48 hours. Driving revoked for DUI has got a mandatory, I can't remember if it's 60 days or 90 days. But if your license is revoked for DUI and you get caught driving, and generally what we do in those cases is we will either sentence them to DRC or we'll put them on GPS. I mean, the overwhelming majority of what you see in jail comes from pre-trial law. That's the overwhelming majority. That's not to say I mean, there was a guy that I handled the sentencing hearing, but he was offered a plea to misdemeanors in the sex offense case, and he pled guilty to 2 misdemeanor counts of battery. And I was of the opinion that he needed to do 2 years, and quite frankly, he should have been prosecuted for felonies.
Mhm.
If it was my fault, I would have pursued that, but you know, that individual got sentenced to 2 years in the Southern Regional on misdemeanors, which means Fayette County's paying for it, but that case, I think it's money well spent. He'll only do a year because of good time credit, but it's, you know, if you got 365 times 50, you're looking at somewhere close to $20,000.
Yeah. True. Okay, so are we going to wait until we get some more information on this, or what would be your pleasure?
Did you want me to tell the other commissioners?
Oh, yeah,
what the
go
call
ahead.
was? Okay. Talk to Jerry, more or less, they don't charge a hookup fee or anything like that. It's about $6 per day, and they ask to get the payment up front. So if it's 30 days, it'd be $180 a month for GPS monitoring at DRC.
How much was a month?
About $180 roughly.
Oh, so
It's
you were right then.
$6 per day, and I couldn't hear what.
Well, we were both right. You were thinking of the sheriff's department fee structure, and I was thinking of the corrections fee structure.
Well, originally I thought it was around $9 or something like that, because I'd asked Nicholas County, but it has a $50 hookup fee, but it has a different daily. But I don't know what they're using either. They might be using a different vendor than you do.
The biggest cost of GPS monitored for both the DRC and the
Equipment.
sheriff's office is is when it's not just a hookup and keeping them on stock, because we worked out a good deal with this company. It's when people abscond and they throw them over the hill or the
yeah.
whole
Insurance.
system. And
Those
it's
monitors
a-
are $1,000.
it's $1,800 to replace one of them, and we are now, we started a while back and trying to get, when somebody does that, they get additional charges added on to them, and then it'll cost us in the long run anyway, so that's the biggest cost to us, and we, before you came on, I don't know if you was here or not, Mr. Louise, when I knew you wasn't, because I just took office. There were so many monitors missing, and we located them at regional jails throughout the state, where these people got arrested and they picked them up, but we went to a different company also, because it was a mess.
Well, I wonder if we can add an insurance charge to that, on top of if we was going to do
Report or something.
yeah, do an insurance,
And that's, you know, that's a good question, and maybe that's something that the commission can look into on our insurance, if we can have insurance money. It's not like we keep a lot of them in stock anymore, because we can have them shipped in overnight. We keep one or two on standby, just in case something goes wrong, or somebody at Friday at 4 o'clock just says they go on GPS, we have that, and they don't charge us for that. But if you go over a certain amount, then they charge you for shelf life, so that'd be a good question to ask.
yeah, and even if even the DRC, I mean, and they add to the charge, if we're going to forego the fee out of community service, I'm just looking at this, put an insurance charge on there and pay insurance on them. I mean, just something to think about. Just something.
Especially if they will cover it, because, you know, that's the biggest cost to the county right now. I mean, and again, so the county is paying for these people that can't
Yeah.
do it now. I mean, it's not going to change anything. The biggest thing is getting people that are sitting for magistrate court that are a year or less to be put on GPS, or not even GPS, get them at DRC so we can put them to work and do community services. That's what we're missing the bucket. And Anthony had a big, long conversation about that, and he's working on that and trying to get that taken care of. That's our biggest problem. It's not just GPS. It's getting people that's sitting a year or less to be put on, or not put on GPS, but put in DRC, so we have people to work. I think we had 29 out there, and out of the 29, 6 people was able to work, because being whatever it is. So, thank you.
Thank you. All right, so 11:30?
So what's your,
Oh, on the indigent clients thing.
Mhm.
I move that we postpone a decision on that, because I think I want to, at the next jail meeting, which will be on Thursday, discuss it with Judge Ewing and the participants, and then perhaps discuss it at the subsequent jail meeting and invite Jerry from Day Report and maybe Chris Moorhead, who represents Public Defender Services, to get in there and discuss what the details should be, or even set a special meeting to discuss the details. So I think we need to postpone it.
I second it, but I was going to ask, can you bring the magistrates in also in the discussion?
Yeah, you're right. I think we should. And
I mean,
maybe we, I just want to broach it at the jail meeting, and then maybe try to get a group together to discuss this issue in particular, get the jail meeting's recommendations, and then maybe meet with the magistrates. But, and Judge Blake doesn't attend the jail meeting, so Judge Ewing will probably want to consult with him and get his input on stuff, and Anthony can as well. But I don't want to go up there and aggravate him. They see him every day. So I think if we postpone it to June 18th meeting, that will give us sufficient time. And the goal is by June 18th to have the process identified, so we can vote on, what we're going to do. So once we get it drafted, we'll just send a draft to everybody, and then we can discuss any modifications to the draft record.
My second.
Okay.
June 18th.
okay? We have a motion and a second on postponing the jail bill and possible commission funding for home confinement. All those in favor?
Aye.
Aye. Okay,
Yeah, and we're postponing to June 18th.
yes, so that meeting will be postponed until June the 18th. Okay, Discussion and decision on county-owned shooting range and public and sheriff availability and lease. A bunch of ands in that one. Okay, we have a shooting range that is currently being leased by the Sportsman Recreation Center, DBA Fayette Gun Club. They are paying approximately $100 per year for their lease. The commission, or some of the commissioners, has checked into it, and they're saying that it's also a public place where people can come and shoot, but that has to be on Tuesday evening or Saturday if someone is there. And I've also heard that there is either a $3 or a $4 charge per person coming in that wants to shoot.
What? So it's not even per visit, it's per round of
Like 3
trap
to
that they
5
shoot?
shots,
Whatever that means. I
3
don't
to 5 per round.
You know what that means, Mike?
Mike,
Could be
Sheriff.
3 to 5.
come up here to the,
Could be 3 to 5 shots. Is that what it is?
The way I understand it, for the shots, to answer that question first, if you got I'm gonna use pistol because I don't see, I don't know what they do, but say if you go down, it's not a pistol range at the moment, but if it was, if you got a line of fire, 50 rounds you gotta go through, and you want to shoot 3 times, it's gonna cost you $3 for the first 50, $3 for the second, $3 like that. So the way I would.
Yeah,
interpret it.
that's, yeah.
So I don't know what their line of fire is for skeet shooting, if it's 5 rounds, 3 rounds.
It could be what the gun holds between 3 and 5.
Right.
Depends on what it is, yeah.
That's what that
Which isn't much.
And I did have, don't mean to get the commissioner, but since I'm up here, I did have my range officer, Lieutenant Mooney, went down along with my chief deputy, and they looked at that. And if, of course, you know that we do not have a range of any type. That was taken from us years ago. And there was a building that we purchased, well, we didn't purchase, the county didn't even purchase it, the Deputy Sheriff's Association purchased it, and Ryan Fox came to me the other day about it, and it's been used up on top of the hill now for dog food and everything like that, so they look at me, why did that happen? And then we had a deputy sheriff that was here before that passed, Mike McGraw, his son built a nice big bench so we could have classroom down there for his Eagle Scout project, and we couldn't find that when we moved from the range. And one of the deputies went snooping, looking, not snooping, went looking, and it's being used for a smoke break area by a cat house. So the Deputy Sheriff's Association is going to try to find out what we can do with it, how we can get it back or whatever, because that was purchased through DSA claims. Both the chief and the lieutenant went down there and looked at some stuff, and they said, man, this is nice. We've never been able to go there because it's got a lock on it, and, you know, and stuff like that. But if it ever comes to the point, you know, that we can find a range, that'd be a good area for deputy sheriffs to be able to qualify. There would have to be some changing made to that range. It needs some grading done to, you know, to make the lanes to shoot pistols and stuff like that. The cost, no idea. I'm not a contractor. I know it takes some gravel or cement or blacktop or something to put the lanes in. But
Right.
talked to both of them. Lieutenant Mooney was going to come over with me to explain it more, but he had a call he had to go on. And I mean, again, we don't have a range. We just looking for somewhere.
Well, have you got a layout or specs of what you have to have for a shooting range, the distance and everything?
Yes, sir, we did. And I have it all in blueprint for the
You got it
county paid
with
some
you?
big money for to have that done in another area.
You got it with you?
I don't have it with me right now.
Can you
And
bring it
another
to the-
area that what happened to it?
We was trying to get, the property at the old Girl Scout camp. And they have a pistol range / rifle range put in and used a lot of the money of the timber being that were been removed to put a range up down there. And then there were 7, give or take 7 to 10 people maybe in that area that want us down there, saying that it would be a nuisance, and it was turned down by the commission.
When you have a, don't mean to interrupt, Ms. Taylor, do you have a blueprint you
Oh,
can
yes,
get?
sir, I do.
Can you, I'm not trying to,
I will provide it for you when I walk out of here today. I'll bring you copies of it
can
all.
somebody bring it over to us right now? I'd like to,
They can't get in there.
How do you currently like schedule the certifications and the training and
Well,
stuff?
by state code right now, we have to do one night and one daytime fire.
Okay,
Um,
how frequently?
Well, it's once a year you gotta do that. But then you have people that can't shoot well and wanna
Right.
practice, and we
Right,
don't have that capability other than if we go down to Plum Orchard and hope there's not a lot of citizens down there that we can do, we'll go off the side of the road somewhere. Just kidding, not doing that. It's very hard. It's like the act of Congress to get on the Boy Scouts camp. You
right.
gotta check
Right.
in, you gotta,
No, I don't
Run
think
your
that's the right
schedule.
solution
I
for
mean,
you.
not
And it's,
saying-
it's a long way. I mean, it's a long way to go just to get into it.
yes, ma'am.
Yeah.
It's just, it's very, well, Lieutenant wrote a letter many years ago, and I still have it on my file, because it's really a liability on the county commission and myself as the sheriff for not giving this location to be able to shoot and or proficiency up that we're not providing to the deputy sheriff, so, and it's just a bad spot for me.
No, I understand. I just wondered like if, you know, if there's compromise to be had, given the proximity to the shelter, if there could be scheduled times and, you know, things that, you know.
Only thing, more or less, we have to do with daytime qualification, nighttime, or darkness in the evenings and stuff. That's the only thing I can tell you.
And then
So-
schedule practice times where
Yes,
people
ma'am.
could sign based on the shifts.
Yes, ma'am.
Okay.
Okay, so people in Zoom land, remember the rules. You gotta raise your hand in order to speak, in which we have one person that's done that. And there is a time limit of 3 minutes on what you speak to, in which I will be keeping on my phone, and no, I'm not texting or looking at anything else. I'm trying to get my clock up here so that I can start and stop in 3 minutes. So
Hey,
Kathy,
I
you,
have a quick question. before we
just one
start.
second,
Before we
Kathy.
start, just to clarify, what are we actually going to decide on? Like, what is the issue before us right now that we're going to
Well,
decide?
I'll tell you what I would like to do. I would like to, next to lease, I would like the sheriff's department to be able to use it. And I would like to see, that's why I asked for his plans, to
Mhm.
see how it can be utilized on the same partial property and keep it as ski range
Mhm,
for the park. And anybody, you know what I'm saying?
mhm.
And make sure that the sheriff's department is taken care of with a range up there. I think there's enough room up there. I've been up there
Mhm.
and looked at the place, but I don't know exactly how much room the sheriff's department needs to make it the type of shooting range they have to have.
So today we're information gathering, and when
Yeah,
he gets us the
basically.
plan, then we'll, so today's not a voting day on this issue, but we're definitely examining
No.
it and expect a vote on it soon.
Yes,
Yeah.
well, if we had the
Okay.
plans, but I think there's something that we do have to do prior to, we need to notify the
Well-
people with the lease.
If, what I kind of hear you saying, Tom, is you want to terminate the lease and then secondarily consider subsequent uses once the lease is terminated. So I think
Yes,
the commission wants to vote on termination of the lease today and then defer for a later date what uses the property can be utilized for.
yes,
Is our,
Thank you.
is our notice sufficient to vote on the lease?
I
Today?
think so. I mean,
Okay.
it says.
Yeah, it does say lease. I just wanted to
It says
make sure.
Discussion and decision, county-owned shooting range, availability and lease.
Okay, all right, so good. Yeah, that sounds like a good plan.
Okay, Kathy, you have 3 minutes. Is she unmuted, Amy?
She is.
Okay, go ahead.
I just want to give information or kind of start the topic about the animal shelter being in proximity to the gun range. For years now, we have wanted this gun range, this shooting range to not be where it is for the sole purpose of the well-being, the safety of our employees, visitors, volunteers, animals, and just the overall mental, safe or, capacity of our animals that are at the shelter. The Association of Shelter Veterinarians have published a 67-page guidelines for the standards of care in animal shelters. And it's basically comprised of, based on the 5 freedoms. One of those freedoms is the freedom from fear. So part of that is in ensuring that the conditions and treatment of the animals is to avoid mental suffering. And if anybody has been down at that shelter when guns are being fired, animals are scared for their lives, and it is heartbreaking to witness that in of itself. But I mean, debris from the shot that is, people shoot over there, rains down regularly on the shelter building, on vehicles, on employees, anybody that's in that back area. So there's safety concern there that the county needs to consider, where you all approve this, have the gun range there or not. I mean, it's a liability, number one, safety concern. The state statute of requiring or not allowing people to shoot within 500 feet of a dwelling. This may not be a house, but it is a place of employment. It is a shelter for animals. So that is to be considered, and just want to bring it to your all's attention.
Okay, thank you, Kathy. Counselor, you want to comment on any of that? You have to come to the microphone.
He's pondering.
Would you want to wait, see if we have any more comments and?
Okay, anybody else have any comments? Amy?
There have been some comments I've been texting you. Nobody wants to talk.
Yeah, of it.
There's
And
another one that just came in.
What did she say?
she texts us what people, so, because we all just do this,
Right,
she
so,
texts us, that's what I look at on my phone.
Oh,
It's not my girlfriend texting me.
yeah, same.
Just to let everybody know.
Yeah, I don't have a boyfriend.
okay, so no one else has a question, so,
Oh, what she said.
There are comments
Well,
there.
Amy, will you read the comments, please?
yeah.
Yes. Is there an option to do something similar at the Hawks Nest property that was purchased for fire department services for the sheriff's department? We live a mile away from, hang on, it just jumped, from the shelter gun range, and our dogs run in the house when the gun range sounds to be in use.
Well, I can answer the first question. I think I discussed that with the fire department one time last year, last year, and they told me no. I think that was the conversation, to be real sweet, short and sweet.
And there was one more comment that just came in, and it was a question about why isn't Plum Orchard Range being used? He thinks he missed that discussion, and I think Sheriff Fridley said they do use it unless there's public there.
The relevant statute is West Virginia Code, Chapter 20, Article 2, Section 58. Shooting across the road or near building a crowd. And essentially, the statute prohibits discharging firearms across any public road in the state at any time within 500 feet of any school or church, or within 500 feet of a dwelling house. As for state parks, it says in any state, or not state parks, but any state, county, or municipal park in areas where the discharge of firearms are prohibited. So essentially, those are the prohibitions under the statute. School, church, dwelling house. There is an exception to the dwelling house prohibition that basically says if you live in a house, then you are permitted to discharge a firearm within 500 feet of your own house. And as far as parks, it's basically up to the administrator or administration of the park to determine where firearms may be used and where they are not permitted.
Thank you, Anthony.
Thank you, Anthony.
And also, I know Kathy had some concerns about debris. Now, I'm a shooter. I know Sheriff can speak to it even more than I could. I mean, I have shotguns and rifles and pistols, and revolvers. But I think that the debris maybe from shotguns, but I mean, if the sheriffs are over there, pistols aren't gonna kick like that and rain on people's cars and stuff like that. So we're gonna get on the deputies shooting the gunpowder, whatever residue, but you know, I don't see anybody's lives or cars or anything. And the way the range is organized, nobody's gonna accidentally get shot. I mean, that's, you know, gun ranges have requirements and they are going to be met. And that's why Commissioner Luisos asked for the blueprints to try to figure out what the plan, how to upgrade it to make sure it's safe. I mean, in case nobody knew, there was a gun range, pistol range in the basement FBI headquarters that was big as this room. I mean, you don't need a lot of space. You just need the proper, what we call backstopping to catch your ammo. So, so while, you know, I definitely, you know, acknowledge that, you know, there may be something from, maybe, I've never heard of it, but I haven't been out there to see how close it is from the shotguns. I still, if it's debris, it's probably something from the shell or something. I don't understand what that would be, but I know pistols aren't going to be that same kind of problem. And that's what we're discussing right now. But
We have not been at the use the range at least since 2014. So.
oh, I think they're talking about the people who are out there shooting
I
now.
agree with you with
Yeah.
your shotgun shells and your BBs out of your shells.
Yeah.
I carry, but
She said it's not from the shells.
Okay, well, I'd like to know what it's from. I'd like to see something because it just like, you know, physics, it just doesn't make sense to me. There would be something else. I know prosecutor shoots too, and probably my colleagues, but it just doesn't sound like the kind of debris that I've seen in the many rounds I've shot. And I haven't shot as many as other people in this room. So I just want to know more about what that could be. But Sheriff, there was a question that came through on Zoom about you guys using the plum orchard. What was it you were saying about that?
well, one, that's a public range, and two, we've done that, and we go down there and it's lined up full of people down there shooting because there's not a schedule, you know, we don't own or anything like that, trying to get time to get down there and shoot. Plus, it's really, you know, it's not the best, not asking for the, you know, the Marriott of the ranges, but it's a mud hole and everything else. And matter of fact, myself, a couple years ago, got in pursuit and rolled up on them, and they all, they're shooting it. It's kind of scary, but you know, that's used for public. The public stuff they're shooting all the time, you know.
There's no schedule.
There's no schedule for it, no, sir.
And it's not upgraded
Right.
and not ideal for inclement weather.
And believe me, I've been searching everywhere in this county.
I know.
I found some, and you know, it all comes down to money. And that's the bottom line. I mean,
Do you happen to know who owns the plum orchard range, just out of curiosity?
I've already checked on all that. It's
Okay.
under the park. I even asked if we could do anything down there and add anything, anything.
And there was
No,
a
we
big
can't.
NO, okay.
Yeah, I think
So it
we've
sounds
got
like, the park's not even amenable to taking money from us to upgrade or make arrangements for our deputies. To PJ, who asked that question. So, but we have been looking. I mean, there have been pieces of land. I know the sheriff, ever since I was in the prosecutor's office and he wasn't sheriff, has been looking into these options. So it's not a new problem. It's something that's been ongoing for at least 6 or 7 years.
Okay, Rebecca,
No.
you wanted to speak?
I clicked the wrong person. Hang on.
But you,
Yes, I'm unmuted now. I just wanted to ask, I definitely think the sheriffs and the deputies should have a shooting range. It's a matter of public safety that they be able to practice and, you know, and be able to shoot well. It seems like a really bad idea to open to have that range be next to the animal shelter. I mean, regardless of whether or not it's a public safety issue, I mean, does the commission not care about the stress on the animals? I mean, if anybody has ever been around a dog that's afraid of, you know, that's gunshot or afraid of fireworks, it's really terrible. I just can't believe that our county could not come up with a better solution than putting the gun range next to the animal shelter.
You know, ma'am, the gun range has been down there for how long? 10 years?
since 2011.
2011, and now the commission brings this up to maybe do away with the lease, and the sheriff's department have a place to shoot their guns. Now that this is an issue, I've not heard about any issues until today.
Well, and I'd like to address that. I mean, I have a dog who I adopted from the shelter, who is terrified. She's fearful of everything. And when, I mean, she visibly shakes, she has taught herself how to break into my bedroom if the door's shut, or any room in the house to get near me when there's fireworks or whatever. I live in the town of Fayetteville, and anybody else who does knows that there are fireworks on a regular basis. And, you know, thankfully not gunshots, but we have people who are big fireworks aficionados who are setting them off, you know, anywhere near a holiday. It doesn't have to be at the scheduled time that Fayetteville puts them off. And of course, and then there's thunder, you know, my little baby's scared of everything. So, you know, I do my best to soothe her. The thing is here is that I think because we don't have indefinite resources, ideally, you're absolutely right. I mean, I would love not to terrify those dogs. I would love not to. And I would love my dog to never have to hear thunder or gunshots again, or fireworks again. I mean, really, because it freaks her out. It, you know, it breaks my heart that she's so sad and scared. That said, it also scares me if our deputies can't become proficient on their pistols, and that the sheriff is constantly having to go around trying to beg people for time and spend, you know, deputies' time and money to get all the way up on the Boy Scout range. I feel like there's a compromise to be had. They've already been shooting out there at certain times and dates, and I just asked the question how frequently he would need to do it. And I feel like there has to be a compromise there somewhere, because just like, you know, it's going to continue to thunder and we're going to continue to have fireworks, you know, I feel like if we try to mitigate, you know, it's not like they're going to be out there every day firing all day, you know, 24/7. I mean, I feel like there could be some scheduled times and, you know, I mean, sheriff doesn't have time to let them go out there all the time. So I feel like there's a compromise to be had there as far as the animals are concerned. That's why I asked him that question. And, you know, he cares about animals too. It's not that we don't understand it. I mean, I hate it for him, but it's a reality, just like I don't like, you know, being scared either. So I feel like, yeah, we don't have to torture them and do it all the time and terrify them constantly, but I feel like we have a range that at one point was functional for that purpose, probably could be functional again for that purpose. And it provides another public service that we need to provide. And I know, you know, and I'm not saying this is something that's up for consideration or discussion today, but, you know, the location of the shelter might be more of an issue than the location of the gun range down the road. But right now we're trying to figure out how to get our deputies, you know, anybody who's not proficient, to keep them proficient. Some people, I'm not a good pistol shot. I mean, if I go out there with a rifle, I'll probably hit whatever I want to hit, but you know, we want them out there, you know, regularly so they, you know, they don't miss. And, you know, that's what we're trying to do. So it's not like we're saying, oh, we have all these options, and of all the options we have, we're going to terrify dogs. That's not the issue we're discussing. We're saying we've examined every possible option over several years. I know he's been working on it because he talked to me about it several times, and before I ever thought about running for office. So, you know, it's been an issue. We don't have a solution. Now we're trying to find one to meet that and to do what we can to keep from terrifying the dogs on the regular. So,
Yeah, I agree with you. Everything you said, you know, rifle season, y'all hearing gunshots down there, rifle season? I hear them all over. I live in Oak Hill and I hear them all over the place. So, I mean, there's gunshots everywhere.
They're not rifles in Oak Hill. Okay, Kathy.
No, I hear them.
Kathy, you wanted to speak again? Did you get it?
Yes, Tom, you brought up, you know, why are we discussing this now? Because it's on the agenda. Just so you're aware, the Humane Society has brought this up in the past, and it has not gone very far as this shooting range next to the shelter. I know the public has brought this to the attention to the commission in the past as well, when they are down there and they have visited and they have seen what happens, the shooting going on and the stress that it causes the animals down there. They have had concerns, and we have encourage them to reach out because we have and nothing seems to get done. What I want to say here is that, you know, there are other options, I feel. You said something about the Hawk's Nest, and the fire association said no. I mean, they just don't want it there, or what? I'm just explain that.
But the conversation was that was for the fire department, basically is what they said.
But is that not county property out there?
Nope.
That belongs to the fire association.
Okay.
But I want to answer something. Kathy, what are you going to do about gun season? I mean, I just, you know, and when I meant sitting in Oak Hill, I hear gunshot. I don't think, John, during gun season, I can sit on my porch and hear rifles shot all over the place. And I'm not trying to be, you know, real hard about this, but during gun season, I can sit out there and hear gunshots all over. I can hear, and if I was at the park, I guarantee you I can hear gunshots all over. Now, some's not as close as others, but still, it happens.
We can't control over where people hunt and, you know, and whatnot. But what we can control and what you all can control as commissioners, as the government official of this county, is you can control, you own the property, you can control whether a shooting range can be allowed there or not. And I mean, gosh, it's a no-brainer. And it's just, I mean, this is a big county, and I'm sure if we can, you know, figure some things out, there's a much better option out there than to have a shooting range situated less than 500 feet from the animal shelter.
Kathy, I'll take you up on something. You know a lot of people. Why don't you help me find somewhere to put a range and help me raise the money to put one up, because that's the biggest problem I'm running into. We haven't had a range, and I just want to make it clear, the sheriff's office hasn't been down there shooting since 2014. So when you talk about shooting down there, it's the club. It's not the deputy.
Exactly. Exactly. And don't get me wrong, I agree. There needs to be a range for the sheriff's department. You know, I'm not against that at all. What I am against is any shooting range, whether it's the sheriff or the public or a club shooting next to the animal shelter.
It's just funny that, you know, and I've been, like I said before, when Sheriff Kessler was here and then I came in office, I've been trying to work with everybody to find a range. And it seems like people come in here and raise cane with the commission, and then they kick that one down, and then we find a place to do it, then it's gonna cost $100,000 to get it done right. This is, I mean, I don't care where it's at. I just need a range. It's just hard to keep qualification up, keep my deputies trained, because in the long run, what's going to happen, because we wrote letters to the commission for this purpose, when there's something that bad happens, that we have to use deadly force or something, it's not going to cost them $40,000. It's going to cost them $40 million because we wasn't trained proper. And that's what scares me as a sheriff. And that's my due diligence, to make sure my people have the property in the areas to be able to qualify. And I'm not against doing that. I don't care. I don't care if they say, Mike, take it up here and we build you. I don't care. I just need somewhere to be able to keep my deputies trained.
Well, can I point something out? I think Commissioner Luiso said the only thing that he
Can you
really.
come up to the mic? Thank you.
The only thing that Commissioner Luiso said he wanted to address today was termination of the existing lease, and that his motion was not going to contemplate future use.
Well, we were information gathering, though. That was something that but you're right. I mean, I feel like, but I want to acknowledge, I know Miss Lindsay, who spoke earlier, had put a comment in Zoom. She said that she agrees that set times and maybe keep looking. I think we're always going to try to find the ideal situation, but we've postponed this and put the onus on the sheriff and the individual deputies to deal with this problem for a long time. And this is a county responsibility. I do think we can responsibly, you know, when we get to that decision point, give the sheriff and his deputies access to that range. I mean, and that would be a higher priority than the sportsmen who have access to it now, as far as I'm concerned. So, we might just be trading, one set of gunfire for another. We might not be changing it at all as far as dogs are concerned. We might be out there less time. So I just want to say that, yeah, I mean, nobody ideally wants to terrify animals. I mean, seriously, we all are animal owners and lovers. It's a matter of practical, county resources, and are they being, like right now we have there's the club that goes up there has a lock on the gate, and it's supposed to be a public range, but the public can't get up there unless one of the club members are there. And it doesn't make sense the way it structures it. Everything we're looking at is how does it benefit the entirety of Fayette County, and that we don't have these little arrangements in place that benefit only a small number of people. And right now, it's more important to me that our deputies have a place to be qualified, however we structure that, than it is. I mean, I would love to be able to go up there and shoot skeet. I didn't even know we had that up there, but I think it's more important that they be able to go there and shoot. So that's what we're examining today. We're always going to look, and we'll always be open to, anybody who wants to donate land and build a shooting range for the sheriff or whatever. I'm sure he would take it, but the answer is not put it so far away from the sheriff department that, people have to spend hours a day just to get there and back either. Like, we need something within proximity, and even the Boy Scout camp range is pretty far away, actually driving between here and the range. So, I mean, so getting back, are there other people who want to
Yeah.
speak, Amy?
Tom wants to say something, then we're
Okay.
going back to Rebecca.
Yeah, I do want to ask Kathy, I guess Kathy, you're the more or less the leader of this. What is the issues with the gun range? And I need briefly, not a long drawn out statement. I just need the issues with the gun range being out there. So I can have information to maybe fix the problem if we put the gun range out there. What's a couple things?
I mean, I stated them earlier, but first of all, safety of our employees, any visitors out there, volunteers, and the animals themselves. There, like I said, there is debris, buckshot that rains down.
Okay, buckshot, that's one. Hold on.
Okay, and
You're
I want to
going
know what
off
the
and
safety
you're
issues
going
are.
on. Buckshot, what's
I
another?
mean, that stuff's falling down on somebody or on somebody's vehicle, things like that. I mean, who knows? I mean, when our employees are, getting hit with stuff in their head, falling down on the, from the sky, from the people that are shooting next door, that's a concern.
Have you had any injuries or workman's comp claims with that kind of thing?
Not yet.
Okay,
Good.
But also
Yeah,
just
yeah.
well-being of the animals there. I mean, the psychological, the stress that is, put on animals
So
from.
that one we understand.
Okay.
So we're trying to
Buckshot,
understand the others.
Yeah,
That's what I'm-
buckshot and noise, right? Buckshot and noise, what's another?
That was it.
The debris
I
and
mean-
the noise.
And I think it would be a liability to the county if anyone was to get hurt, whether, I mean, it could come back on you all.
I just
Well-
asked, Kathy, I just asked what the problems was out there so we can address them if we do.
Absolutely.
Okay, buckshot and noise.
And I didn't finish saying what Ms. Lindsay had said, but she even, and I don't know if we could do this as the government. I know Mike had talked about having private people raise funds, which I think is possible, but
Rebecca wants to talk.
yeah, Rebecca had mentioned crowdsourcing and reducing what we can control and that sort of thing. And then she had a question about whether the relief funds could cover it. Just to address what she said, I don't know about whether the government can crowdsource something in the traditional way. I have no idea, and we can look into that. But we need a solution for now, and then we can always look for solutions down the road. As far as American Recovery funding, it's not unlimited. People think 8.1 million is a lot of money. It's not when it comes to the amount of money that we're putting out and the other priorities of the county and national park and stuff like that. So I don't think we could even speak to where the recovery funding is going to go until, first of all, we get it. And we have some guidance on how to use it, some guidance on how we could use the old CARES funding that might be
Sewer.
freed up. But yeah, I mean, there are major infrastructure issues in this county for people who don't have, I've said a million times that clean drinking water, sewer, stuff like that we have to look at. We have a bridge that's fallen down that has a gas line under it and a water line under it. So there are just a ton of things. So I don't like to keep looking at that American relief money as if it's going to save solve all our problems, because it's not. It's very limited in scope and what we're able to spend it on. And law enforcement might qualify. You're right, Rebecca. I mean, it might. We just have to take a hard look at all of it and make sure that we're not, putting money towards something that we don't have to put money toward, at least right now. So, but she wants to talk, so I just wanted to address what she put in her Zoom comments, because I started reading them, but I didn't read the entirety of them. Didn't want to shortchange her by just reading select comments.
Really, what I wanted to say was, I think if we did this, it would be great if the county would work with the shelter to come up with a way for this plan to be less shooting than they're currently experiencing. I mean, I agree. The idea, the learning that we were leasing county property to a gun club for $100 a year, that seems absolutely ridiculous and wasteful. I definitely think using it for the sheriff's deputies would be a better option. But it would be great if the commission, in allowing that, would work with the shelter to pick times that are the least, disruptive, and, that it would minimize it. And then again, if we could, I think we ought to keep looking. And one of the places I wanted to know was, is purchasing land and building a gun range, would that be something that could be done with the infrastructure funds that are supposedly coming from the American Recovery Act? It sounds like you're saying you don't know.
The only thing that we can use it for right now that we're aware of is internet, water, and sewer.
Okay.
Yeah.
For outsourcing, I just wanted to say, I meant we just need to get the county residents involved in coming up and recommending potentially useful places that are not right next to the animal shelter. That's all.
I mean, I would love the community to be more. I agree with you 100% on that. And I will let you know that while what Commissioner Brenemen said is right about the American Relief, we do have a little more flexibility with CARES, I think, but where we committed some money that we shouldn't have, and we've been sitting on it a while just to make sure that we're not going to have to pay it back. We have funding options for different things, but the sheriff needs something, and we're probably going to have to make upgrades just to get them something to do. And I know there have been concerns about the location of the shelter in the past and wanting a better facility and all that stuff. I mean, I just don't know what all the options are. Right now, we have this private club that gets to shoot all they want up there for $100 a year, like you pointed out, and they charge people apparently if they're going to let the public come up there. But we don't have, our sheriff's deputies don't have anywhere to practice and qualify.
Okay, we got to get to the next.
Okay.
All right.
So
We need to move on to our next.
Well, we do have to make
The-
a motion on this.
Okay.
yeah, well, I mean, do you want to make
On
the
the lease.
motion?
You can if you want.
Okay, well, we've reviewed the lease with that group. We've got a legal opinion on what our notice requirements are to break the lease. In my view, we do need to give notice to the gun club and get out of this lease. I don't feel like it's out of the realm of possibility that we might still be able to work with them to try to manage the range to some extent. But at this point, I think the lease that we currently have with it is unfair and it doesn't serve the public. So I move that we have our council give the gun club notice to vacate and our notice to withdraw from the lease.
A second.
Okay, we have a motion and a second to let the gun club know that we're going to cancel their lease. All those in favor?
Aye.
Aye. Okay, so that's taken care of. Folks, if you haven't heard it, I just got a notice from 59 News that Governor Justice has set June the 20th for the last day to wear masks.
What were you gonna say?
But do you want me to send the notice or do you want
Up to you.
I don't mind.
That's your decision. Yeah.
I don't mind.
Okay.
Okay. Next, Mike, we're sorry that and your chief tax counselor, chief tax person. Sorry that we're done. I mean, we've gone over, but it's a discussion on hotel, motel, Airbnb, or vacation properties, availability and, wait there, reading the one above it, Airbnb, county and late fees incurred. So if you guys would go on up to the mic and talk to us, we appreciate it.
It wasn't us.
It was Mike, or whose was it? Allison?
What was it?
The hotel motel,
12 o'clock one?
or the Airbnb stuff.
Here's the thing, so it was my view that we, from comments I was receiving, and I just haven't had the chance to, since I just learned some more information a couple days ago on this at the meeting earlier this week that we had with the Planning Commission. From what I understood, we had a problem where the state, we've discussed this many times before, where the state was collecting from some of these, from Airbnb or from VRBO in particular, the hotel motel tax on behalf of the property owner and submitting them to the state rather than to the county. And the state was putting all the money into one fund with the sales tax that was collected. And then the county was never seeing its money. And of course, the sheriff has an ordinance of ours that he had to implement to, if somebody's late on their taxes, he's got to pursue the taxes because they owe him still. And then he had to impose late fees because of certain rules we had. And then I found out that the individual who complained actually, you know, there was some confusion on that front. And then I also found out that VRBO stopped withdrawing those taxes about 3 years ago, and that people have to subscribe to a service to get that done for them. And some people choose to do that and some don't. But it's not as big an issue as I thought it was. I do think this commission probably needs to take a look at that ordinance, just as far as I've spoken with our county administrator about whether we could accept money less frequently than monthly, because a lot of people, it's a big, it's paying the butt. I owe the town a favor. I'll tell you right now, I owe them for probably 5 months. And it's just hard to manage monthly payments for some people, and I'm just one of them. But I asked about that. She said we normally pay it quarterly. So I do think we need to take a look at the ordinance. I don't think we need to do it today. The impetus that caused me to put this on the agenda is no longer there. And I would like time to be able to meet with the sheriff's tax chief deputy and figure out, and with our county administrator, and figure out how we might be able to make it more amenable for county members and businesses to pay this tax on a schedule that's flexible enough for them, but also doesn't require too much overhead for us. So right now, I just move that we remove this from the agenda. I don't want to put it on a new agenda until we have the time to discuss everything. Sheriff, do you have anything to add, or Ms. Frost?
I'm just glad that the problem that you had got worked out, and I talked to the same individual several times about that. It's up to commission. I told you that at the beginning how the ordinance reads. I'm against it. The reason why is if you go to quarterly, then there's no late fees anymore. So you just get whatever, which again, it's not my money, it's the commission's money, whatever. And we collected over $26,000 in late fees. One individual had to pay $19,000. And now this person is paying all the time. And we got a lot of stuff worked out. And we copied off, you always reference to Pocahontas, we used theirs. And,
I don't always, just with that one issue.
Just that one issue, I understand.
I haven't even been to Pocahontas.
It was Pocahontas, we used them with somebody else, but again, I was, right up front, I'm against it. And, the reason why is, that's a responsibility.
Changing the periodic thing, yeah.
Yeah.
I know too that the reason late fees went in is because we have big businesses who just would go all year without paying and stuff too. So that it wasn't like it was an individual we were trying to punish. It was more like trying to get the businesses to get their acts together too.
It wasn't really that. It was just, ours was just, it was $1 late fee. That was wasting everybody's time and paper and everything. There was something, there had to be something to make people say, hey, if I don't do this, it's gonna be this amount, which is still very minute. I mean, it's really.
Yeah, well, since,
Make them accountable.
Just make them accountable.
I understand, and listen, I don't have my mind made up about what we should do or shouldn't do, but I do want to ask the question and talk to you guys and make sure the ordinance as it stands is the way we want it. So, I mean, even if there's something else that's not in there you think needs to be in there, okay, so what I want to do is revisit the ordinance. So let's, get your wish list together, and when you're ready, contact me, and we'll get with Ruth and we'll meet about it, and then we'll get something on the agenda for the commission once we, get our data together and figure out how we want to change it. But for now, I'm just going to move that we strike this issue from the agenda. It's not ripe to be heard right now, and I'm not sure when it will be. I want to give Chief Frost the ability to get her wish list together and for us to meet and come up with some recommendations and a new draft ordinance that we run by our prosecutor before we bring it before the commission. Because when it comes back, I want us to have something to sign, be able to have a hearing on it and just get it done.
I second,
Okay.
but who was it? I think we'd also, have you been looking at that, to have a business license, the Airbnb?
I haven't, but I can add that. I mean, we
that's
can
something-
discuss that.
In order to, I think in order to enforce it too, you help force it to know what's going on.
Okay,
Just like Fayette.
that's a good idea.
Just like Fayette, just keep yourself.
That's a good idea. Well, Fayetteville does things, and we'll probably actually ask Mayor Cruikshanks to weigh in because she has some insight into this, having looked into it herself. But we can look into that too, whether we think.
It's already been done. I've already sent the order, the state law on that to Eddie, and he's already getting ready to implement that. So it's gonna be part of the.
You're all gonna get blue forms.
They're gonna get blue forms from now on.
Okay.
Sweet.
Yep.
Sweet. Well, thanks for coming, and, just get your stuff to get, your list of things that you want to change about it and what would make, things work and make sense. And then we'll talk about, all of that stuff and whatever. We're not trying to create more work for you or anything like that. I mean, I want to know the full implications of everything that I'm spouting on. But we did have a case where we thought that somebody was being double charged, state and county, for the same tax, and that we thought we were penalizing somebody who had thought they'd paid in good faith, their taxes. So that was the main issue I was trying to address, and it's overtaken by events at this point. So
Okay, 5-minute break.
Thank you, John.
is that what that look was about?
Yeah.
I'll take it.
Okay.
Okay.
I looked at the MOU. My only concern is, I think.
Are we getting legal advice, or because we're on the speaker? I don't know.
I don't know. My only concern is the relationship between the county, the person that answers to the county, the relationship.
Don't like it.
That was mine too. I was worried about
I
that.
think assuming this goes forward, I think we need to better flesh out the interplay between the county commission employee and the Humane Society.
Well, and on the other stuff, I feel like there's not enough specificity in some of those items, given what has become and what I think has always been to some extent a contentious relationship. I feel like if there's like in a divorce decree, how strict are you going to be on your parenting plan? It's going to depend on how well the parties are getting along. So the parties aren't getting along right now. And so I'm worried that there's not enough specificity in some of those issues to protect both sides, to make sure that the shelter knows what our expectations are specifically, and what, and their side of things. So I just feel like there are areas where we could really get snagged up in stuff.
Has the MOU been made public? And has the,
No,
so
it's a draft still. Yeah, so I mean, I'm just worried that there's just not enough specificity given the nature of the relationship between the parties, and especially with some of these reporting requirements and stuff that have, some of which have already in the old MOU, but which aren't being adhered to my knowledge. So, I mean, I just want to make sure that I don't want to put them in a position where, hey, will you have when did we put that back on, the gun range stuff? The 18th? Can you get those blueprints to us sooner, or try to get some numbers to us? Okay. Okay.
John, Ray has a second. There's several spots for you to sign. It's a new bank account. That's your signature card thing.
Yeah, I know.
Well, we're gonna do something. We gotta do something. I mean, if that one's usable and imminently, if we can put a little bit of money toward it to make it usable for now, we'll keep looking to get you something ideal, but in the meantime, you gotta have somebody to go. So my concern is, I don't wanna put requirements on them without being specific. And I also don't wanna, not be specific about things that are important to us.
And as a practical matter, the Humane Society sort of wanted to
Yeah,
look at it.
Oh.
yeah, exactly, exactly. So, but that was my concern, is that given the way things are, the sad reality as it is.
Say something.
Oh, no, I know. But I was just, in case you wanted to clear, but I just wanted to, those are my concerns, is that just looking at them like, I can see this one blowing up, I can see this one blowing up, I can see this one blowing up. And on a couple of them, you're right, we have to better flesh out any kind of structure as far as having an employee over there, because, I mean, how's that gonna work?
Well, I mean.
Who hires, who decides who's qualified, who does,
What about firing?
well, exactly, and who, you know, who does that person report to, and is there a mixed loyalty, and who's gonna monitor the performance, like all the employment law questions, but then also, like, you know, what are our expectations? Like, that's putting somebody in a really bad sitch. Not that I don't like the idea of having people there. Yeah, you're welcome. You're welcome.
What's
But-
that last one? Sorry?
Michelle?
Because I've always said that to my clients. It's like, the better you get along, the less specificity you need in your parenting.
Right, and but that's what I see, like, I see it as parenting plan.
And keep in mind that your relationship today may not be your relationship in a year or 5 years.
Correct, whether it improves or doesn't, you know, but.
Is this all of us?
But those, so I was just saying, some of my concerns about that draft MOU were because, and I know you'll appreciate this, a family court analogy, like, if you have parents who get along really well, your parenting plan doesn't have to be very specific, you know, you let the kids call the shots or whatever you do. If your parents don't get along, the more specific, the better, because they're going to be back and forth all the time. There's going to be a bunch of battles. I feel like there are several items in the draft that have lots of areas that blow up at this stage. And I appreciate what John was trying to do, because you're right, 3 times on the agenda now. You know, we've got to get it resolved. But my concern is that there's just too much leeway. And on the employment law aspect, I really think we might even have to, you know, like seek some legal advice from Anthony in executive session on how to handle how that would be structured, because it would be so, like, hiring, firing, performance
Are
reviews.
you talking about what the county?
Mhm.
We would have them work for us.
Right, but
We don't
then,
have their funds.
So who do they answer to?
The answer to the commission.
but I guess we probably need to come up with a position
How does
description.
How does Nicholas County do it?
All of their employees are county, every single one. So my concern is the intermixing of a private organization and a county government person, and how we would have to be very specific about how that would work.
Okay.
And I don't think, like, I think we would have to have a position description ready and attach an MOU and stuff like that. And I feel like we don't have that, but I
No,
do.
we don't have that. You're
But
right.
with some of these other reporting, even the ones that were in there already, they're not specific enough to be fair to them about what our expectations are, or fair to us, because I don't feel like we could implement anything we want to without more specificity, without a fight. And I don't feel like they have enough notice by the language in there exactly what we want.
Yeah.
So that's my concern about the draft. So
Why don't we give them a copy, let them look at it?
Yeah, I think that's a good idea. In fact, Anthony was just suggesting that.
Aim.
But I would like another hack at it before we do that. Because there are a couple of things that I think that are already clear that we need to add in there. I
But
just
this
didn't have
is
time
going
to do
us
it.
further and further behind.
Well, I mean.
I'm not talking about doing it today. I mean, you know, I think we don't put it back on the agenda until it's ready, but just like, you know, the other thing, but I think that, you know, there are issues that we have to flesh out that we haven't. I mean, we can't act on it today. It's not gonna hold. I'm telling
And
you.
I think you're right. And I'm gonna tell you what, I don't mind even having a special meeting on it if we have to. I mean,
Yeah.
You know,
Well, we're gonna have to start meeting every week.
Yeah.
Because with all the comprehensive plan stuff and going to the different areas.
I mean,
I'd rather
with you,
meet
really.
twice in the weeks we have meetings so I can take a week off if I need to.
Well, I
but-
mean, I just think
but
you're
yeah.
right. This needs to be, we just discuss it and we need to iron out a few things.
Yeah, and some of those questions are legal questions too. So I want to, I want to be able to ask
And I
Anthony
think.
some, as I think about it a little more, I have some, like employment law questions. I'm just, I want to make sure because I feel like anybody in that position is going to be very awkward given the relationship. Normally it shouldn't be, but it is. And I don't like it that it's this way, but it is. And that's a reality that we have to accommodate.
Well, the biggest issue is going to be funding.
Oh, I know. And
Everybody got the letter except for them.
yeah, I
Everybody
know.
got the what?
Their
Got their
funding
letter
letter, their
except for
budget
them.
letter, yeah.
So I think that we need to address that.
So your concern is getting the funding addressed
Yeah.
You know,
sooner
And then
than
we-
later.
I don't
Well, see,
think
but I
that's-
think funding is directly tied
Yes, it
to what
is.
the agreement is.
The only way to me, I mean, I think it is. I think it's tied to it. The only way it would be is to make sure that at any time it can be changed, it can be changed. I mean, I don't want to say, okay, this is what you have, do whatever you want. There needs to be an
Right.
MOU lined out and a lease lined out.
Yeah.
Well, let's at least tell them that.
Well, yeah, and I think there's some provisions in there we can definitely just, bring up and float, and have them chewing on it.
Well, okay. I mean,
But as far as like having it ready, I don't think it's ready. And I think even before we release the draft, I think there are a couple of things that we just need to flesh out. I feel like we need a position description,
yeah, no, I agree.
that
with
kind
you.
of thing.
I agree. When John asked me, I just threw it out there.
Oh, yeah. Oh, no, I know. And I understand where you're coming from 100%. And I'm not even, I even think even in a different setting, it still was a good idea, but I see all these things that, from my.
This way, no matter what, the public knows what's going on, in my opinion.
Oh, I agree.
Instead of all the hearsay, all the emails we get, all this,
Right.
there's somebody there.
If that person has access.
Yeah.
Plus we put the MOU online.
Yeah. Yeah. Okay. You ready?
Okay. Joining back together. How did you get from there to
That was
here?
pretty fast.
What
Well,
it
he's
is,
right over there. He's always in here. Y'all don't see it, but he's usually haunting around.
what it is, it's that Willy Wonka special again, where they use the TV to project themselves. Okay. So what we were talking about, Kathy's here. She came really quick over here, but anyway, we're talking about NRHS funding, renewal of lease, and renewal of MOU. And this has been a long drawn out issue.
It has been drawn out. I'll just summarize, Kathy, where we're coming from. None of us want the contentious relationship we have. I mean, none of us do. And I feel like there's room for compromise. I know Ruth has identified some additional funding, not everything you've asked for yet, but she's identified a substantial amount that we're going to be able to allocate to. And we're not done with the funding issue. But as the commissioners, we looked at the old MOU, and we have to look at what the shelter does is, the needs of the county, and as the county has issues, and among them is the feral cat problem, like it or not. And that's something that we need to address. You have an endowment that can spay and neuter, and experts who tell us that spay neuter release is the way to go. So we want to explore a program to try to do something like that. We want to, look at the cat issue, which is an issue sometimes, the domesticated ones. Then we've had some complaints about fee structure and stuff like that. But what I feel we need to do, and I think my colleagues will agree, is that we need to look at the MOU and let you know exactly what our needs are, and then figure out how we're going to be able to, symbiotically do those. I mean, you may even need more money to do what we're asking you to do, but we need to understand, what's available in the big pot of resources, whether, they're owned by you from an endowment. I don't think they should just sit there. I mean, I think we should find a way to deal with this feral cat problem if you have some funding that can do it, and maybe we can offset that with salary funding. So, or different, or, repairs or some other stuff you need on your wish list. But those, we took a hack at making some changes to the MOU, and I feel, as a lawyer, that it's insufficient. I explained to my colleagues and the prosecutor that when you have a contentious relationship, you have to be a lot more specific, like in a parenting plan divorce case. If your parents are getting along and you're exchanging the kids and everything's good, you don't have to say it has to be every Saturday at 1 o'clock. But if you're having a relationship like we've had, we need to be specific to be fair for both sides. If we're asking you to report certain things to us, we need to be specific about when it's due and that sort of stuff. So there's no question. So we can't say, well, she didn't tell us. And so you can't come back and say, well, you didn't tell me what day you wanted it, so we have a draft working. One of the things that we've been considering is having, maybe hiring a county employee to kind of resolve over there, but we don't know how. I mean, as a lawyer, I'm thinking, well, how would that work? Because we have a private organization, we want to have a county employee. We're just exploring options that would help resolve some of the concerns between us, but we haven't fully explored them all as far as this MOU is concerned. Like where everything's been coming at us at once and we've been worried about funding. We didn't really stop to consider, okay, well, the MOU is not up to date. Like it's not specific enough. The lease is, an issue that needs to be, all of this needs to start happening at the same time. So then if we need to renegotiate, an MOU, then you're able to come in with a budget that will, address what we're asking you to do, or come back and negotiate, well, I don't think I can do that without this much more money, or or whatever. So we kind of went out a little backwards by not getting to the MOU sooner. And I'm sorry about that. I'm just trying to figure, I'm just trying to swim right now, but I do want to try to start over as far as the fighting is concerned, because nobody wants the animals to die and nobody wants people to lose their jobs. I mean, that's a fact. And we really do want to fund you, and we want to fund it. Commissioner Brenemen's up here really upset that we don't have a full decision for you on funding today, but and we're not wanting to keep kicking it down the road either. I mean, I know you don't want to come in here anymore or have to have your calls to action and have people tuning in, take a time out of their day. But I feel like it's a cart before the horse if we do the full funding before we get the MOU squared away. And so I want for us to meet with Mr. Siliberti about some of my employment law questions, legal, because I'm worried about setting up something that's untenable. I just want to make sure they're practical, and then come to you with, a draft MOU and have you and your board review it, and you can have an attorney look at it or whatever and see what you think. And it's a negotiation. I mean, there are things that we, might just not be feasible right off the bat or this year or during the term of the MOU, but that's what we need to understand. And I think if we just start trying to work together and educate each other, that we can get through it. But I think we do need to dial it back, because I do think we're kind of all in violent agreement that we need to take care of the animals, and we need to take care of the people, and that sort of thing. It's just a matter of how and where we're going to grab the money from. Now, from having come in here the number of years you have, that the commission has never been able to give you your full, you have to come in, your responsibility is come and tell us everything you need. And then we have to take a look at what we can give, and you always end up with less, but you haven't. So I would love to know when you weren't, because I followed you on Facebook a long time. So I've been watching the budget stuff, and I remember even writing up a huge dissertation about ways to get funding, not understanding at the time you couldn't fund staff out of grants, but I remember putting a lot of effort into, okay, how can I help them? You know, because I'm not the best volunteer other than my doing this job, and being in the military and stuff. But, you know, as far as coming down there and doing work, I don't know how I fit it in if I can't even get to my accounting. But as far as, you know, being interested and wanting to try to help you with what I'm good at, you know, I'm willing to do that. But I say all this to tell you, we don't have your full budget money identified. Ruth, what was the amount you identified?
48,000.
So 48,500 more we've identified. We still haven't received all those other funds, but she was scrubbing to look at where we had, where I guess something that we thought was going to be spent wasn't, you know, and so she was able to free that up right away. And I think we can probably vote on that.
It'll actually be a one-time grant from the CARES money because you're a nonprofit. And the letter that I haven't read.
Yeah, so we're trying to be creative about that stuff, and a lot of the funding we haven't even gotten in yet. But so the way I look at it is, if there are ways we can allocate some of that money to something else and free up money for the shelter, that's what we're trying to do, is move stuff around. But we have, as you know, as your husband's pointed out several times, like we've had crazy expenses, like for elevators and memorial buildings falling down, and you know, the sheriff boiler went out. Just crazy stuff with these old buildings that haven't been maintained, that we've been trying to do just for health and safety and welfare of employees and anybody walking by over at the memorial building. But we're still committed to finding the money. We just haven't yet. I mean, we haven't gotten everything or all the guidance on how we can spend stuff. But the MOU is an issue that we're looking at, and I think it needs to be a part of it. I really do, because I don't think for the county's sake, just like with the gun range, I don't feel like, you know, the gun range people should be dictating what we do. I feel like we should tell you as the customer what our needs are as a county, and then you guys say, okay, here's what we can do with what we have, you know, and have us prioritize stuff for you too. I mean, that's the way it should work. And so, because we're allocating county tax dollars. And so I think we need to look at all that and how your endowment can help offset some of this other stuff, or some of these needs that we have, you know, where we can use money that you have. So that's it from me.
With that being said, I feel that we can do more than we did last year. I feel the amount is $185,000. But we do need to get the lease and the MOU agreed to. On Monday, we're supposed to have a meeting concerning Route 19, but the current commission that works on that, planning commission, hasn't been able to get the necessary people there. So they need to have 8 people there to have their quorum. If they don't do that, and Mr. Siliberti has Monday evening open, do you, Anthony?
Oh, what's coming?
Which Monday?
This coming Monday, the 10th.
I should.
Then I would recommend that the commission comes and works with Mr. Siliberti on the MOU and lease and get that completed.
Wait, we can't do that without setting a meeting. We can't meet without having a meeting. I mean,
Yeah, I'm kind of confused too. I mean, can we do that without having a scheduled meeting?
Well, let's, huh?
I don't think we can.
Yeah.
yeah.
Okay, well, let's schedule the correct meeting.
Well,
Let's
what
get
I
it
would
done.
like to do, if y'all don't object, I know, what time did you say you had to go? 1?
Why don't we all just send him information
Yeah,
separately? What I did last year is I gave information to Jeff. Jeff took the old MOU and old lease, come up with something, send it back to me. He could do the same. I'm sure Anthony could do the same with us. We send him what we want. He puts it in a format and sends it back to us. Can we say yes, no, or whatever individually? Can we do that or not?
I think we can, but I mean, John, are you talking about working with me as well as having the Humane Society?
Well, we just need to get this done. And if we need to set up a separate meeting in 3 days, let's get it done.
Well, we can't do it on Monday, but I mean, we can do it later in the week. if we set the-
When's your big court cases start?
They're ongoing.
I mean, there's no easy answer to that. I mean, I deal with it every day, and of course, next Tuesday, we have grand jury. So Tuesday and Wednesday is going
Okay.
to be pretty
Yeah.
much from.
Bail to
Well,
bail?
and just so you know, I mean, the kind of questions that I have for him are not like, he's not going to be able to say off the top of his head. I mean, he's, you know, we don't know everything about everything. As lawyers, even people like to think we do. I feel like to be responsible about that we need to get a draft. Like, you know, Commissioner Luis has said, and I like that idea that, you know, we get, at least, send our input to somebody on our staff and then have them send it all to Anthony at once
That'd be fine.
instead of 3 emails. And then, you know, have him take a look, and then we can have this on the agenda and maybe go into executive session to get legal advice on the issues I have next meeting as far as MOU goes, and get a draft to Kathy and her board. And then hopefully get that thing done first meeting in June. And by then I think we'll have had the opportunity, you know, to get some feedback on, and I understand you have a presentation, which you totally have the opportunity to give, but then we can take a look at the money, you know, the rest of the money. So from what John's promising, and I don't know if you know something about the budget, I don't, but another 70,000 after you take the 70 we gave and the 48.5, just to get to the number he said, but a little less to get to the number of last year. I'm not committed to any particular number at this point. I'm committed to figuring out what the needs are and what they're going to cost and funding them.
I'm
So-
agreeing with 100%. I don't just throw money out at something. I just don't do it whether we have it or not. I think the needs of the county comes first. If we can work together. Well, it's more than that, Kathy. It's just that we'll get to that. There's no use in explaining it to you or talking to you about it. My suggestion is give it to the lawyer, let him write it up, and then you do with it from there. We'll have a discussion
Well,
after that.
And here's the thing, Kat, I mean, I applaud your zealous advocacy for the animals you represent, the organization you represent. I mean, and we have to be just as zealous from a global county. Like I said, you have to come in and ask for the amount of money that you need, to do the things to execute your mission. You have to. Like, I don't look and say, well, she did it with 170,000 last year, so she should be able to do it this year. I don't look at it that way. You need to come in and say, this is what I need. You came in with 210, that's what you need. And the answer is probably somewhere in the middle as far as what each of us can do. But the thing is that, you know, as commissioners, we're hearing about the feral cat problems and some other things. And we have citizens complaining about when their animals are picked up, you know, within the fees and stuff. And those are things that we just need to understand. And I need to understand why animals that are, you know, that are here in Fayette County and you put them on Facebook and then somebody says, I'll adopt that dog, and they're already promised a rescue. And I'm like, well, why does a rescue get an animal before a citizen who wants to? Okay. How does that work? Okay. I've seen your name a lot of times. I've heard a lot of good things about you, I will say. The Nicholas County too. They love you.
Yes, I try to help whoever I can. But obviously my priority is here in Fayette County. So the rescues, we would not be able to achieve our no euthanasia without them. They take approximately 85% of our animals. And though you might hear of the occasional person that gets upset about an animal that they weren't able to get, there are, I promise, not enough people coming to adopt these animals compared to what comes in the door. And there are lots of people, even though an animal is promised to rescue, there are times that I can contact the rescue and say, hey, we have a wonderful adopter here who is interested in this animal. And then if that animal isn't already promised to an adopter at the rescue, I can oftentimes make that work.
Can I interrupt you? How does that how does that work? If y'all don't mind, I'll forget the question. You said, so is it already, somebody's already adopted it before you ship it?
Nobody's here yet.
I'm just curious how that works.
So that's different. They already have an adopter lined up and sometimes they don't. But they do put in a lot of time and effort working to find a foster for that animal, make any kind of plans for that animal that may be needed, such as transport or vetting, that might have to transpire on that end. So sometimes they have an adopter, sometimes they don't. That's why.
Okay, you said if it's not already adopted, so to me.
There's some flexibility in there if
Right, so-
they haven't arranged an adopter.
Right, so we just try to maintain good relationships. I don't want to like pull the rug out from under them because it's on good faith that animal's coming to them. You understand what I'm saying?
Yeah.
So if they already have plans for that, then, or they already have an adopter for that animal, then I honor that. Because they committed to that animal before this adopter came along.
So has anybody ever come down there and asked to adopt an animal and they didn't have an adopter for it? And they've got to adopt the animal?
Yes, yeah.
Okay. I'm just curious. Okay.
Absolutely.
We will, and despite what probably the complaints that you all receive, and we get complaints too, but we make every effort to, you know, if the rescue is willing and doesn't have somebody already set up that has been approved, gone through the adoption process on their end, to have our local, and our rescue partners agree that local adoption is best. So if there's an option to adopt locally,
We
they
love to
support.
see our supporters happy. You know what I mean? And
Yeah.
enjoying it and saving an animal from here. That's a wonderful feeling.
Let me ask you another question, because I mentioned it, but another complaint that we receive regularly. Now, some of it's my own observations, because I'll look and I'll see cute puppy on Facebook, and then I'll see, sorry, it's already promised to rescue, without more detail. You know, maybe it's already been promised to adopt, you know, or something. Maybe if you put more detail, that would help with that perception. But because my perception was, what? You know, what do you mean? The dog's here, you know? And I saw that several times. I've been a follower of the Humane Society probably 6 or more years, because I've had my one dog 5 years. So, but anyway, I've been watching, and I'll see that, and I think it's a part of its perception, part of its reality. But then my other question is these fees. Like, so one of the complaints we're getting from citizens is, you know, well, you know, I had somebody watching my house and my animal got out or whatever, and then they had to pay exorbitant fees to get it back for all kinds of medical care and things that came in. I don't have all the detail. You know, I know every case by case is different. How long have you had the pet? How long were they gone? That sort of thing. So one of the things that I think that we need to at least discuss and consider is, you know, for those types of animals that you get, you know, how long could you quarantine it, considering somebody might be out of town a week, you know, or when it got out, and maybe we can even get the word out if somebody's, well, I know we do on Facebook, when somebody's dog gets out or whatever, you know, we let people know. But, you know, what more can we do to maybe keep from having duplicate, like say it's one of my dogs who's well cared for and, you know, has all the shots and everything, but you don't know it, except for maybe the rabies tag or whatever. But, you know, how can we keep them from incurring those kind of expenses if it's, you know, one of those situations like where, you know, like,
Right.
I think we could call them right away.
We're certainly not trying to rack up somebody's bill just for the sake of.
well, I figured that, I presume that, but I just wanted to let you know this is a criticism that keeps coming up.
Well, state statute is that we have to hold a dog that's considered a stray for 5 days. So, and we're not adopting it out, we're not sending it to rescue until that.
What kind of medical care are you giving it if it's not hurt or anything?
Vaccinations, cord vaccines, deworming, flea treatment, those types of things that we're unless, and then if it needs veterinary care, then we bring it to the vet, or if we see it has a skin infection, we might give it antibiotics or treat its ears for ear mites.
What kind of evaluation and who do you involve if it doesn't need to be treated within that time frame? So say I have, like me, I break out with stuff all the time, and I might wait a week before I make it to the doctor. Maybe wait 2 weeks, see if it goes away on its own. But if it's not a critical care issue, or do you make an evaluation and say, okay, we're not going to incur these expenses, or can you quarantine an animal long enough that you don't have to revaccinate if if they have collar on or something to indicate to you that someone owns that pet?
I mean, the amount of people that reclaim their animals, compared to the amount of animals that come to us, is very low. It's not very much. I mean, I can tell you exactly how many people that even come looking for them. Right.
So is there a way to accommodate the people that do reclaim their animals and not charge them as much? Is there a way to discount or mitigate their expenses if they sincerely want their pet back, and there's it's not necessarily negligence on their part. My dog, I have a little one who will run, and it takes an army to catch her. And, she got out while I was gone one time, and I had to call several friends to go hunt her down. And, that's a reality sometimes, they just do that. We do everything we can to protect them, but, there's some things that's not negligence, it's an accident. So I'm just trying to figure out when people, in good faith, something's going on and, they have to come retrieve their pet and they have to pay hundreds of dollars. This isn't a community that can afford those kind of expenses. We're lucky they can afford their pets, a lot of times. Well, I know a lot of them don't. I know there are a lot of issues. But
honestly, the fees don't reach hundreds of dollars unless that animal's been there for a decent bit of time. So
What's a decent bit of time for $200 or $100?
300.
Math isn't my strong suit.
It's not his either. No, I'm just kidding. I'm just kidding. He actually better at it than I am.
I mean, what we put into these animals when they come in, I mean, if it's a stray, we don't know their vaccination history. We're vaccinating the core vaccines, which are like Parvo's, December, that's what it was. Kanawha, yeah. So that's an expense that we're fronting. That's a part of the reclaim fees that we are recouping back when they come to reclaim.
But how long do you have to quarantine an animal when you get it? Like, so if you got one of my little stinkers that shows up and she has a collar on, even if, like my big one bit my little one's rabies tag off, so now I have to get a new one. But, when they show up like that and it kind of looks like you have a well-maintained animal here and you advertise. I mean, is there a way to put that animal somewhere where it's not exposing the other animals, but you don't have to invest all that money into it?
We don't have the space to do that. That would be difficult.
Do you ever call the vets and see if they're familiar, like if, describe the animal or anything? I mean, I know how hard that might be, but I'm just asking questions because I'm trying to figure out.
As far as quarantining for disease, I think that would be a 2-week quarantine in order to see if they would break the parvo or something.
Well, I'm not looking for 2 weeks. I'm looking at a way to get through that 5 days without incurring a bunch of expense.
So what you're saying is a stray animal comes in, don't vaccinate it, put it someplace, don't vaccinate it, don't deworm it for 5 days.
I'm asking if that's possible, or if it's possible to segregate it in a way that's safe for the other animals in the shelter. Obviously, you don't want, I know how contagious a lot of those diseases are, so you don't want kennel cough getting in there and all that other stuff. I'm just trying to think of how we can mitigate fees for sincere pet owners who, can there be a process for them to apply to get it reduced? Or, I mean, because that, I have somebody said that their animal had to have a blood test. And I know when people complain about stuff, it's not always, you don't have a full data set, but we have to ask because it's come up so many times. And, somebody said they incurred like $300 because of a blood test or some other stuff. And I'm just wondering, at what point do you decide if an animal's not in distress, or, apparent distress to get a blood test or, test for heartworm or whatever you're going to do?
I feel like it would be more likely heartworm. There's not a whole lot.
That's what my guess was. That's what my guess was, heartworm.
And if you're referring to a recent case where the dog was picked up by an officer in Oak Hill that had
all the details.
Anthony is well aware of this case. The dog was not in very good condition when it arrived into our care. And we did have to seek medical treatment for it. That was a lot of money that we had to find to make sure that this animal
was being properly cared for. And the pursuit of trying to press charges was is certainly considered.
Well, and then there are the adoption fees too. There have been complaints that they're too high, you know, when local
An
residents.
adoption fee does not even cover our costs for the animal. State statute again, any animal that's adopted by a shelter has to be spayed neutered, so we pay for that.
Well, I know, like in my case, when I got Lula, my dog, she was a puppy, and she is still fear aggressive. She's scared of everything. Scared of everything. She'll love you to death, but she better know you, you know. And so when I got there, she'd been there 2 days. She had a sister who came in with her who was also a little growly. She was really growly and snappy, and she was probably, I think, 3 months old, maybe 12 weeks. And she hadn't had any shots. People were afraid to touch her. She was covered in poop, you know, and she was like back in the back of her cage, you know, when I got there. And I actually used the other puppy that came in with her to coax her out to get her, you know. And as Kathy knows, I've since, you know, she beats up on my other little dog and I almost had to rehome her. But anyway, I'm just saying, like, you know, if she could wait 2 days as a puppy, I'm just trying to understand how, you know, we couldn't give people just a little bit of leeway before we incur a bunch of expenses on their behalf. Because we're in a poor community, that's a reality, you know, where that adoption fee was not prohibitive for me. It is for some people who would sincerely love to have home a pet. And I'm just wondering.
The majority of the animals that come to us as strays have never been vaccinated. I would assure, I would say 95% of them. So a lot of times the vaccines they get from us or sometimes the first, but you know, we do try to keep disease and stuff down. So vaccinating the animal as soon as it comes in the door is the safest thing to do. And it's an effort, just like I said, to keep the spread down. I think confining them would be difficult space-wise maybe, especially because we never know what else coming in, like how many are coming in. So I don't know where exactly we would put them and how long we could keep them without vaccinating them. And it would probably be a matter of designating specific staff to make sure that like nothing is spread from that animal, because cargo can spread very easily.
I just threw that stuff out there.
Yeah.
I don't have any preset ideas, but what I would like you guys to think about as we do this MOU process and stuff is these are concerns that our county members are the expense of anything, retrieving your dog or adopting a dog, that's come up. So it's all about money. Are there grants that could accommodate a small percentage of people who reclaim that or not? You know, what would that cost if we decided to offset that in some way? I mean, I just want to know the answer, because those are things, or your suggestions, because those are things that are coming to us. And the feral cat thing, I would like you to come up with something about how you might address it.
We do have a program. You know, we don't intake feral cats because, you know, and that used to occur. Cats, staff members weren't adoptable. Spread disease to our healthy, you know, domesticated cats. So we do have a TNR program, you know, where folks, and it's not just shelter employees or even volunteers. It requires community members. So if you have a problem with, you know, some feral cats around your house, well, we need you to be a part of the solution. We can support and provide funds to get those cats spay neutered, vaccinated, ear tipped, whatever.
We can lay on our traps too.
Yeah, we loan traps out, but it takes community members to buy into the process and also be a part of this.
How many traps do you have?
Good question.
We
I know you're all about to, I
received
asked that for you, actually.
some. We received some, I believe Amy had reached out to us last year. Trapped some traps that were down in the basement and the park finally got them to us. I'm not sure how many.
I'm not sure either.
I think it was just 6. It wasn't a lot.
But it
But we
was,
have less, in our supply, we have less than 10 cat traps.
okay. Well, so that, the employee you were thinking about might be something
Yeah.
that person could do. But so you know, we're not experts on everything, but we're expected to be, and that's why we rely on experts. So now I just decided, okay, I'm gonna tell them what I'm hearing about and see if you could come up with some ideas for us about how we can address these issues within, what you do and the realities that you face over there. And I don't know if you've had a chance to review that new law that passed about the requirements or whether we're in compliance with all of that, about how shelters, how much space each animal should have and how big the cages should be and what they should accommodate and all that. But it's going into effect when, John, do you remember? He sent it to us some time ago, but they did pass it.
What's that?
Didn't they pass that?
Pass what?
The Humane Society bill they were considering, did they not pass it?
There are no animal bills that were passed this last.
I
There
have
was
it.
one that was under consideration. It might not pass, which might be a good thing, but there was, it built in more protections for the animals, but I know that when legislatures come up with stuff and they don't look at the reality, like a raise the minimum wage and how to bankrupt county governments, same thing, I know when they come up with these arbitrary space requirements that they're, any shelter that's not already pre-built in compliance with that is going to have all kinds of issues. There's no grandfathering, there's no, there wasn't anything in there, but anyway, there was some draft legislation. It's probably going to come up.
There
again.
was, but I don't believe that it was
For
passed.
some reason, I thought it did.
There are several bills for animal, different animal stuff this past legislature.
I could have sworn I read it like on the legislature's website, but I'll find whatever I had before.
I would agree though, if like pie in the sky kind of thing is, I would love to be able to afford to help people with veterinary care or euthanasia or, things like that. I do wish, because I know that people that don't have a lot of money still are wonderful pet owners. So it is sad that, that people, for whatever reason, can't afford to provide this or that or reclaim or whatever. So I wish that was very easily done. There are bigger cities that with lots more money that can provide those kinds of things. It would be very difficult for us to get there anytime in the very near future. But it would be something I would love to see happen. I just want you to know that, we do want to see everybody love their
As
pet.
far as a heartworm test goes, that's something that I would question, myself about. Okay, can we not wait the 5 days to have the heartworm done? Okay, so that's what I'm trying to ask.
Anything that's not basic or an emergency type situation or, the poor thing is scratching itself till it's bloody, we need to give it some medicated shampoo or an antibiotic, anything over and above that can wait, we do wait. We don't, we're not spaying and neutering animals beforehand, that kind of stuff. So, we realize because a lot of these animals don't get reclaimed.
Right.
Of the over 2,000 animals that came to the shelter last year,
2000.
2013 animals that came, only 102 dogs were reclaimed.
So yeah, 5%.
7 cats were. That's why, we don't really try to invest more than we
Well,
need to.
it almost sounds like then it might be affordable to find a solution for the people who do reclaim it. Then it sounds like it's mitigatable because that's not a huge number. That's 5%.
No.
But another thing that's come up is, when you give away dog food. So I'm just ask this question. So do you guys have like an Amazon wish list or something set up? So some way so that people who want to donate things, because it's easy to go buy food. That's why people donate food. You're at the grocery store already and there it is. But you're also at the grocery store where cleaning supplies are. I know they're more expensive. But, do you have a list that the public could consult so it knows what your needs are at any one time that you adjust?
We have an Amazon wish list.
So you have that? Okay. I was just curious about it because the food giveaways are a big, perception issue. That's, when you're able to give away food, people are like, how much money must they have that they can give away food?
We were specific last year, and when we communicated that to the public, that was food that we received from basically from the Greater Good Charities or Pat Bissell Partners Foundation. That was stuff that we received for the sole purpose of the pandemic, trying to help community pet owners.
So that was not a common practice.
It
That just,
wasn't something that we went in our shed and we grabbed
okay.
food that was somebody had donated for shelter. That was over and above. So that again, perception or community, people thinking that we just have all this excess and we're just giving them away.
So if our animal can, this is the last of my questions. Yeah, I know he probably has a list, but so if Russell, our animal control officer, picked up an apparently domesticated cat with a collar and cuteness and everything, do you accept that?
He does not pick up domesticated cats.
Okay, but if he were to, would you accept it?
Of course.
Okay,
But that is not.
that was the last of my
That's
questions.
not what we want.
No, I understand. I just wanted to ask that question because these are things that I just don't have clarification on. Because it wouldn't make sense to me if you wouldn't. But if they're not domesticated, they're not domesticated. But if they are, it would make sense to me that you would accept it, just like you would if I brought a cat to you.
For our cats, we have a limited, we have a threshold of cats that we want to use in that or below. That's because we don't have the sufficient staff to take care of 90 cats on a daily basis. And we also want to help the community that have pets or have found strays that are friendly. They've been around, they can gauge whether or not they are friendly, if they're not wild. And we do allow them to surrender them as long as they're Fayette County, not, friendly, and we have the space to accommodate.
Okay.
You asked most of them, but I don't think you ever give a figure to Ms. Taylor about what it would cost for that vaccinations or something when they first come in.
Yeah, you said there's some initial costs.
$15 per vaccination, and for dogs, there's 2. We also deworm them, so that's another $15. Any flea treatment, I think, is $10.
So $50 is what immediately.
For that, for just that, right?
The
That's not
first
including
day.
our charges for housing them, feeding them, cleaning after that.
So the first day they come in, it's $50 off the top, no matter what.
At least, yes.
Okay, at least.
Okay, so is there, in the case of the average, like a mostly healthy animal, that comes in that doesn't need surgery or anything like that, or any major medical care, in that 5-day period, $50 in most cases would offset that. So we were looking at $5,000 if we took your numbers from this past year, which may be different year to year, to offset the cost to Fayette County people who reclaim their pets. Is that what we're talking about? Just the minimum. Now, as far as your charges to house, if the commission, this is something that would have to go in the MOU, but I just want to bounce it off of you. If the commission were to be able to add enough to your budget to offset that cost or whatever, would you be willing to waive some of the housing maintenance costs if they're picked up within the 5 days? Is that something you could would be willing to put to your board?
We could be open to that.
Okay.
Absolutely.
Okay.
If
So
there's somebody that's had their dog there for
no, I
a
understand that.
month and they want us to waive the housing, we can do some of it, but we're not.
I think that's a different issue than I'm concerned about. I mean, because if my dog's been gone a month, I'm going to be, freaked out. I'm going to think it's dead. I will have called you by now. But I'm talking about, in the cases that just where people feel like it's unfair. And so what about the adoption costs? Like, what are the numbers for people who adopt locally? Like how many, yeah, well, I want to know what the fees are, but then I want to know how many people within last year, whatever time frame you want to give me, so we can have a number to work with.
So in 2020, we had 100 puppies and dogs adopted. And we had 84 cats and kittens adopted.
You have 184. And what are the fees at this point?
For kittens, it's $95. And for cats older than 4 months, it's $85.
And what about dogs?
For puppies, 6 months and younger is $150. And for dogs older than 6 months, $125. And we also have a fee, if they're senior dogs, it's less than $100 for
Okay.
senior dogs. And I believe it's like 8 or 9 years and older.
Okay, and you said that for the most part that what you're charging does not even come close to
It
offsetting.
doesn't, what we put into these animals, other than vaccinations, deworming, fleas, the spay neuter cost itself are, we're lucky. It's $70 to get a cat spayed, $50 to get a cat neutered. So that's not counting all the vaccinations. A dogs are different. Females are more expensive.
Is any of
than
that
males.
covered by your endowment, the spaying and neutering costs?
No, because these are, that endowment is for pet owners, for the public, for assistance for pet owners to get their pets spayed and neutered.
Is that the way it's wrote?
Yes.
Can we have a copy of that?
I don't know if there's anything in writing. Mr. Korn, he established this low cost spay and neuter program. And I can give you a copy of the application that people receive.
But
Participate.
to me, what you just stated, Kathy, is it is designed a certain way. And if it's designed a certain way, there should be some kind of, help me out.
If it's enforceable.
I'll give you a copy of the application that states what the program is for. The low cost spay neuter program is specifically not shelter animals. It's people who already have pets that need assistance getting them spay neutered.
I guess I'm just wondering, and there may be even something filed in the county clerk's office with the state or whatever, but usually if there's, I think what he's getting at is from a legal perspective, how can it be challenged if it's not in writing? So that's what I'm trying to figure out is how anybody ever even knew.
And Mr. Korn is dead right now.
Well, I know, but his estate would have been filed. I mean, any requirements about money and all that should have been.
Before his estate, before that.
So he set it up while he was
Mr.
living.
Linder is on his phone meetings at times, years ago.
So he set up a program, and then when he died, he donated money to fund the program that was set up while he was living. Is that what you're saying?
When he was alive, he designated Mr. Linder as his POA. And there were properties that he has and had in Fayette County that we were to be the beneficiary of upon sales. And one of those properties did sell, and that's what our endowment is right now. That's why it's a separate account. It's not commingled with our operating expenses. I mean, seriously, taking in strays or owner surrendered animals into the shelter, getting them spay neutered, that's an operational cost. That's not helping our community members who have taken in a stray animal themselves, found a stray animal or one that's just showed up on their property and helping them get it.
So you said Mr. Winder was you mean, because there's no POA after somebody's passed away.
Right.
So he was a POA while he was living.
Exactly.
And then he died. And then did he already allocate that money before he died?
From the sale of the one property was already completed, and that has come to us as an endowment.
Before he died or after he died?
Before he died. In 2016, Mr. Korn passed away, I believe, in 2018.
Okay. And then did he leave more to the society after he passed away?
Well, that's what we're dealing with right now.
In the estate?
In the estate.
Okay. Okay. All right. That helps. Do you have other questions?
Yeah, so that money's just used for, explain it one more time, just used for certain animals that already need, that are homed.
It's to help Fayette County community pet owners that need assistance getting their pets spayed.
Does that include, but do you include, like, if I were to, is that included, do you use that money toward, like, if you were to spay my puppy before I brought her home? Because that's a Fayette County need. I mean, if I'm a Fayette County citizen, then how is it not?
No,
So-
it's not a part of the.
But I mean, I'm just trying to understand how the difference.
It was a shelter animal. We're providing a county service taking in these animals. So that's an operational expense.
So how's that money brought into the mix of the, how's the endowment or the money brought in to be used as needed or as a lump sum?
As needed. I mean,
Okay,
we
'cause it-
transfer that money into our spay neuter account to pay, because we have several accounts set up at our local vet offices. We have shelter medical, adoptee, spay neuter, low cost spay neuter, and we have cruelty neglect account. So anything coming through, somebody who has reached out to us via email, messenger, our low cost spay neuter hotline, we provide them an application. And
So-
it states right in the application what the requirements are. You're a Fayette County resident, you have a pet that you need assistance getting spay neutered. You have to have, the pet owner has to pay, has to make sure that the pet is up to date on vaccinations. That's a requirement by the vet, not us. And they have to provide a donation to help us offset the expenses. And we provide them a voucher. They contract the vet and they provide the voucher whenever they're appointed. And then the vet turns around and bills us.
So is that where the net assets released from restriction is in the auditor's report?
That's probably our low cost spay neuter account.
Okay, that's the total of the restricted account, or is that corn? Is corn the restricted account?
Well, the low cost spay neuter funds, they're partially restricted. I mean, they're separate than our operational expenses. They're any donations for the low cost spay neuter program are designated there. The corn money is the corn money. We don't commingle.
Now, how do you
But
keep,
if we,
so in other words, none of it's been, okay, I'm just confused then
well,
because,
what you're not understanding, Tom, is that we do make transfers into our low cost spay neuter program at times when our balance in our low cost spay neuter account is down, or we haven't received grants or grant reimbursement for low cost spay neuters. So we do transfer that money for low cost spay neuter.
corn money?
Yes.
Okay, well, I thought you said it was specifically as, okay, thought you was being more specific about it, but now you're transferring it over if needed.
Well, it's transfer, it's
Just to that account.
It's just to keep it separate. It's just so we could show that it's an endowment. And because we also, our low cost spay neuter account, we deposit the donations that, people, maybe there's a Girl Scout troop that has raised some money and they want to go to low cost spay neuter. We deposit it there. We just to keep it completely separate from donations for the program and Mr. Florence and the money that Mr. Florence gave us. Just so that we have a knowledge of like how much of this money that he has left to us that we have used or can utilize for it.
I guess, to me, the difference, I mean, I understand what you're saying as far as shelter management protocols and stuff, that the spay neuter of the animals you adopt out locally or operating costs. I understand the logic of that. What I don't understand, it seems to me like a distinction without a difference, though, the service it provides the community. Like if it's a local adoption and, versus, if there wasn't that rule that requires the dog to be, or animal to be spayed or neutered before you took it home, because I paid to have mine spayed. And I came back with proof that I paid to have her spayed because I wanted my friend who's a vet in Beckley to do it. I don't want somebody I didn't know, so I wanted to take her to her aunt and she did it for her. But so, that was money saved by me, but I'm sure that's probably not what you usually come up against. But it would have been the same as if I had brought her in, if I had been able to take her home, I should be able to bring her home spayed out of that. I don't understand why that fund can't apply. Because it's kind of the similar service. You're spaying and neutering Fayette County animal to spare the expense to the Fayette County owner to make sure that there's not a animal, animal propagation problem.
I feel like the commission sees this money that Mr. Korn left us and wants us to use it for our operational expenses. And that is not the intention of why Mr. Korn, he is the reason why we have a low cost spay neuter program. And he funded that even before he even left this property for us. what he wanted, and Mr. Wender, if he's still on the line, he can attest that he wants, you know, the population problem that we have is because people don't spay and neuter their own pets. I mean, I don't know if you saw the picture, that was my background earlier, but we had some people, someone relinquished their animals yesterday. One was very pregnant, and when staff members showed up at the shelter this morning, lo and behold, how many puppies?
I couldn't even count them.
At least 8 puppies that she had overnight last night. So, you know, this is the reason why we are down there, or that there's a need for an animal shelters, because people are responsible for their pets. So he provided a way to help mitigate. You know,
Okay, now I understand it now that you put it that way. I understand the difference. I didn't understand the practical difference, but now I understand that, you know, that the intent was to address what the source of the problem, which is, you know, because you are already spaying and neutering those other animals. I understand that. But I didn't understand the practical difference. If it was actually to help the community, there are other ways to help the community with that money. I don't look at it as something like, you know, it's just anytime we're battling public perception on everything we do, you know, and the more fully informed we are, the better we can get information to the public when we say, okay, we asked that question and here's the answer, or, you know, that sort of thing. So, you know, when you grow up in a place like this, that's impoverished, like I did, you know that every penny is, there's comment on here, somebody can't afford an $85 fee, then they probably can't afford a dog. Not true exactly. I mean, they're going to juggle things, but they might not be able to, like $85 is a huge output at one time for most people, minimum wage employees, think about it. It's just crazy, but they might be able to scrimp together enough food to get some discount dog food. They have trouble affording vaccinations and stuff, which would be ideal. But, if they're mostly confined to somebody's home or yard, then you're not dealing with a, disease problem as much as you would be at the shelter. But those are things that we need to understand, because there's this perception when you're, grow up in an environment like this, it's like, that's a lot of money, and hundreds of dollars are a ton of money for somebody in that situation, especially, add kids and, multiple jobs and things like that. So, that's where their frustration is coming from. And when you come up in this and you hear about an endowment, anybody who can afford to give estate money in where I grew up, estate money to a shelter, any cause, is far beyond my comprehension of wealth. And so we need to be able to mitigate that, or talk to, tell the public, okay, yeah, he left all this money, but he put rules on it. Just like when I tell you, yeah, we have this relief money, but we can't give it to the shelter as much as we want to, because then, we'd be in worse shape next year. We would get fined and never be able to get more grants and all this other stuff. So, there are just realities that come with it. But I'm trying to help you understand, like, why this keeps coming up is because, that's a lot of money, and anybody can afford to give away money and give it away to animals and not even their own family or whatever. That's just beyond our ability to understand. And we just want to know, okay, well, why isn't it helping with these problems that we have? And you help me understand it, but I just want you to understand, like, where, we are coming from, where the county's coming from when we hear there's an endowment. It's like, wow, there's all this money sitting out there. Where's it going? How is it helping offset what we're doing with taxpayer dollars? And that's what we need to understand, that stuff. That's all it is.
I would still like to have the application and what we require in order for, it to be used.
I'll email that to all of you.
Do you guys keep minutes from your board meetings and stuff?
Yep.
So some of these meetings that Mr. Korn was president and participated in, there might be some record of them, or not?
Before the current board was in place.
Okay.
So,
But Mr. Winder was part of that board, though, I believe.
He didn't get on the board until 2016.
I think he was just a member.
I mean,
Is that when he became power of attorney in 16 then?
Yeah.
Okay. All right.
Well, that basically is when it happened, right? He said he was still alive in 2016.
But that he had started the endowment,
He started the program way before that. I mean, that money was to just be.
There's got to be some type of record somewhere.
there usually is.
But Tom, we're not utilizing this money inappropriately.
I didn't say you was.
No,
ma'am.
that's not the
And that,
suggestion.
ma'am,
The question is
Mr.
whether it
Chapter
could be
never said he
used
was.
more broadly than it is, and whether there's any documentation one way or the other. That's all, just exploring it, not saying that you're doing anything inappropriate. We're just saying, is there more you can do with it? And is there any documentation that will enlighten us on that?
I'd also like to note that any of these fees, as far as reclaim or adoption fees, I mean, we did increase those fees back in 2019. When we first came upon the first severe slash in our budget, just as a way to, help our operational expenses, because we anticipated having to fundraise more, to help meet our needs. And if you go check out, other shelters, Kanawha County, Raleigh, I mean, I don't think we're too far out of the range.
Well, I'll tell you, on fundraisers, and you might think this is funny, because I really think it's funny, but when I was in the military, you might not be surprised that I would aggravate people there too. And we had a big fundraiser for our squadron where we had a dunking booth. I made a ton of money just for my squadron alone. And I was joking with Luisos, and I might even have mentioned it to Brenemen. I'm like, imagine the amount of money we can raise for the shelter if the two of us got in a dunking booth and just allow people to take shots at us, because, and I'm totally willing to do that 100%. Like if somebody, I'm volunteering. Listen, and it's not just animal shelter people are mad about. I mean, they're going to come in and from everywhere, but I'm 100% willing to get up there and be dunked all day long to raise money for the shelter. I mean, and trust me, it raised a lot of money from a bunch of poor military people too, for someone's child who had cancer. But they're just, I feel like there are some ways you could quickly make money, and I bet you that's one of them here, especially after budget drills. I'm sure the sheriff and prosecutor will be out there too. Probably a bunch of deputies. But if you guys have any interest or any volunteers out there who want to try to put something together, we can get your permitting for the courthouse lawn, and we'll just get it going. Get you some cold hard cash. You going to get in the dunking booth?
Yeah, but I'd splash all the water out when I was going.
Yeah, maybe I should go first.
I wanted to, Allison, you were talking earlier in the meeting in regards to DRC. I know that's still very much something in discussion in supporting the shelter, and you all know our viewpoint on having DRC members at the shelter. I want to provide you 2 letters from prior executive directors of animal shelters that have utilized DRC members, participants, and their experience. So you have been in contact with the current director in Nicholas County. She's only been in that position for a few months now.
Yeah, I'm aware of that. Yeah.
So, I think, her perception or opinion of DRC hasn't really been tested just yet.
Well, it wasn't just her I was relying on, just so you know. I talked to the director of the DRC over there. And I also, their animal control officer's been there a long time, her kind of second in command or whatever. He was standing there answering my question, like she was asking him, for stuff. And like they were both involved in my questions, even though I was on the phone. So it wasn't just her, she actually was asking him to be sure on stuff like that she was giving me. So, and I know you can't compare counties because they're different, factors and different things, but we're trying to look for best practices and trying to come up with ideas because, this is, we expect this problem is going to continue the funding, and we just have to figure out how to be as efficient as possible. And that's, that's why I was information gathering, but I wanted to know because I, as a criminal attorney and a former prosecutor, I've worked with these people, and I know who they are and what kind of personalities we're dealing with. And when I talked to the head of the DRC over there, he has the same type of people, coming there, and he's able to pull it off. So I wanted to figure out, well, what are you doing different? Like, do we need to do something differently? Do we have to have a county employee supervise them? Do we have to make it a part? We even talked today, do we need to have to make it part of their sentencing? What can we do to make sure we had, and we're not talking about people to come over there and train the pets or anything. We're talking about like cleaning or labor, cleaning up the property or, stuff like that to help maintain. This letter, I just read the first paragraph and I'm like, the issue isn't characterized properly here, because there's no way we could staff an organization with, transient, people who aren't going to be in the program or unpredictable amounts of time. As soon as they violate, they're going to jail. If they don't violate, they're going home and they're not going to want to come out. They're just animal lovers. And I know from the head of the day report, Nicholas, that, animal shelter duty for the animal lovers, they're like, hey, I'm going, I want to go. And they get that rare bird. And the rest of them are like, that's hard work. I don't want to do that. I'd rather sit here and, play with my iPhone. So, you got to have a whole range of people, and I understand that. But we're talking about not even just for the shelter, but, courthouse maintenance, any kind of at the park, how we can get the people who should be doing community service. So it's not a matter of, creating a problem for you. And I know you had some people who were running off and smoking, whatever they were doing. But I feel like there still has to be a way to make that work in some way.
Well, if you read these letters and they will, give details of their experience with PRC, again, unreliable, not knowing from one day to the next if there's going to be the same participants, having to spend time every day retraining individuals, time just not being utilized very practically. Staff drug use, inappropriate behavior, running away, unapproved visitors, things like that. Those are all things that we experienced when we had DRC come down to the shelter years ago. And it's a problem that hasn't gone away. And we just don't feel like it's the best solution to have individuals down there. There are tasks and jobs that they could do. And certainly mowing the lawn and mowing the grass down there, that's a county obligation that should be, isn't being met. But there are things like that they could be doing, absolutely. But even cleaning cages, there is a protocol to it, and from one day to the next to know if it's consistently being done properly. That's what we're.
I did mention that the DRC, she does keep them at more general cleaning instead of like protocol related things.
Yeah, and that was my, that was my sense too, because it didn't sound like it sounded like they would get somebody down there as long, uninterrupted period of time as possible. But you really just can't predict that a lot of the times. But sometimes we have people who are there for months and months, and who might, actually be of value, even be able to answer the phone. I mean, some people are just in there for DUI or something, but I even wrote myself a note here. I don't even know if this is something doable or if the magistrates would be amenable to it, but I have to meet with them about the jail bill and GPS. But I'm wondering if we, if somebody, did, a percentage and showed up and did their job and went there, if they could get some time off their sentence or something. I mean, it's possible. Like a magistrate might be able to, if we went in and said, okay, this person was sentenced to 45 days, but for the last 30 days have been working full time down at the animal shelter, performing very well. Can we knock that off? That would motivate people to do a good job. I just feel like there's some way that we can work around some of the issues that have come, just because I understand the program so well. But maybe that's something that you guys don't understand as well, because you've had some bad experiences and you have these folks, but I kind of have an understanding of the breadth of people that they get in there and are going to be getting now that we're expanding the GPS program, or looking to expand it a little bit more. But it's something we can work together on, but it's something that I still think there are some things that they can do. Like sometimes we get contractors in, who could make repairs to buildings and stuff. It's depending on the skill set you get. You might have a wish list of things. If they get somebody qualified and they have that wish list there, they might be able to get your plumbing fixed or something. You never know what they'll be able to do. So we have people make repairs at the prosecutor's office. They paint for you. They'll paint the interior, the exterior, all kinds of things. Build a fence, build stuff. You might, have a whole set of range of skills in there that, we could use for things that are currently costing money. And that's kind of what I think our goal is just to make sure that if we have people who are there doing community service, that they're not just sitting on their butt out there, not doing something, that they serve the community, because the community is paying for a lot of the expenses associated, including their attorneys, associated with whatever crime they committed. So that's kind of where we're coming from on that. But I'll read these and we'll have a little more time.
And I just wanted to make a couple of things too, in regards to DRC. The Association of Shelter Veterinarians noted this earlier. They have a publication, a set of guidelines for standards of care in animal shelters, and heavily basically stems off of these 5 freedoms. Number 1, freedom from hunger and thirst, which is just basic access to fresh water and to food, diet, maintaining health in that respect. Number 2, freedom from discomfort, providing an appropriate environment, including shelter and a comfortable resting place. 3, free from pain, injury, or disease. So the prevention or rapid prevention and diagnosis of the treatment of animals. 4, freedom to express natural behavior, to provide sufficient space, proper facilities, and company of the animals of its own kind. Number 5, freedom from fear and distress, ensuring conditions and treatment which avoid mental suffering. So those are things that, we have our own set of standard operating procedures, but this is, in our, existing MOU, lease, and whatnot, it references, the guidelines from the ASPCA, and from this organization. And, these are things that need to be met, that our employees meet every day for the animals that are housed down there, that are brought down there. Ensuring that these needs are met by individuals, participants of DRC. That's something I don't think would be able to complete it. Also, under shelter animal research, it's recommended that each animal in a shelter receive 15 minutes out of 15 minutes of time required for basic care each day. So if you times 15 minutes times, however many animals that we're averaging, that's kind of gauges, that's just basic cleaning, feeding, and enrichment. That's not necessarily running the dog or the cat to the vet, getting extra medical treatment. That's just basic care.
As they come in.
Intaking the dog, vaccinating them, that type of stuff. So, as far as thinking DRC can, get the shelter cleaned in a matter of, a certain amount of time, that's to be considered too. It's not just.
I understand it's not as easy as it sounds. I do understand, but the problems that I hear, at least in my mind, based on what I know about the program, or at least how it used to be. I mean, and I have the DRC, the woman in charge of it the director has offered to talk to me about a lot of these things. So I'm going to go out, and I know her well. I worked with her before when she first took over and when she was a CPS worker even, but I have a list of things that I'm going to discuss because I attend their board meetings, and that's something that, I oblige myself to do to make sure that it's running well and that they're able to provide the things. And right now, the way it's structured, they're not able to staff something like this. We're looking into that. There are a lot of people who are on GPS who aren't coming in. They just are ordered to come in once a week for a drug screen, and they don't, and they don't even have, all of them don't have jobs. I checked on that because the numbers didn't sound right when we got a number earlier, but I want to explore a lot of times like their drug court gets in the way and all their requirements that they have to do for drug court. But if they can identify, if we can find a way that they can get consistent people, responsible people, and even if you have a list of things that you need done that require special skills that are just something that's there, they need to know that. And I'll work with Jerry to set up that process, because you may have something that needs repaired. And if we have some expert on that, reporting DRC because he got a DUI, I'm sure he'd much rather come out and get some work done than, he or she, than sit around, so there are certainly things, whether it's your grass or whatever, or repairs and things that people can do. I mean, and as far as the cleaning, if you think there is anywhere in the whole shelter that somebody from DRC, if they're being supervised by a county employee, could clean, by all means identify that part of the shelter where they might be able to help, even if it's outside. It doesn't need pressure washing, just anything that you think that day report people would be proper. Because I cannot believe there is nothing if we put the proper structure in place. You'll never convince me there's nothing.
Well, keep in mind, we don't have our employees pressure washing the building or fixing things, providing a lot.
I'm just throwing stuff out there, but you see what I'm saying.
But I'm thinking, something daily that to have individuals from DRC to come there daily to do. I support DRC. Don't get me wrong. I think the program, it is useful, but to put these individuals responsible for caring for animals or
We're talking about cleaning, labor, that sort of stuff. Carrying bags of dog food. I don't know. If,
in addition to the staff.
yes,
So it wouldn't be subtracting staff to replace one.
not at this point, but there are certain things that I think that they might be able to offset staff, but no, like if you're expanding or something. I don't know what Commissioner Luis or Commissioner Brenemen thought.
That's why I say that, because we could, with somebody that's, supervised, we could come up with a list of things that, that we've submitted to the county, to the park, to take care of, that just doesn't get taken care of. Grass clippings and weed eating is definitely priority. We can come up with that list, but to replace our staff members with DRC participants, that I can't say we're going to be able to come up with something.
I understand. Okay, so do you have anything? Okay.
Rebecca, you wanted to talk?
Yes, and partly what I wanted to say is ask you all to clarify what you were just talking about, which is the question, can they replace the current shelter staff so that you all could reduce funding, payroll funding? Or is the question, could they be put to use supplemental to the full complement of funding? Because it sounded to me from the last meeting like Mr. Luises was recommending that we half the payroll budget, give them 70K, which was what was initially put out, and then we were going to hire a county employee to oversee DRC workers. And it sounded like this was being offered as a replacement for staff. And so I'm trying to understand, is this a replacement for staff or is it a supplement to the existing full staff resources that would allow the shelter to keep the 6 employees that they currently have?
I think it could be both.
Because the reason that and I have some slides and things that I want to show, but the reason that I think it cannot be a replacement, one, just because I've heard from Kathy and the people at the shelter. I was not involved with the shelter at that point, so I don't know, but they say they tried it and it didn't work. So I tend to say they're the people who are down there working in it. If it didn't work, it didn't work. But financially, it isn't a good argument either. And that's because if you think about it, like we pay the shelter, the county pays the shelter last year $160,000 for their payroll. we get in return, we essentially get in-kind matching funds on the order of $133,000 that they put into the shelter, caring for the animals, the vet and the food and stuff that they get by fundraising, right? So in a sense, we're getting the difference between that. For a net of $27,000 is really all we're paying for staff at the shelter. $27,000, we get a no-kill shelter. So if we say we're going to take the funding, we're not going to fund 6 employees. We're going to cut that down. We're going to bring in day report people and 1 county employee. That's maybe what? So we're going to cut the existing funding, the New River Humane Society funding down to 3 people, and instead we're going to have 1 county person and 2 day report people. We're losing money when we do that because those day report people and that county employee are not going to be helpful and involved in the fundraising activities, right? So this in-kind contribution that we're getting, $133,000 a year, what they've spent on medical care and food and cleaning supplies and advertising for adoption events, all of that money is essentially, you know, if you figure, okay, for 6 employees, each one is bringing in roughly 22,000 K in matching contributions. The county's paying $27,000 per employee to staff the shelter, and they're turning around and giving us 22,000 in-kind matching funds. So if we replace those people with day report people who are no longer going to be involved in that fundraising, we surely can't expect that they're going to be involved in going out in the community and raising money for the shelter. We will be losing more money than we gain back.
So you are saying the employees are paid to fundraise?
I'm saying that through the Humane Society activities, among the activities that they're doing is, I think, having fundraisers and bringing in money to help offset the cost of running the shelter. And Kathy can tell me if I'm wrong. I don't know. I'm actually not involved with the shelter. I'm just looking at it as an outside person from the county saying, we're paying $160,000 last year to the Humane Society. They're turning around and giving us $130,000 back in in-kind fundraising support. So net, we're only paying $27,000 a year for a no-kill shelter. If you look back and look at the number of animals, the surplus animals we have in the county, they took in 2013 animals last year. We only adopted out into our county 300 of those. 42 others died. That means 1,675 surplus animals, not counting feral cats. If we were to decide we don't want to be a no-kill shelter, like that person at the last meeting suggested, it's costing too much money. We essentially have capacity in our county to adopt out about 300 animals a year. That leaves us almost 1,700 animals a year that we would be euthanizing. That means that we would have to incur the costs of euthanizing at least 7 animals a day every weekday of the year. I mean, that's a horror show that I don't think any of us wants. We're going to be the county that has to kill 7 animals a day every weekday, every year. Instead, we pay a net of $27,000 to the New River Humane Society, and we get a no-kill shelter, which is good for animals. It's good for our county's image. I mean, so I want to encourage you all, we have to remember that in-kind contribution that we're getting from the Humane Society that is not going to be able to be replaced by day report or a county employee unless we make that part of the county employee's job to fundraise. We're going to lose that money if we cut the involvement and the staff of the Humane Society. We're going to lose that in-kind money. So we have to keep that in mind when we're thinking about whether this, regardless of whether we think it's going to work or not, we have to keep in mind that it's also got to make financial sense. And it's not on its surface. That doesn't make financial sense.
Kathy, is what she's saying, the employees do, the employees there also do fundraisers?
you're taking that literally.
Well, I mean, I'm
They
I'm just
don't-
asking
Yeah,
for
I
clarification.
didn't follow her very well either.
For funding us, the county funding us, all the other stuff that we do, other than the employees cleaning and taking care of animals there's a force of volunteers, all throughout that, because we are there at the shelter taking care of the animals that are brought there, there is a force of volunteers that do fundraising, that people donate.
She's just applying a value amount to our effort, the Humane Society's effort, apart from the work that the staff are doing. But that,
I'm not saying that the staff are on animal shelter time, they're conducting fundraising.
Okay, well, I mean, okay, I
It's
just,
something we get in return that we would lose.
So the suggestion is that if the Humane Society weren't running it, that the shelter wouldn't have the number of volunteers or the number of interest.
We wouldn't be fundraising for a kill shelter. We are there, our staff members, in addition to another point of what we would be losing if DRC was to replace staff members is knowing those animals. I mean, Kylie is our rescue coordinator, and the information that she ascertains from our staff in order to network these animals to our rescue partners comes from our staff members. So having, Bobby from DRC come one day and then John come the next day, we don't have that information of, basically the behavior.
Don't have the motivation in the community. I mean, the sense that builds up around the New River Humane Society community that draws people in the community to volunteer and to donate, and that won't be there.
Okay, I want to, I mean, and I totally understand where you're coming from, but I want to.
So I guess, again, my point was, I agree with you, Commissioner Taylor, that there have got to be things that the day report people could do at the shelter. I think that there would be a lot of things that they could do to help, but suggesting that they could do that in lieu of the regular full-time staff, which is what Mr. Luiso seemed to be suggesting and what the county commission seemed to be suggesting when they proposed to give the shelter $70,000.
Well, now, I don't want to rehash that, but that is not the full amount we're giving the shelter. I mean, we've gone over and
So
over.
it sounded from the meetings that I sat in on, it sounded like this was being proposed as an in lieu of and not in addition to.
That's a different issue than the amount of money that we've allocated to the shelter, but I understand where you're coming from. I spent my first career trying to do this, get budget money for, counterterrorism or whatever mission I was working in. And we failed before 9/11. They turned the FBI down its budget. And I've learned that when you are trying to pitch something to somebody for whatever reason, that you need to think in terms, you need to look at how they think and then find a way to address their concerns or what appeals to them. And I'll tell you, as fiscal conservatives, it's about money with me to it. Now, I do care about animals, and breaks my heart when I think about a whole bunch of them acting like my little girl when it's thundering. I get that, but emotional appeals are not the way you get through to people who think, at least the way I do, it's more practical. Like how can we work together to come up with a compromise? Because it's never going to be all or nothing in this world. And so everybody loses a little something. And you actually, Rebecca, you came up with some practical, that's what made me think of this point I'm making is what you just said. But what I'm saying is, when you come in and we say we have these concerns. I mean, I feel like we made a lot of headway today. I think what our concerns are on behalf of the public and personally and fiscally, and we want to find a way to make it work. And even if we're able to scrape out, even if we're able to get 210,000 this year, that doesn't mean even half that'll be available next year. Like, we really need to figure out ways that we can do more with less. I know you've been doing that progressively, but we need to see some give back. Like, okay, here's what's important to them. If we go to Luisos with dollars and how it's going to save dollars, he's going to listen. I promise he'll be all ears. This is how we can save this, and this is how we can, use something that we have, toward the bigger concern. And
Well,
that's
in light
really,
of that, I did just want to show one other slide, and I shared these with Miss Dangerfield. And she said that you all could see them, or that she could show
yes,
them.
you can, but we haven't asked her to put them up, so I hadn't seen it yet.
If you could look at slide number 5.
Give me 1 minute.
Okay, give her a second. It just, as somebody pointed out, we don't have the best technology, but again, we are county government, so we can't invest in the best of everything.
I'm a fiscal conservative. Believe it or not, I am. I'm a registered Republican, and the reason why I am is because I am conservative with money, and I believe that. Yeah, I mean.
No, I understand,
I'm
and-
from New England, so Republicans are very different than Republicans in other parts of the country, but here we run bare bones. This is why, I mean, I spend over 40 hours a week dedicated to the shelter. I know this woman spends even more. We have other volunteers.
Are you a volunteer or an employee?
Kathy, I want you to know, I've never not been about funding the shelter. And that's always, everybody says that. But when you
Yeah.
got a budget, when you got a property tax revenue of 5.8 to 6.4 a year for the last 10 years, and most of the other funding that you got is from coal severance and all this coal reallocating and coal severance.
That's diminishing.
Goes from 1.1 million down to 0. Let me finish before you, to 0, and your property tax base is still between 5.8 and 6.4, and it's not increasing, but your other revenue that you use is decreasing. You've got to figure out how to
juggle it,
how to give the services no matter what. When your revenue is depleting that you're using for this, and you don't have an increase in property tax value, property taxes, where are you gonna get the money from? When you see this happening and see this depleting, I mean, you have to have alternatives to still supply the services. That's all I've said for the last 2 or 3 years. And even before I was commissioner, there was a year, and I looked in the past, that you requested so much and didn't get what you were supposed to. And that was because of a big decline in coal severance. So it's never not been against me being against the shelter, animals, or service. It's trying to balance this thing out to where the service is still there and we're not over budget.
Well,
I mean,
and
I actually want to show some slides with respect to that. I think it's very relevant and important.
well, just one more thing. And again, everybody who's advocating for whatever they're trying to get funded needs to come in, fully advocating. I mean, all I think we're getting at is that the realities are very different than what we wish we could do. And we're just trying to figure out how to juggle things. And, we've had so many huge expenses because of just things breaking in our buildings that we have to maintain, that it's, we're all kind of overwhelmed, like, holy cow, how are we going to do this? And you can't even get your grant reimbursement in time. It's not that we might not, a few months from now, but how you always have to assess. It's like, okay, what can we afford to do without this month or whatever? And that's what we do every time we're in here. We've got exceptions we have to make or whatever, and new things we have to fund. And one of the things that has concerned me all along is that we haven't prioritized a lot of things that we should have, like building maintenance. So now, they're falling apart, and things that we need to build in. So, some of it is like, let's just put on the brakes and look at all of our imperatives and figure out how we're going to fund everything. And he's right. We need a shelter. We need a well-functioning shelter. I want it to be no kill. I don't think anybody likes the idea of euthanizing animals just for space. I mean, I don't think anybody likes that. No, I mean, we don't. And just because we're trying to be more, measured about how we're approaching it and didn't just come in. I mean, frankly, there's some things that we just really have to examine. And you're the only really external non-county agency that we fund, which is why we have to look a little harder. And I know there was some concern about the expense spent on the audit, but we're audited every year. If we could find a way to wrap you in under us, we would, so it would be free. But that protects everybody, you know, because you're going to be criticized because you had a prior manager who's criminally prosecuted. I was there when it
And that's
happened.
why we are here on the board now, is because of that mess that
Right.
happened. We are
I remember.
here Volunteers and volunteers because of that. Our passion is these animals, regardless of who's, down there or not, there are animals here that,
Right, and we want them taken care of too.
we need to be cared for. And yeah, the history of the Humane Society isn't necessarily, perfect by any means. And, but, I feel we have the strongest board or group of volunteers that have, their priorities set to help animals in this county, to help this, community members. But I know Rebecca has some.
All right, we're ready, Rebecca.
Slides here that she would like to share.
So I just wanted
Can you see
to
this?
talk, I wanted to talk about the severance taxes issues, because I left the last meeting, thinking, okay, that the loss of coal severance taxes that we're facing is like a crisis. It's unprecedented and it's huge. And so I went to the state auditor's website and pulled all of the information on coal severance tax amounts to the Fayette County in the past decade, which is what was available. And the graph number 5, you can see it definitely looks really bad. The tremendous loss in, gone from 2.5 million, 2.6 million, down to barely $250,000. And so I was like, yeah, okay, I can see this is a real crisis. But then if you'll look at the next slide number 6, I plotted the coal severance tax as a function of the total county revenue. And it's clear that in the last decade, coal severance has made up less than 10% of our budget in any particular, less than 10% of our revenue in any particular year. In the past 3 or 4 years, it's been closer to 5%. So to me, that says, actually, we could lose it all. We could get 0 coal severance tax, and we could still have a balanced budget simply by asking all programs to take a 5% cut over last year's budget.
Well, Rebecca, let me interrupt you there for a second, because again, this is an external organization, so the county government has to run. And while it might seem like a small amount of money, in terms like it shocks me, because I was involved in multi-million-dollar programs in the federal government, and that was like nothing. And then we come down here, and what a lot of people don't know is that county government is largely funded by grants. I mean, that just blows my mind. I'm like, how could that be? And they always have all these requirements and rules. We have to give rights to property and stuff to get grants to maintain the memorial building. It's just crazy to me. But those aren't peanuts. I mean, I know that that's what it seems like, but right now, keep in mind that all these other offices that you're saying could take a 5% cut, they're already suffering major deficits of their own. I mean, they're not coming in here. We've got deputies driving in cars. I use Sheriff's Department because it's probably it's poorly funded, and it's an easy, big example as far as, what we would like to be able to do, because we can't compete with Oak Hill. We can't compete with now Nicholas County in paying our deputies, so we can't retain them. They're driving cars that are getting to where they're dangerous and not reliable, and they're breaking down in scary areas where, there's just one deputy in a car and a bunch of, people who don't want them up there. So, we don't have communications for them to be able to communicate with each other in the far reaches of the county. So it's a lot more than just so when you say everybody can cut that amount of money, they're already operating at a deficit as well. So I want you to understand that it's not as simple as what you put out there. And in county government, I mean, a $5,000 expense, like for this bang the table that I feel like we need, we're going to have to dig for that too. Like, we don't know where we can, even for an expense like that. Our county administrator is involved in every single expenditure because she's the only one who can figure out where that money is going to come from, because she's an accountant. We can come in here and guess and ask her questions, but frankly, it requires that level of juggling somebody who's credentialed with working with, accounts to do this stuff for us. It's not as simple as you're making it sound. I mean, I appreciate you
Yeah.
taking the time to do it, but
Yeah, it's not that simple. And what do we do? I mean, I'm not, and I understand what you're saying, but when you're talking about an overall budget and 10%, what do we do? Tell the sheriff to do away with 5 deputies?
Well, I mean, if you're looking at,
Basically, that's what you're saying. You're saying that we should tell the sheriff's department to do away with 5 deputies, the prosecutor's office do away with two prosecutors.
do you think a 5% cut would require someone to give up 5 deputies?
And you said 10%. How much is that 10%?
I said that the tax has been as much as 10% over the past decade. It's been 5% in the past 3 or 4 years.
Well, how much is 5%?
I'm not sure what you're saying.
How much is the 5%?
Well, if you look at the chart, the 5% it's been on the order of 500,000
100,000. Okay. That's
for the
not-
coal severance taxes over the past few years.
You're just saying that 5% is $500,000 of the budget, right?
Of the total county revenue, that's correct.
It's $500,000.
And I'm saying, if we're going to be, why can't we just be equitable about it and say, okay, if we're really going to lose, we could lose all of that. And we could just say, okay, yeah, all programs are going to have to suffer.
So that's what I asked you. Do you tell the sheriff's department he's going to have to do away with 5 deputies?
And I'm saying 5 deputies is not what you would lose from a 5% cut. I mean, if I manage, I'm
Deputies and 4 cars.
Yeah, I mean.
I'm saying I think you're being unreasonable about what a 5% cut. I mean, I'm not saying anybody would love to have a 5% cut, but I don't think a 5% cut in any program's budget is going to require, for example, the sheriff to have to lay off 5 deputies.
Well, I'm just saying, what does $500,000 cover? I mean, I'm just asking a question. You're bringing the figures up to me. What does $500,000, what could we cut in the county budget of $500,000? And that's what
I'm saying, couldn't we cut the equivalent of, say, well, for example, I mean, I'm looking at what the comparisons were from this year to last year. The Visitors Bureau is getting a doubling of their budget from last year.
But we can't use that money. It's only allotted to the Visitors Bureau.
Right. So I'm saying, I know that there will probably be some things that are grant stipulated and have to be subtracted, but still it just.
Well,
That's state stipulated.
Yeah, ma'am, I'm just asking, you're talking about we can cut, and since you've looked at the budget,
Well, let's look at the county commission. What is covered under the county commission budget? That's the biggest line item of the entire county budget.
what is?
Okay, well, I'm still trying to,
It'd probably be the sheriff's department.
you looked this up. I mean, you gotta know that I was gonna ask the question.
Yeah, and I'm saying, okay, so what's in the county commission? The budget document just says that the county commission, that's the biggest line item of expenditures. It just says county commission. I'm asking you all, what's in that?
There's a lot of stuff. There's a whole lot of stuff in it. I mean, I couldn't name everything in it right now. There's so much in it.
Payroll, taxes, insurance.
Workers' compensation, unemployment, central purchasing, any newspaper ads, which is about $100,000 a year. The fuel expenses for the county vehicles. I mean, it's all encompassing because the county commission is fiscally responsible for the entire county.
The courthouse operations.
That has a separate line item.
The other buildings, the memorial
The
building.
courthouse is separate, but a large chunk
Is
of
it?
that comes from the commission budget.
So last year, county commission line item was $1.8 million. For this coming fiscal year, it's budgeted for over 2.9.
That's because we have some funding that we're holding because some things were done not correctly. That's going to come back and bite us. So we have to hold on to that money to pay the,
Any amount of,
huh?
what's that?
I didn't hear you. I'm sorry.
How much?
She wants to know how much the air.
It was, it's probably 800 and some thousand
quite close to $1
dollars
million.
after the fine,
Three-quarter.
or maybe close to 925,000 after the fines. That'll have to be paid back to the state.
It depends on how long, that we could have repercussions for a couple of years over this, but I mean.
Right, it could affect grant funding and all kinds of things, but I mean, it was a good faith error, but it was an error. The prior commission granted back pay to some first responders or some extra pay or has some kind of pay that didn't qualify, and a lot of other counties did it. And they were consulting with each other and thought they did it in good faith, and they didn't. And so now the auditor pointed it out to us when our audit happened this year. And now, we're holding on to it because, and if we get forgiven, if they look and see that it's a huge problem and a bunch of counties did it and they say, okay, we're not going to fine you and we're not going to make you pay it back, and slap us on the wrist, then great, then we'll have that money to allocate. Otherwise, we have to sit on it because we won't be able to afford it if we spend it.
Not only will we have to pay it back, but we'll not be able to do any grants for 3 years.
Yeah, it's just, and like I said, we're mostly run off of grants. So we have a lot of like considerations, but I think like for today's purposes, I mean, you really, and I know everybody got mad at me, but I'm saying you can't convince me any more than you already have that we need to fund you. I mean, really, you can't. I mean, I've always believed that. When people ask me if I support the shelter, I do. The reality is
what about building inspection? There's a big increase for building inspection in the coming year's budget. There's an increase for Parks and Rec, an increase for elections and clerk, increase in the county jail. That's unfortunate, but I know we have.
Well, and the good news is we've been saving money on the jail bill, but
why is building and inspection cost expected to go up?
Why is what? Well, okay, let me ask you this, Rebecca. With the national park, do you think that we've got any increased imperatives, like with cleaning up dilapidated housing, or I know that you recognize what the issues are with regard to the stray animal problem, but there are a lot of things that we're having to try to examine and invest in with regard to this new national park designation. We don't have housing, for example. We don't have workers. We don't have infrastructure. People can't come here and stay at more remote properties away from Fayetteville because they can't get on the internet and work from their vacation rental or whatever they're doing. There are just so many things that we're trying to examine all at once. So some of these budgets are reflecting, the increase in projected cost. But again, as we said a million times, we revise our budget all the time. We had to get a balanced budget in based on what our projected expenses were. That doesn't mean that's where the money's going to be spent. That's where we think we might need to spend it. And like we've said over and over, the 70,000 was a placeholder. It was not the final number. We've got 48.5 that our county administrator has already identified at our request. And as soon as we get some more guidance on the rest of our spending, we'll be able to allocate the rest. I figure we'll be able to do it by early June. But there's just a lot more to it. I mean, you guys are able to activate a lot of people and motivate them to attend on Zoom for meetings involving the shelter, but there's a much bigger picture that is being played out here every meeting, on things like the Boy Scouts and whether we can collect taxes from them, but those taxes we can only put towards certain things. I mean, they're just crazy rules, but if we put them toward those things, we might not have to put other money toward them. So we're just trying to juggle. And so, about being fiscally, we're just like trying to make sure that we're prioritizing and we're spending our money accordingly. Because there was a previous culture, and I'm not criticizing, but previous culture where if we have money, like you'll see with kids, we have the money, we don't want to say no, because we want to do everything we can. When somebody asks us for something we want to help, they were granting the money without looking to see, okay, well, what are we taking away from if we give this small amount that we have to this other cause? And this is on our list. Like we you know, this is something that we want to fund, but it is the only external organization. That's what distinguishes you from everybody else who got their budget letters already. That's all.
Okay, now, we started at 12:30. It's almost 2:30, so we have 8 minutes to wrap it up.
I just wanted to note too, the amount of county revenue that's projected. Last year, in the budget that was submitted to the state was a little over $10 million was projected for county revenue. Currently, or probably as of the end of March, revenue was up almost $900,000. The projected revenue for the coming year, you all have indicated it being $11,700,000. So there's, you know, coal severance may be down, but general fund is up considerably. And, you know, we've said this before, you know, allocating money to us doesn't have to come from coal severance.
Well, it can't, it's not going to be able to after a point. I mean, that's just,
Exactly.
and that's it. And that's kind of why we're examining it more closely, because we don't want to come up with a solution that's only going to last us till the end of the year and go through this again. I mean, we're trying to figure out like how we're going to fund everything we have to fund long-term and what our priorities are, because there's some things that, you know, that we're probably not going to be doing anymore. Like I'll tell you, and there's no secret with my colleagues on the URA, but I don't want to pour any more money into Wolf Creek Park until we know countywide where our money should go first. Not that it shouldn't get funded or completed, but Route 60 and 19 might be a better place for the money to get more return to be able to invest in Wolf Creek Park. But like, you know, we're just taking a look at it, all the big picture items to make sure that we're being responsible, but we don't want to give you a quick fix. I mean, we're giving you a little bit of a quick fix with this 48.5, but you know, we really do need to take a look at our income streams and our projected increases and where we're going to be able to fund you, you know, in the future, and how it needs to be structured, and how we're, you know, again, the MOU needs to accommodate county needs too, you know, what we're hearing.
And so what I'm saying, what I'm hearing is that the agreement on the lease and the MOU, getting that hashed out will be dependent upon the additional funding above the 48.5 that has been come up with through the CARES Act. Once we get an agreement on our lease and MOU, then that's when.
Then the funding, yeah, because I feel like they have to go together. I mean,
let me just ask this though, because I mean, I came here at the end of February to present our requested budget for starting July 1.
Right.
MOU and lease, and that was never a discussion back then, but now it is a discussion.
well, the reason it is, and I think I mentioned that when we first came in, like it should have been, but I'm learning, and when I'm asking the questions, okay, you know, why aren't we doing something about feral cats, which I know to be a problem? You know, that's something, in my opinion, when you do an MOU or you're contracting with an organization for service, it's the customer that gets to determine the service. You know, if we put out a request for proposal, we say, this is what our need is, who can fill it and how, and then we, you know, tangle on it. And we didn't have that. So, you know, we've looked at the MOU and realized, holy crap, you know, nobody's looked at this MOU at least for a while. We need to take a look and figure out what we're doing. And remember, we're an all new commission now. I mean, or at least, you know, like he's been here longest since 4 years. So we're trying to, you know, we've got a lot of catch up and learning to do too. So not everything we do is, I mean, yeah. Do we wish we'd done it better? You bet. I mean, he's very frustrated that we weren't able to resolve this today. And I understand, because me too, because we've taken how many hours now, you know, of everybody's time trying to get at it, but we want to do it right too. And that's kind of part of it. I don't want to fund you out of something we have this year and won't have next year. You know,
But we'll talk about next year in a minute. But Tom wanted to speak.
Tom.
Her husband, Tom.
Yes, thank you. Can you hear me?
Yes.
Yes, thank you, Allison. You've mentioned a couple of times now that, you know, there's a lot of disproportionate time spent on this issue, and the shelter seems to be able to motivate or rather the New River Humane Society seems to be able to motivate a lot of people to join in on these meetings. I think what you're seeing there is there's a disproportionate response because there's a disproportionate amount of cutting. So the shelter is seeing, you know, and I understand you say this isn't the final number, but so far the shelter has seen a massive, more than 50% cut to its budget that no other department has seen. So of course, you're going to have a disproportionate, wait a minute, I'd like to finish what I'm saying. Of course, you're going to have a disproportionate amount of response to something like that. And secondly,
Is the only,
if I could just finish what I'm saying,
well,
Allison.
but you're repeating things that you've said before, and
No, I've never said that before. And secondly, you know, tax revenues, regardless of what's happening with coal severance, tax revenues for the county are up this year. So in a situation where tax revenues are up, it doesn't make sense to say, well, we have to cut the shelter by an even larger amount than we've already cut it by in the past. When you've got, I mean, from the numbers I have here, county general fund tax revenues are up 16% this year, from 10 million to 11.7 million. Now, regardless of whatever subset of that is coal severance money has gone down, that overall money has gone up by $1.7 million. So I fail to understand, with that going on and with the county commission's budget for 2020 being 1.8 million, and for 2021 it's listed as 2.9 million. I fail to understand why, with that massive jump, the shelter is getting such a massive, much larger cut than it's ever had in the past. So again, you guys keep talking about the coal severance being down. I understand that's down. That's a small subset of overall county revenue. Overall county tax revenue is up.
I think Ms. Taylor explained the other $900,000 about 3 times. I'm sorry, Tom.
But Tom, you need to subtract, we're hearing is $925,000 from the overall amount. Because if we get hit with the fines and the money we have to send the state, that has to go back. So that we have to list it on our income sheet or our budget sheet, just to make sure we don't get hit with another fine for not listing it.
well, and again, the shelter, and it's not personal, but the shelter is the only external organization that we fund, and the other ones we have to fund. I mean, we can't not fund. We can't defund the police or any of that craziness. We have to fund the sheriff. We have to fund the prosecutor. We have to pay for courthouse repairs and $60,000 outrageous elevator repair bills. Yes, we have to pay for all of that. The reason the shelter is different is not because of anything other than it's an external agency that we support as the county. And the fund that we have been supporting it through, when that decision was made to fund it in the way it was made, that fund is no longer what it was. And nobody until now has looked to see where else we can get the money to fund it, because it wasn't the only organization funded out of that fund either. The sheriff's office had some funding out of there, and some other people did too. And now we find ourselves with a very small amount of money in that fund that was originally the fund that funded the entirety of it. So now we have to look at where else we can get that money, where we have to take from to give that money. And we just have to do that. And like I was just telling Kathy, you know, I don't want us to, you know, say, okay, well, we'll take some of that. Everybody keeps saying the relief money, the relief money. The relief money is not going to be here ever again. You know, I don't want to fund something that we have to fund, you know, in perpetuity, presumably, out of something that's going to be here for a short period of time.
Here and gone, right.
So we're just trying to figure out, but we have money that we can't spend because we're afraid we're going to be fined. We have to pay money back. We have money that we haven't received yet. We have tons of money that we receive in tax revenue that cannot be put toward anything but certain things. Like, we have all these restrictions. So anytime I think we have an answer, I'm like, oh, well, I'll ask the sheriff to go out and collect some more motel tax and beat the bushes and see who we can beat up on to get that. And next thing we know, and then I get into it with the Boy Scouts, and I find out we can't give it to anybody. Can't give it to the shelter. Can't give it to we have to, provide it to the CBB, it goes to the same pot. So every time I identify a new stream, it's not one that can serve this cause, but we're still looking, and we can move stuff around. And there are some one-time expenses we have in some of these emergency services areas that we probably can fund out of some of this once it's free. And then we might be able to move some money over, but we do need to find long-term solution. We can't just keep band-aiding it.
We absolutely agree, and this is not the first year that this has been discussed, and since 3 years ago, this was discussed.
About where else to get it, and what was the answer then?
They got it from excise tax, county, I'm not sure if it was county line item for some of it as well.
Yeah, and
But, well, let me just say this, we are an outside ordinance, we are an outside agency, but the county obligation to have a shelter there.
I understand.
Is still there. So if the Humane Society is not there, you all still need to have funds to employ folks to be there.
I understand that, and again, the way it was set up.
Like Rebecca explained, the return, you all are just supplying our payroll cost expenses. That's what we require, that's what we request. When I came here in February, you didn't see anything about vet bills or anything like that. It was just salaries, unemployment, workers' comp, which that's another discussion we need to have. That was lined out there. But we are fundraising and providing the care for the animals for all of that. So you're talking about numbers and what you can get out of it. That's what you're getting out of it, Mom. We're providing that service to help animals that you all would at least have to come up with as well if we weren't there.
I'll raise my hand now. We're going to wrap it up with this. This year, the legislature has put on a memorandum for a new article of consideration for the state to determine if they want the legislature to lower their taxes and control the tax tables. That'll be done on the general election in November of next year. My recommendation to the commission is going to be, we'll send out a letter saying, hey, what we're going to fund for the first 6 months. And then after we see if that passes, then what we're going to be able to do for the second 6 months, because January the 1st, it'll go into effect. And if the people want to have lower taxes, by all means, they're going to go with what the state's going to say. And what that represents to us is a $3.7 million loss.
To what we do then?
To what we have now.
You see why we're trying to,
I'm
Okay.
not oblivious to this problem.
Okay, so-
I very much am a number person.
Okay.
And well in tune with what's going on.
okay.
I just wanted to remind you of that. That'll be coming up.
Absolutely. Let me just leave you with this food for thought. Pet issues, animal issues in this county. We have a number of rescue partners. Most are out of state, and they are situated in areas where there are ordinances concerning pets, companion pets, staying and neutering, those things. So that's why we have this need, and we have an excess, and they have a need to provide animals to their community members, and that's why they help. So, consider a spay-neuter ordinance in this county. I mean, that mama that just had 8, 9 puppies today, that could have been.
And then
alleviated the person having to surrender their pet.
And conceivably, your endowment could have paid for that if they had brought that mama in.
Absolutely.
So do you think we need education? I mean, what do you think we could do to, ordinance is one thing, but with any ordinance, you have to have enforcement too. There's a lot more in it. So, there are other ways, like we look at preventing things too. So if you could come up with some ideas about how we might educate the public, how we might get the word out more broadly to people who can't afford computers or internet, about how they could get their animals spayed or neutered for free. I mean, that's something that I think would be helpful, at least to an extent. I mean, it can't hurt, it might help. Yeah, I mean.
We've had our low cost spay neuter program for years the amount of people that don't utilize it is mind blowing, yeah, I mean, we get litters of puppies and litters of kittens. And this is prime season for that right now.
Yeah.
So well, each year we're like, fingers crossed, it's gonna be better than the next, and it never seems to be. You feel like this one is gonna be, yeah, so far it's a little scary.
Before we,
That's just something, I'm all about, I wish we didn't have to be there to have to take care of animals that people haven't been responsible for. Trust me, I would love to have a lot of free time in my life right now, that's being dedicated to this organization and to our employees and our animals and our community. So, that's something that to consider down the road that could help, with just the influx of animals that are needing to come to the shelter.
well, if you have some examples or, draft or ideas for something like that, please forward them to us. I would like to go ahead and move that we allocate the $48,500 that the county administrator identified for the animal shelter, at least for this year's budget, to the animal shelter. And then we can review the rest. I'll make a second motion about what meeting we can set that for, but.
A second.
Okay, we've got a motion and a second for the $48,500 grant, which will require monthly updates. Is that correct?
It'll basically be the same thing you're already seeing, we just have to have them every month. So I'll talk to you about it.
When this MOU and lease will be done.
Yeah, I
Well,
think.
this is different.
Yeah, but it has to be done. I mean,
Before we allocate the rest of them, yeah,
Yeah.
and I think we'll do that all together, like
Okay.
when we enter into the agreement and allocate the money.
All those
In the
in
meantime.
favor of the 48.5?
Aye.
Aye. Okay, that's taken care of. Okay,
And I think we need to set the MOU thing for the 18th, the meeting on the 18th, to
18.
give us time to get all the input in and get it in, get their input, and let them consult with their board.
It
June,
should be prior to the budget starting, shouldn't it?
when does budget start?
Yeah, I know, but I mean, didn't she say something about they're 30 days behind?
The money that we get reimbursed, so if you're allocating the 70,000 already plus this 48.5, that will suffice for us for our July or June payment.
Okay, so.
Trying to give Anthony time when the grand jury's coming up.
Well,
Okay.
that's why I was thinking the 18th, because he's got grand jury. We want to get a comprehensive, I figure because he's really efficient. I figure we'll have something by the beginning of June at the latest to you guys. When does your board meet normally?
Second Tuesday is usually, but that's flexible.
Okay, so if your board met on the 8th, we would have plenty of time by the 18th to have fleshed out that MOU and then have it. And in the meantime, hopefully we'll have more guidance on some of our funding, but we'll dig in and figure out where to get the rest of the money.
And that's
We'll have it all resolved on the 18th. Is
so that's June.
18 June, yes.
That's total 118,000, is that what it is?
No,
70 plus 40.
the 40 is to finish up this year.
No, it's part of the year budget, but she's just saying she'll be fine past her deadline that she had
Okay.
articulated
All right,
to
It's
us.
June 1st. right?
If we get it done on the 18th.
July 1st.
It's
Huh?
June the 30th. It's June the 30th at 11:59
Well, that was
PM.
through CARES Act funding.
Okay. Now,
Listen, I don't need anything from Peanut Gallery.
we still have Ruth's, a long list, so thank you, guys.
I actually think that's the most constructive meeting we've had, and I really appreciate your educating us a little more. And I'm sorry it's taken so long, but we're having to get educated on everything.
Well, I mean, I share with you and anytime you have questions, and you don't have to meet.
It's 70 to 48.
Have a question about something or concern about something. I mean, certainly, I'm sure that.
She making copies of that.
I mean, I had a conversation with John, about a month ago about some things, and
They have a license for river rafting?
Back me up on those
For
things.
what? I'm one of those people
River
who
rafting.
understand that when people complain that I don't always
And
have the details, you know, I mean,
we
I
should
get
say
that. I don't react.
Mr.
I'm not a
Allred
reactive
instead of
person.
Lieutenant.
But, which is why,
Okay,
but
well,
But
that's
these are
why I
questions that have come
put
up
my
enough
notes on it.
times that I wanted the public to hear your answers, because I don't want to try to explain it, because I'm not educated, I mean, I'm not competent to explain it.
Oh,
Like I said,
So-
if there's any questions you all have, even in the process of doing the MOU, please feel free to reach out to me.
Okay, well, I gave you a couple of things, but if you will, since we are considering a county employee, for various reasons, like whether it's to supervise any DRC or whether it's to work on feral cats or whatever, if you could give some thought as to what that person would do and how it would make sense for that reporting to go, and because I don't think we need to hire that employee in a vacuum. I feel like that person would have to have some qualifications, and we need to come up with a position description. So any, think on that, because.
Okay,
it might happen.
let's get into,
That we use for them, we could use to hire our own.
let's get into Ruth's stuff. Ruth, go ahead with number one, please.
Well, first I want you to just combine, divide, and segregate.
Oh, we have a divide, okay, go ahead.
Okay, look, we're starting at the other end.
Wait, I need to find my exhibit A.
Well, John's the only one that has to sign this, right?
Right.
And it's for Tina Dozier.
Here.
You have two of them? I think you have two. of them.
Yeah. And a whole bunch of Humphreys, Paula, Johnny.
That's a very common name in this county. It
Well,
really is.
it's-
Like, I've known a
That's a
ton of Humphreys.
consolidation. The first one's not marked, but I feel like it's a consolidation too.
So it's a whole bunch of Humphreys?
Yeah, so when you look at that next page, there's like.
Yes, it is a consolidation. Yeah.
ATL.
Oh, my goodness. They're just dividing that property up.
But somebody died in there.
Yeah, they're just putting it all in there. Okay, here you are.
Thank you.
You gotta make a motion to divide. Just up here at the top. Well, it says it on the first page too.
We're just trying to divide
Yeah, just to
divide this piece of real estate.
divide.
Consolidate.
Which form is this that just
Yeah,
has a hit?
consolidate.
Okay, so I move that we approve this petition to divide or otherwise segregate the property listed on behalf of Tina Dozier. And that's,
There's another one underneath.
and the large number of Humphrey parcels that the Humphreys want to subdivide, it looks like. I move that we approve both of these.
I second. Okay, we got a motion and a second to combine, divide, and segregate land. There's two petitioners, Dozier and Humphrey. All those in favor?
Aye.
Aye. Okay.
It's their own property.
Here.
Was this draft letter regarding the Boy Scout thing, was this in our packet? Because I didn't see it.
I see mine.
I mean, I see it in my hard copy packet, but I didn't see it in my soft copy. packet.
I think so.
I have, that's
I didn't
that's
see it.
what I
I just
always
scanned
look
a hard
at.
copy packet.
Okay.
Okay, here we are.
Thank you.
Here we are.
I read it, but I
Can
didn't
you
know.
hand that one
So
to
the
Michelle,
next
please?
one,
Yes, the next one.
is,
It wasn't in there. It's just a hard copy packet.
yeah, so this is approval of a response letter to the West Virginia State Legislature regarding the Boy Scouts, and I'll just point out it's due to them today.
I know.
Okay, so
I
up at the
haven't seen
top,
it
it
till
needs to
just
say Mr. Allred.
Yep, I already changed that.
Okay, and
Please change changing it now.
down on the third paragraph, they also have a license for river rafting. So I don't
Wait,
know.
I need to read it because I haven't seen it. I thought it was,
I read
'cause
it.
I read the soft copy package, but I don't remember seeing it in there.
So I'm also going to point out while you're reading that, there was a lot of discussion about the hotel motel tax in the email from Terry.
Mhm.
So I think he completely misinterpreted that email that she sent. It says they're subject to 1.25%. It doesn't say they don't pay that tax.
Mhm.
And when you look at the form that they fill out, every bit of that is listed on the form. It's also spelled out in whatever that House bill was that they passed, telling them what they have to pay.
Yes.
So I'm just going to respond to his email and attach that bill and point that out to him, just so you're aware.
And contact Mike, can get fees from that too, late fees.
I think we're probably going to have Anthony send a letter.
Okay.
That,
I'll talk to Anthony.
that they should be paying. It's our interpretation. They should be paying that way if their lawyer wants to respond otherwise. But I have a feeling based on my conversations that they felt like their misinterpretation, if that's what it was, of our advice was a gift, because I think they probably would have paid it and charged it too, from what Mr. Garrett was saying. Anyway, I don't know about the prior administration, but at least him, he's like, all right, say we don't have to pay, we don't have to pay, but I didn't get the feeling that, like, I think their lawyer's like, all right, that's what they're saying, go ahead,
Yeah.
I didn't, so we'll see, but I need to read this letter real quick though, because I
Okay.
don't know what
Okay.
we're saying.
Go ahead.
Quick.
Go ahead.
Go to the bathroom real quick.
I'm going to ask Ruth. Now, I know this is probably a queer question. It says levy taxes.
That's what they are, levy.
Okay, so no matter whether it's an extra levy or property taxes, it's still levy taxes. I thought it would be, but I had to make sure, just for the heck of it. The other thing, I know I tried to be difficult. The other thing here on the back, the spreadsheet, you attached the spread, did we have a new spreadsheet?
She has sent us several spreadsheets based on all the questions that she sent out. This is Becky that sent out to the chamber. If I printed them, they'd be
Yeah,
like,
well, I looked at one of them.
but she sent like 3 or so.
Okay, I responded to it. My responses probably wasn't heard. But they were
Which response?
kind of sarcastic in a way. They should have asked, do they think they need to pay taxes? But I
She went back and asked that, didn't she?
I think she did.
Did,
Yeah,
good.
that's why we've got several, she sent out several different
Because that's the
surveys.
same email you asked about that report you have in your hand.
Good, yes, and I did look through it. Thank you.
Good job.
See, when I read, I have to have a piece of paper because you see what I do? It's crazy, but that's what I do.
And it's funny, you use the word crazy.
It's crazy, but I outline stuff and it don't even mean nothing. Then I have to go back and circle what I really want to ask a question about.
That's normal.
Is that normal?
Yeah.
I didn't think it was normal.
Well, I do it. So I think it's normal.
I don't know.
Tom told me I could go.
Tom and normal, is that correct?
What is this?
Wrong clocks, right twice, or broken clocks,
That's,
right twice a day, right?
that's what Tommy brings into us,
Yeah.
a copy of what he's doing. That's the first time I've looked outside since we've been here. Looks like we came in the rain, we're gonna go out in the rain.
It's sunny in between.
Downspout stopped gurgling.
Oh.
Always scared.
That comes in the building.
So while you're sitting there, I'll tell you that they came and tested for asbestos, where they have to replace the boiler and
I bet we
found
have it.
asbestos.
I know.
We're at.
Would have called up.
We're in the sheriff's department, so we're gonna have to, he's getting us a quote.
Now we have to mitigate asbestos. It's gonna be
And it's
expensive.
not gonna, there's not an easy route.
Mhm.
out of
It's
the
gonna have
building.
to go from the basement up the stairs and out the captain's
You're
window.
gonna have to close anything or? 'Cause I mean, they have to.
I mean,
like,
we might have
wall it off
temporarily
and
relocate
nobody-
people.
All that, yeah.
I have no idea.
And
That-
if it's
no,
there,
it's
it's
in-
probably other places.
Yeah, the company, I guess, will let us know.
What else you got for me that's like that
I'll just keep it to myself.
while I'm sitting down?
Well, while you're sitting down, there's an issue with the sewer at the memorial building, and Pettit and Pettit's gonna have to come and figure out if the pipe is collapsed.
Okay.
Because water is backing up, sewage is backing up into the bathroom in the library.
We had that.
But Sonny's not scooping it out in buckets and dumping it down the drain, so.
We had that a couple, 3 years ago,
They think there's a crushed,
or maybe 4 years ago.
yeah, they had to evacuate the building.
Yeah.
Mhm. Same problem, but it's
Different side of the building too.
different
It
side.
was,
of
it was Roots at the Oak Hill Library. Like every once in a while, the toilet would just decide to be fine.
Dangerous.
She would be like, oh,
Yeah.
mopping.
I guess the last incidents those years ago was pretty bad, huh? Flood the basement. or
Let's
the
put it this way,
bathroom.
it was pretty crappy.
It was pretty crappy. That's okay. It was bad. So. That's coming.
Okay, so let's go ahead and we'll put this letter to the back because someone's rewriting it.
Well, someone is not rewriting it. Someone has found redundancies, grammatical errors, missing commas. And I haven't even read its substance. Like, I don't even know what we're purporting to conclude.
Not a whole lot, because I don't know how we would show that their tax exempt status is an unfair competitive advantage.
Yeah, I don't think we have the data, but I do think we need to examine creating an ordinance or requirement of some sort to collect the data for the next 5 years. I do think we need to do that because we need to be able to responsibly answer this with the kind of metrics they're asking for that we've never bothered collecting.
And if we'd have known.
Yeah, if we'd have
earlier,
known,
a year
yeah.
Or 6 months or 3 months ago, really, January.
We would have
That
had to go
happened.
before then, because it's
Yeah.
due in January.
Yeah.
Oh, really?
That all
Yeah.
happened
We're
before we
late.
were on the board.
Yeah,
Well,
so. But again, this is just, we're just all civilians. There are so many things that we have to learn and do.
Let's go ahead and let's approve number 2. It's
The
an
next
easy
one
one.
is just the letter requesting reimbursement for the Supreme Court family law judge rent.
Okay, I move that we approve the rent as we do every month for the family law judge.
a second.
Got a motion and a second to ask for reimbursement in the amount of $3,375 for rent for the family law judge. All those in favor?
Aye.
It's approved.
And I will say too, I don't know why, but I've learned, and Ruth has a list now, we've been buying all the refreshments for the court. And I don't know why.
Juries we have to.
Juries, we have to?
Yeah, but that's, I think, all.
Yep.
Okay, so, because, well, the majority, I will tell you, working up there, depending on the judge, but most of the time, the lawyers aren't getting a piece of that. I mean, they get the water, they put water out for us, but like, as far as the pop is concerned, and yeah, coffee, I think some of them get coffee, but most of us bring our own stuff, and the judges do not let us get into the pop and stuff like that, and we don't even try, but I have a couple times, but only because I've been there all day for abuse and neglect day or something, but most of the time we don't get into that. But if we're providing their water and, their coffee for their daily thing, I don't know, I think that's an expense.
I mean, how would you ever show that?
What the juries are doing?
Yeah, that we're providing it for their daily expense as opposed to for the jury.
Well, they know, the judges haven't, I mean, they just, nobody's gonna turn down a free gift, I think it's a matter of, And I'm happy to bring it up at the jail meeting next week that I'm going to about DRC stuff, but just ask Judge Ewing, he's chief judge right now, and just say, hey, any way we can cut these expenses, because, really we're providing, we only have to provide for the juries, and we seem to be providing for the
Heck with that
court and the
thing.
bar.
There ain't nobody in here.
If there's something they can do, I'm sure they'll do it just if we ask them to. There wasn't anybody getting in, and Hatcher's was in the very back, and probably Judge Blake's handling it that way too, but nobody's walking back there. They might go back for coffee, but they're not gonna get into that fridge or anything else. But we do provide that water, and the attorneys we do drink the water if it's in front of us. So maybe it shouldn't be in front of us, maybe. They could easily do that.
So the next thing's the WV Corps renewal. We had talked about the health department and solid waste vehicles.
Health department already has all theirs pulled off.
I read the email or letter or something like that, I think.
Yeah, and did solid waste provide us their,
They didn't have quorum last week, so they couldn't discuss it.
They didn't have quorum, so they couldn't discuss it.
What? Are we on the planning commission thing?
No, solid waste didn't have quorum.
I still don't know why we have a solid waste authority.
because we don't have a regional one.
So we could draft a letter and let them know.
Yeah, that they need to get their insurance. I got that little bit. Yeah.
No.
They just need to.
So need a motion on that.
If you motion to approve it, motion that we can stamp your names. The renewal.
Because we'll have to check it out. We'll have to take them off anyway.
Yes.
Okay. Motion to approve and allow to stamp my name.
Second.
Okay, we got a motion to second to approve and stamp our names. All those in favor? Aye. Okay. 4.
So these are appointments of Rachel Carter to replace the vacancy for the farmland. Vacancy of Russell Heights, farmer.
His seat's farmer.
Okay, and Andrew Davis to replace the vacancy of Adam Hodges, which is the NRG whatever representative. Their terms expire May 16th, 2025.
Both of those people had to come off because their term limits.
I think it's a good move.
Everybody, you good with it, Ms. Taylor?
Yes.
All right, I motion to approve.
Second.
Okay, got a motion to approve and a second on putting Rachel Carter in the vacancy for Russell Heights and Andrew Davis to replace Adam Hodges. All those in favor?
Aye.
Aye. All approved.
Okay.
Okay, now we got to catch up some things here before we go to number 5 because it's going to be a lot of signing.
Number 5 is going to be a lot.
And I'm having I'm having a meeting with the fire chiefs next week.
Okay.
Are you?
Mm-hmm.
Good.
Gonna wrangle us up one.
I like the thrust of the letter that we're just giving facts and not conclusions.
Well, because your conclusion really.
We have no
how can you
conclu-
ever prove it?
Well, we have, yeah, we.
Throwing those facts around.
Do what?
You're throwing those facts around.
That's all I could get in there because,
Yeah, what else?
well, and my phone kept ringing and then they need that grant info and I'm like, although.
Amy,
Yes.
will you email me this document, please?
Yes.
There are just a couple of other things I'd
Oh.
like to see in it, so I'm just gonna
Will
add
you
it
email
myself instead of
the,
writing it on here. Yeah,
She
she
said
knows.
yes.
She already knows.
Oh, okay. I wish my ears would come in.
Can we use CARES Act funding for some hearing aids for him? I mean, I have mine, you know.
I won't really whisper underneath y'all now.
I don't know,
I just-
John gets his ears.
We'd have to get him for Sunny too, I think.
Oh,
I'll tell you
Sonny
what,
just says, yeah,
they
yeah.
don't help with everything you would think they do. I wish I could turn them down a lot of times, but I can't.
Tom's chair is squeaking. All right, we ready?
Let's, yeah, go ahead.
Okay, so the next is beautification committee reappointments for Alan Ballard, Tommy Harris, Angela Gerald, Amanda Skaggs, and Amy Dangerfield.
Correct. We are missing one person, which is a county fire chief. And I'm gonna have a discussion with them, I think, Thursday of next week.
Motion to approve.
All of them.
Yes,
And this is for the beautification committee?
yeah.
Okay, I just have a couple of quick questions. So why do we have a separate beautification committee? I mean, is there anywhere where we can consolidate? Because we have so many committees that we can't man them.
I mean,
So I want to
agree.
know, like, I mean, I understand that what it does is important. I'm not questioning that. What I'm asking is, we have planning commission, we have URA that's supposed to be dealing with dilapidated housing, we have beautification that's dealing with dilapidated housing, we have solid waste that's dealing with trash and other stuff. Is there any way to reconfigure this so we have a lot of those things combined in one committee? Like, what's statutorily required and what is?
She's looking at Angela.
Yeah, like the beautifications would be with the dilapidated buildings.
Right.
Or something like that, yeah.
Well, it's part of what it does, I
It's part
think,
of
but
that. Yeah,
But then,
that's what I'm
you've
saying.
got solid waste who's supposed to be like getting rid of the ones we tear
All
down.
three of
and then
them
you've
could be
got-
together.
Well, that's what I wonder.
Yeah.
And then the URA's got its impetus that's supposed to be dilapidated, you
Yeah,
know,
it's
so
all
that's
the time.
3 organizations right there that are all involved in the same issue.
Okay, so it says required per state code.
Yeah.
So
Okay.
if it says required per
But
state
if it's
code, is
required, it doesn't mean it has to be separate.
Right.
We just have to have the
It might
function.
be if you have the committee, this person's required too.
Well, yeah, we can put those people on it, but what I'm saying is, I don't think, like, okay, so that LEPC that I'm doing, I asked Nicholas County, I said, you know, hey, you know, do y'all even have this? And the commissioner hadn't even heard of it. And then he said, I think we do that along with some other stuff. So if we're required to do it, I don't think we necessarily on all these cases have to have a separate committee for every function that we have to fill.
I like it. I agree with it. In fact, now that you mentioned that, you know what the URA did, looking back at, what they restructured their stuff. They had Whitlock Forum. They had 3 or 4 different organizations going in one. Do you remember how they changed that, John?
Yeah, they went into,
It was screwed up really, then they went back to one.
they had,
I like what you're talking about.
they had the
It's
farm,
just, it just seems like we have too many, and we,
they had,
we don't need to have our own staff to fill a manning requirement for these committees, if we can combine them and have.
Especially they're all
we-
related.
We
in
need the
some-
public, it's not cool that we have people who work for us, and we have this in several cases. Abby Newell is very active in her community. She was before she worked for us. But we've got Amy after she worked for us, filling slots, and Angela filling slots, just because there's nobody to fill them. And I don't think we need to do it that way. I mean, I really don't. And she works for us. I mean, anybody could reasonably argue, well, she felt pressure from the commissioners, her employers, to vote this way or do this thing, you know, and so, you know, I think we need to, I think we need a workshop. I think we need to schedule a workshop on a more open agenda and examine these.
And I'm tickled to death that you mentioned.
And put, and get the people to attend to.
Next Friday. 10 o'clock.
You're trying to ruin my next
I'm
week?
just kidding. I'm just kidding.
All right, hold on.
You better be kidding.
I'm just kidding.
Messing with me.
okay, so next Thursday at 10 o'clock.
No, I like
Not
what
at all next week, because I'm off the
let's do it, put it on the 21st. I mean, we're here till 4
We have,
o'clock
I have
today.
stacked, oh, on May, I think we're, Amy, what's our agenda looking like?
The 21st is.
21st. We've got
I'll
to
bring dinner. And we-
It's
I think
like
I think we need to do a special meeting on this one. I think we just need to pick a date and suck it up and do it the same
Yeah.
week as another meeting or something. And just, and get, you know, our staff here and some key players from those committees and hammer it out
When are
because
you doing the wage and review?
So beauty,
that's,
SWA,
when is it?
URA.
18th of May.
18th of May.
Can we do URA with them? I don't believe so, could we?
Look, they're in charge of the dilapidated house.
No, they're supposed to be.
Yeah. so-
Yeah. I
and-
know, I think we should engage the URA. I mean, yeah, I mean, we definitely need Gabe and Abby. But I think we need to look at committee consolidation, period. We just need a comprehensive list of all our committees, figure out, you know, what we need and do, like, just like we did with the planning commission. And, you know, figure out what we need, create a committee that encompasses those missions wherever it makes sense. Figure out how many board members and what representation, whether it's fire or whatever we have to have on them. And then get applications in from the participating members
I like
and
it. So
go.
Friday, 10 o'clock.
No, the Wage and Benefits Review Board is meeting on May 18th, which might be a good day if we did it in the morning.
May
Yeah,
18th, we
'cause
already have
I
it.
think it's great. I won't be here.
We have a URA.
That's
meeting.
why you're pushing the 18th.
No, that wouldn't be good for us.
Well, I actually think you might need to be here if we were talking budget and savings or of any kind,
What is this?
or logistics.
Well, I'll tell you realistically, with us potentially losing $3.7 billion, because you know, everybody's gonna say, I'm not gonna pay no more taxes.
I really feel like that's what'll happen.
That's
Yeah.
what will happen.
That's what's gonna happen. I don't see how we can do any wages.
Oh, we can restructure. You can always restructure.
As long, if we get rid of half and.
Like, we
wage
would
the
have
other
to
half.
get rid of a lot if they
Yeah.
pass
Yeah.
that.
You can always restructure. You don't like to do it. You hate to cut, but you know, you got to do what you got to do.
So the beautification ordinance that we have dictates that we have to have a board.
Well, but we've made the ordinance, didn't we?
Yes, that's what I'm gonna see.
So, I mean, I think we first need a workshop to figure out what needs to happen. At that workshop, we'll figure out we have an ordinance we need to overcome or revise. I mean, because we can rescind any ordinance we want to. We can
Yeah, we can
implement a
do
new
that.
one. We can consolidate ordinances or refer to existing ordinances. You know, we don't even have to revise them if they make sense. We just make the, you know, reference them all in the document that creates whatever the combined committee is. You know, if the ordinances are up to date, we should be reviewing our ordinances anyway. That probably needs to be a
So
workshop.
Ruth,
at
when are
some
you
point.
supposed to be back?
The day before our next meeting, so
It's 20th.
the 20th.
So we need to do it the following week.
So we can do it the 19th then.
No, on her first day back, are you kidding me?
I won't be here.
She won't be
No,
here.
We
it's
need
gonna
her
be
to
the
be
20th.
here.
Let's
Yeah.
do it. Let's do it.
The 20th?
No, because if she's been gone a few days, that she's not gonna have.
I'm
a
trying to
minute.
aggravate her.
And the last Thursday and Friday of the month, I'll be gone as well, just saying.
27th and 28th.
Mhm.
What are y'all's, which weekend is Memorial Day? Because I'm planning to work at
27th and
911
28th.
Center. So that 27th is the weekend?
Yeah,
Because I'm gonna
that's
work at
that
911
weekend.
that weekend.
Mhm.
So
Yeah, 27th, don't do that. That's,
y'all want to do it like the 24th or
July.
25th?
The 25th would be better for me. I might be in Columbus 24th.
What about you, John?
I'm open all the
Are
time.
you going to the zoo?
No, it's business.
I'm just kidding.
I was just there actually.
Well, it is a zoo up there
Um,
anyway.
Yeah, it's a nice one.
All right, so the
No, I'm
25th at, what, 10 o'clock? Just do a workshop on, in this committee review. We need a list of every single committee, county committee or commission that we have. And, you know, if possible, like what created, like the creating document. So if it's a ordinance, if it's a statute.
I have pretty much all of that.
Yeah, I know you
already.
do. I'm just,
It's not
yeah.
pretty, but it's there.
so, and that way we can figure out, because even this LEPC, you know, that's a mess. Like, to have us have a whole committee for a county this size, and some of them, we probably do need to look at partnering with Nicholas and Raleigh on regional stuff. Like if solid waste is something we need to do regionally, or LEPC we need to do regionally, or emergency response, we probably need to look at that as a part of it too. I mean, we might not resolve everything, but we'll at least know what questions we need to ask and figure out what we think we can
I
do.
like consolidating them four at least, man.
Yeah, yeah, if we could. Yeah, it would.
Okay, one thing I want to bring to your attention to think about. Our last meeting for comprehensive plan will probably be October the 5th. It's a Tuesday because you'll have to have all of October, November, and December to get it together so that we can review it and make sure it's right. So we technically have June, July, August, and September, 4 months plus one meeting in October. So it's going to be hectic trying to get everything completed.
Yeah, I agree. But I want to see what happens with the meeting next week on the Route 19 thing before we set our first meeting on out in the public.
I just don't think anybody, I just don't think.
I don't think we're going to have I don't think we'll have a quorum either. I mean, that's why I asked Angela to go ahead and advertise it for the 7th with the rest, just in case it's contingency. So we can have everything on the 7th.
All right, so we're going to put the 5th on hold.
Wait, I'm not even on that.
Until June the 4th.
What's that?
That's the one we were just talking about.
We're going to postpone number 5 to June
look,
the 4th.
Everybody on here but one person is county employee.
Okay. So the next was.
I move that we postpone that to what, June 4th?
Yeah.
Wait, why June 4th?
We have a meeting that day.
No, but
You want to do it the workshop day?
oh yeah, the work. No, I think he's right. I think the 4th is the way to go. Because we may need a little bit. We may need to get stuff in.
Allison said I was right.
I think we need. Well, no, like if we have to write it up, and I'll realize that that's not common, but but we have to write it up after we decide it. Like if we have to readdress ordinances or whatever, we need enough time to get that done. And in fact, the 18th might be a better meeting for it, just to give us enough time to do it. But we stacked a lot of stuff on there already. And I'm just saying, because if we have to rewrite ordinances or that sort of thing. What?
I'm just happy you said I was right. Yeah.
You've made his whole year.
That made my day.
Don't get used to it.
Oh.
I'm just kidding.
Yeah, right. Okay. Let's go. Number 6.
That is Susie Wheeler's request. It was just changing the independent photography and whatever.
She already ran this by us before.
Well, she just
This is
changed
familiar.
it because somebody's not doing something and this guy can do it. Anthony reviewed it and said it's fine.
Okay, well, I don't have a problem. I mean, we've already approved the concept. Who she has to do it is, as long as she's complying with our requirements, which I know Anthony would have made sure.
Motion, please.
Motion to approve.
Second.
Okay, got a motion and a second to approve the independent photography and videography contract for New Roots Farm. All of those in favor?
Aye.
Aye. Done. 7.
So next is to approve and sign the order acknowledging the substitution of securities held by Fayette County National Bank.
Okay.
I like it.
Baby's got back.
Yeah. Baby's got back. Okay. Were you cool with the changes? Did you run them by
Anthony?
No, they always have to change their security.
Yes, I know.
Here's what, and I talked to Denise about it.
Yeah.
We apparently put a caveat in our
Yes,
review every
we did.
June that says you can substitute securities as we go.
Yes.
But she said it used to be that we had like a month leeway between them getting these and then actually going into effect. Now it's like 3 days. So by the time they even get the letter, it's already been into effect. So
Okay.
with the order, yeah.
All right. Need a motion.
I move that we approve.
A second.
Okay, you got a motion and a second to approve the acknowledgement of the substitution securities held by Fayette County National back.
Back.
All those in favor?
Aye.
No.
check, don't
Oh,
touch.
wait, wait. We got two that we need to sign here, Allison.
Or we could do the calendar.
Okay, let's go to number 8. Woo-hoo. Okay, number 8, our senator is going to need more than 15 minutes time when he comes to talk with us.
Well, Fridley's presentation doesn't take any time.
It'll just be.
Here it
Delinquent.
is.
Where are we? Are we on the
We're on the agenda.
21st?
Yeah, May
Draft
21st.
agenda.
And AEP is listed here and on the,
Because he asked that she hold 30 minutes for that meeting.
yeah, but it's only giving him 15.
He told me, he actually told me he only needed 15, but.
And he's also, I thought, saw him on another,
Yeah, because he's not sure.
yeah, he's also on the June the 4th.
Here's something that I want to make sure we do, like when we have, like we did today, when we have an issue, like say we do have a quorum unexpectedly on the 10th, I'm not sure that 10 o'clock of 15 minutes is enough for the, for what's going to go down.
Oh, you're right.
And so I'd like to see those agenda items at the end of the day, so it doesn't hold up the rest of the train.
But can we change it now?
Yeah, that hasn't been posted yet.
Okay.
Yeah.
No, I'm talking about, okay. I mean,
Like, go to the front page.
because I was thinking.
The excise tax discussion and decision.
What's that about? That's not even enough for me to understand.
That's probably a Tom.
Oh,
Is
Is
it
that
gonna
me?
be?
Did I put that on there?
Excise,
You did, Tom.
I think it's bringing back the funding back into the county is what I was talking about. Because that was like a month ago, wasn't it?
which,
We're talking about with the URA.
okay,
Okay, so will it take more than 15 minutes?
Probably not, no.
Okay, so you're cool with 15 minutes?
I'm cool at 15.
Okay, Tom is okay. Okay, Senator Baldwin will need more than 15 minutes.
what's he coming for?
Third one down. He's here for broadband commission.
Is he here or is he zooming in?
He will be here.
9:15.
And he is okay with the 9:15 time.
So we need to just move John.
Yeah, so we can move everybody down.
Angela cannot move down.
No, she can't.
Oh,
what I'm
that's
saying.
right, she can't, you're right.
That's already been submitted.
We're gonna
It's
have to
already
move a
been-
lot of things then, because,
Yeah, because that's when we're gonna need, that's what I was saying, that it's already been posted.
yeah, I think we need to put John, if possible, if he can do it at like, at least 10, no earlier than 10:30 and move the excise down and that sort of stuff.
I tell you, I think we're gonna need, if they,
This guy's got a whole team of people that he's getting together, so.
If-
Who?
if
Ron
they are, if they
Robinson.
do make quorum, we will have a bunch of people in here.
That's what I'm concerned about, and that's why I think that one needs to move to the end.
Well, but it can't move to, you talking about.
Oh, we can't,
We
oh,
can't. That's what
well,
I'm
then
saying.
you think we need like an hour then?
I think we're gonna need an hour. That's what I'm thinking, because it will be filled up.
I
But if
know
it's not
Tugwell has a meeting in Beckley at 1 o'clock. I believe that's what he told me. I can't remember exactly.
Well, let's do that. I mean, because here's something we can do since, well,
We could combine Tugwell and Baldwin both because they're talking about broadband.
Are both of them talking about broadband?
Yeah.
Well, I guess we could do that. I mean, if you both of them's
Because he's
notified.
talking about the ARP money, right? Tuggle.
Yeah,
Yeah, okay. Well, that might be better.
and so
It
is,
says ARA on here.
I contacted him today and he told me that that was just a mistake, that it should have been ARP.
Okay.
It's the American
Okay.
Recovery.
I was gonna say, never.
yeah, and we could put those two together.
What are they, I mean, because I don't want to walk into there not knowing what they're going to talk about and then have this huge learning curve when they get in, trying to
He's
understand what
gonna-
they're talking about.
Senator Baldwin is gonna send us a one-page summary of what he wants to discuss with you. I contacted him yesterday just to make sure he still wanted to be on the agenda. And he said that he could send us a kind of a breakdown. And I said, yes, let's do that as soon as possible.
Did he send it to you?
He has not sent it yet.
Okay,
Okay, so giving them 45 minutes is probably fine
given those two, yeah.
together. I
Yeah.
mean, we could even put John as a 9:45, but I think like on excise, we can move it down.
Yeah, you can go down.
Go anywhere.
AEP,
That's a
what's this
question
about?
Huh?
What is it for?
The new transmission line project that they're gonna be doing,
For,
AEP.
what, I mean, where? I mean, I don't know
It's
anything
all,
about
it's
it.
all the towers, I believe, right?
It's all the towers. He's gonna start round 2 of the towers,
And what are they doing to it?
huh?
What are they doing to them?
Upgrading them.
They replace them, right? Is this the one that's down 61?
Yeah.
Yeah, replacing them and upgrading them.
They did it down like where the old landfill is. They put in new roads and everything, get all the stuff out there. It's fascinating.
Yeah, they did cross my farm, and they're gonna do it again for the second line going across that's breaking off a different direction.
Yeah, you can put the excess tax last. I don't care. Because we're
Yeah,
gonna
I
need-
figure anything that doesn't require somebody necessarily to come in from the outside, like, Michelle and Lisa's item, excise, and, are we looking at discussion and decision then? Because we're probably gonna need, or do we?
For what?
Are we gonna need executive session for any of that discussion?
No, just discussion on the internet. No decision yet. Excise tax will be discussion and decision, Tom?
Well, that's
Well,
what
we
I
always
was
put
asking.
discussion and decision.
Yeah, so,
Yeah. Nothing for AEP because they get to do what they want to do regardless. Michelle, what's this?
That was just, we've got some stuff coming up that you guys are gonna be doing as the commission, as the county court. It involves probate, and so I was just gonna kind of give you a heads up on it.
You guys weren't here yet, but I'll tell you this one. We had a brother and a sister from Mount Hope. And the brother was going to get 60% and the sister was going to get 40%. Well, the brother done great for himself. So he said, I just want 30%, give her the 70%. She come in here and charged us with doing that. And we had to go back to the original probate because she wanted 50%, give him 50%. So we had to go to the wish of what the parents wanted to give. And man, she was all upset for a while.
And she was gonna get more lepti.
Yeah, she was gonna get more and
Yeah.
she's fussing.
People are it's crazy. But anyway, I just thought, and so it doesn't even really have to be on there. I mean, I just thought it would be a good idea to bring it up before we get out some people in here.
Yeah.
'Cause I
Okay.
know at least one family is planning on, I don't know.
Yeah, I know one of the attorneys. All right, and then Bill Hines, he's just a regular update.
He'll actually be here next Tuesday, and it's gonna go through all those grant files that are
Okay.
in such a mess. And he's gonna get like a Dropbox set up and get it all organized, and I'm really excited, because I'm asking one questions.
Good, so you don't have to look through all those boxes.
You saw my table in there.
Yeah, I saw your table.
That looks better.
Yeah, it was pretty bad.
Okay, all right. Need to put the dilapidated stuff on there again, and it needs 30 minutes.
well, so,
Because you've got Jan Care on there, you've got.
but dilapidated, can we not,
It already
like,
is on
as we
there.
reform these committees, can we not deal with that at the time? Because we're like talking about reorganizing the
I don't care. As
And
long as it
actually,
gets done
look,
this year.
Look, and I'd
Okay.
already put it on here, so if you want me to put that on the 25th,
I don't know that we can decide it on the 25th. I think maybe the 4th when we make all those decisions.
Yeah, put it on the 4th. As long as it gets done sometime this year.
In regard, yeah.
I mean, I've just been waiting since February on it, so.
Well, if we hadn't had meetings every 3 days in February and all these meetings in March, I mean, there's just a lot. We've got a lot that's been crammed in.
Yeah, if that, what that one guy call you, losses? If that losses guy wouldn't put so much stuff on there, I might get mine through. Yeah, he said, you know that Tom Losses? And I said, Tom Losses? And I started thinking, oh yeah, I know Tom. He said, he makes good hot dogs. I said, okay.
it's not a huge.
And he walks down the road.
Hot dog wedding cakes.
Yeah,
Wedding cakes?
well, Ruth showed me a hot dog wedding cake.
Oh,
He's getting married.
I thought, yeah, you did go to Tennessee. What's this wedding cake thing?
Yeah, hot dog wedding cake. I thought it was cool.
It was just funny.
I know I do want to put something on the agenda for whenever we can get it on there.
Okay,
Unless Ruth's got it on there for the.
it'll be August.
Okay.
Yeah,
that's
pretty
At
much.
this point, it will. What's it for?
And that talk about remodeling that, the old jail over here, the historic jail.
Oh, Tom, do you know how
That's
much
like
it
a
costs
3
to
or 4
remodel?
year
Well, I mean,
project just to
But
get
we
it
might
to
be able
where
to
we
get
can-
grants and stuff where we
Yeah,
wouldn't
honestly,
have to
that's
pay
like
other
2 years.
things.
I mean, with grants. I
Well,
mean,
if we could do that, then
We
we
have to
could,
manage all the paperwork that's in there first, and we can't
we
just
could
get rid
put
of it.
all the jailbirds in there.
Well, some of that paperwork, I believe, Ruth, did you check and see if some of it could be,
We don't even know what that stuff is.
But I mean-
And everything we have has to be like cataloged and sent to the state records. to
For
see if it's
permission
something
to
that we can't
destroy.
destroy anything.
Yeah.
have y'all been up there and looked at that place?
Yeah,
Now, the 3rd floor is not ours.
yeah, the third floor
everybody
isn't
else.
ours, thank goodness.
But they
Okay, so,
still have to do the same kind of stuff.
Cause
They
if you walk
catalog.
through there, the boxes are doing this number.
so I mean, are we, to me, when I seen that, I thought, I mean, for any way we can even change the way this is, we have to change it. It's a mess. I
It
mean,
needs to be.
It
but
needs to be
like
cleaned
that
out
is
first.
I worked on it last summer on our floor. You can see where everything was sitting out. So I could start cataloging it, but then it got busy over here, so I had to.
I
come
mean,
back.
Like, that's a full-time job.
I mean,
just to go through that stuff.
well, I mean, it's something, I mean, some of the stuff was from, look like the 80s, is that right?
Oh,
Ruth?
it goes back.
It goes
70s
back
and
really
80s?
far, yeah.
So I mean,
But we still can't just destroy it. You literally have to catalog all of it and
Get
send it to
permission.
the state records. The, what do you call
We
it?
have an authorization to destroy form,
Mhm.
or sometimes they'll take it and they'll
It's
keep
never
it.
been done, apparently.
It's
Anna
records
does
management.
it
Mhm.
annually in the tax office.
But she hasn't, that
But
one where
not
it's like
up
there
there.
is her backlog
Right.
from previous
Like, that's been a
chief tax
catch-all for
deputies.
years.
Yeah.
so we could send it, what's the process of doing that?
You go through every box. and
12
find the
tractor
documents
trailers.
are, and fill out a
You have to fill out a form and you have to put the cubic feet of each kind of document. Send it to, and then you send that form to the records management people in Charleston, the Cultural Center. They look it over, they approve if you can destroy it or if you have to keep it. And then they send it back to you and then you can either catalog it somewhere else to keep it, or they'll take it and keep it, or you can destroy it.
Welcome to government.
Yep.
My gosh, that is, I'm gonna tell you, it's terrible up there. I mean, that could potentially be a fire hazardous.
Yes.
Oh, it is.
I mean, seriously, I
And
mean,
then I keep thinking, if they found asbestos around that pipe, or the boiler, it's got to be removed. I guarantee you, in the jail, we'll have the same issue.
something needs to be done. I mean, after seeing that, it's really bad. I mean, something has.
Did it make you want to go home and start cleaning?
It made me want to clean it up right now, not my house.
Well, how about it, buddy?
Yeah, I'll give you the rules.
Hey, day report.
That's what I was thinking. But they can't log everything.
No. I mean, it's taken me this long to
Like, we
understand
actually
our
have
records.
fun going through
Yeah.
some of that stuff.
Yeah, that's not fun up there. That is like,
It is if you're breathing in the air.
So we have another room just like that in the basement that's full of the same type of files.
Basement, oh, here, yeah, yeah.
Seriously, it's,
And it's been worked on and it's still. like
well,
that.
can we not start doing that now? I
My
mean,
room didn't look at bad.
You all stop meeting every other day, yes.
Ours is all in those boxes.
man, So you don't think we should even talk about getting a grant to do something about that? That
It would sit now.
If we could have someone come from Charleston, bring like 6 people one week to work here, we may be able to do something with it.
I don't think it'd be a couple of weeks.
And it's,
Did circuit clerk have somebody come and look at their stuff?
I don't know.
The state art, the records management place, they will come, like if you determine there's records you want to give them,
That's what it was.
they will come and catalog it all, and they're not asking for each piece of paper to be individually cataloged. They want to know this box is
Yes.
tax forms from
Have you
1980.
been in there?
Well, we've done some of our stuff already.
Your stuff is organized.
Yeah.
You need to go in there and look at.
You should really go.
But
look,
seriously,
because
if
I
they'll
was
do
like
that
several
and-
But they will, but they kind of want to know what you've got. You know what I mean? Like
Yeah,
they-
you have to be able to tell.
You have to be
what
like,
you have. They're not gonna.
because
come
we're
dig
looking
through
at
it
doing
for
some of
you.
that in ours, like say, hey, you can come get our old marriage certificates.
You have an idea what we got?
I started on it last year, yes.
I
But
don't
it
know when they'll get
takes-
to it,
It
because you
takes
know,
time.
COVID. They're not all back in the offices yet, I don't think. I think June 1st, maybe.
I have moved,
Okay.
yeah. And I've moved some of our stuff around. I moved all the estates that were over in the jail into the estate room downstairs, which that's actually county clerk, but it freed up some cells for me to get in and rearrange some other things.
okay, I'm just saying there's got to be a solution to it, because if
It's just.
that keeps going like that, 20 years from now, I wouldn't somebody look back and say, Louise, just let this thing get this bad. That's terrible.
Everything else is your fault. Why not?
We're not supposed to be putting anything new in there.
I don't
You
think
couldn't get
you-
anything.
I know.
You can't put nothing else
I
in
don't
there.
know
unless you
what,
have-
I don't know what the Supreme Court or circuit clerk's doing. I don't know if they're going up there, and I don't think tax office is, because she's managing hers now as she goes. But I know that third floor did not look like that the first time I saw it. So it's happened within the last 5-6 years. It was bad, but it wasn't that bad.
Okay.
I've only been here since.
Like
Well,
all
we're
those
waiting on Miss
chairs,
Taylor to finish
all those
this.
cassette tapes.
Yeah, we should take a break. Go ahead and take a break.
Well, I'll tell you what, we're almost getting into Leonard time.
Well, I'm gonna start bringing
Meeting
dinner.
yet today.
You know what?
Time,
Leonard.
dinner.
Lunch and dinner.
I say, hey, I don't mind doing it. This is like a break to me. I mean, I was supposed to go back and cut 20 pounds of chicken, but I can do that in the morning, I guess.
Did you see that they're saying chicken's gonna be a shortage?
What?
I bought 4,000 pounds this past winter, so I mean, I got plenty.
Yeah, they said that chicken's gonna be a shortage.
Everything's gonna be a shortage, John. And I said this, man, I bought that other freezer and I filled both up. I got it so full, I can't hardly get in it now.
In that new freezer?
Both of them, yeah. I got enough stock. I gotta try to figure out how to start getting rid of some of it.
I should be selling it.
I am selling it, just not fast enough. Because I know January is coming up, and November, December, everything's, if you're gonna buy, you gotta buy it November through January.
Well, you got Rail Trail coming up on the 18th of next month.
Yeah, but,
You should pick up business on that.
oh yeah, but I've done just as much, this Friday and Saturday as I did on Rail Trail every time. You're on, we're on, so.
No, thank you.
Taking a break, is that what you said?
Coming in, raising all kinds of cane.
Yeah. What does she want?
How much longer you guys think we're gonna be?
Probably 15 minutes at least.
Alice?
About 15 minutes.
And I just changed it today to say the general inquiries go to our Gmail, and then it comes directly to my email address. So if they don't want it, probably, yeah. Oh, yes. Oh, yeah, oh, yeah. Go to our website and there's information. They get it whenever. This is 3:30 on the Friday, Amy. Mean. All right, so you guys, I have on the, John, on the, what day is this, the 21st?
Yeah.
I have discussion about the MOU with the 911 center and Jan Care. Is that supposed to be on that day?
Yeah, that's fine.
Has someone looked that over?
Yeah, because
I have it in my to-do.
our prosecutor's going to work on that. Oh, when's that webinar? May the 13th. Are these people killing me? Or what?
Yeah. Yeah.
Wonder what that's about. Did you live in bad terms?
I can't.
I need to show you what I did today.
Kathy's supposed to email us a copy of that stuff with the corn or whatever the application is. Can you make sure you text me when you email that to me?
You mean because you don't ever check email when I send it to you? I sure can.
Thank you very much.
Oh, I was getting ready to text you yesterday to tell you to check your email. You walked in, so I just gave it to you.
She does it. She texts me. She knows it. Hey, if I'm slopping dogs, I can't just text me. But if you send me a text,
Let me show John your cake that you're gonna have when you get married again. This is the cake he's gonna have when he gets married again.
I already got a hot dog shirt that I wear around and a hot dog hat.
There's a power outage somewhere. I wonder if they're in the wreck or.
Jillian, you got off time again today?
Well, that's awesome. Then. I have to finish painting behind him. Look at this.
Well, they did the same shirt.
Call them the Colgate kids. There's a SpaceX rocket launch today. Did you see?
Really? No.
You should be able to see it. I'll send it to you.
Well, didn't they do this yesterday though? I thought it was yesterday.
They had to move it. Was it?
Oh, okay.
I'm like, was it? Did I send you old news?
Where'd you send it? Did you text it to me? Or did you send it Facebook?
I send you.
I just heard Jerry chatter about something. She sent it to me too. I heard him chattering about something that means you can go to Mars. Oh, it's gonna be at 4:33 today. That's what it said.
Oh, I thought it was.
Oh, you son of a
And then they said something about
gun, you.
they canceled it again.
I think.
More good.
So we're gonna do hand kids and plaster repair, but it takes 24 hours to dry. So what if I pay 30?
It may not come off.
May not come off their hand.
Yeah, that's something.
I want to stick to the, because it's red.
Yeah.
I don't know if I can dry it with a hair dryer.
Put it in like a really slow, low oven. Dry out. Oh, that was last year's.
Did I send you last year?
No, I still haven't gotten what you sent me. Let me get off. Let me get off.
Junior chicken.
Some of that chicken I bought, I gotta get rid of.
Had a lot of chicken from,
Huh?
chicken from Junior?
I'm junior.
Oh,
Or my son's junior, one of the
Emergent amount of
juniors.
drugs found in Fayette County traffic stop.
I got a Tom's chicken, which is me, and then Junior's chicken, which is
I saw your dad yesterday. He's driving your mom's car.
what, my mom's car.
Who's the white car?
Oh, the white SUV?
Yeah.
That's Barbara's car, but she passed away.
Oh, really?
Yeah, she passed away about 8 months or a year ago. But he got the car because I guess it was in his name and stuff, so yeah. Yeah, he was driving it.
Yeah, he was out driving yesterday. Well, he pulls into Arby's. I'm sitting there eating a sandwich and I'm trying to eat the healthy stuff, you know. He pulls in and there's a long line. He must sit there for 30 seconds and pulls out.
Really?
Goes over to McDonald's, pulls in line.
There's a long line there too.
Long line there. He gave it 30 more seconds, pulls out, goes up. You see him going up toward Wendy's. About a minute later, he's coming back. So it wasn't too long. We'll line up there either for him. I was dying.
Yeah, he don't have any patience.
Who?
My dad. Just the older you get, the less patience you have. I guess, I don't know.
So my mom was looking at that picture,
Yeah.
and she said, "I'm pretty sure your dad still has that shirt." This was 1985.
That's funny.
But the one guy, I asked him who, it says Soup on the back of the picture. He's the guy been over working on the car. He said he lived down behind Shirley's Market in Scarborough.
Soup.
They called him Soup.
Yep. I haven't heard that name for you. I didn't know that's who it was.
Yeah, see, I don't know. Like, I
Yeah.
remember the guy they called Fish.
Who?
They called him Fish. It was always drag racing people. I really don't know.
And Birdie. You know Birdie though, didn't you?
Bertie Cody.
Yeah. Yeah, Birdie Cody. Man, Birdie's funny.
Still is.
He talked to him for a while, but he's funny.
I remember my dad was gone all the time with his, I guess that's your uncle.
That's my
Yeah.
uncle. Yeah.
Drag racing.
Yeah. Yeah, he hung around with a good uncle.
So they approved to sign the, or for us to stamp the,
WB.
Yeah, call me. Who's calling me from here? One of y'all calling me to tell me to hurry up? Hello? Oh, hey.
I just realized what you said.
have somebody from the courthouse calling.
Somebody calling me.
Freaking so old. I can't get it.
So that takes effect, that's WD for July 1st, right?
Yeah.
Okay.
July.
There we go.
I think so, and then I think the organization that Susie runs is paying is leasing it, but they're just now, like, they're changing that. The Agrarian Commons, I think, I don't know if the purchase is complete, but the Agrarian Commons that Adam Hodges is running is is going to purchase the property from the URA. And then Susie's organization is structuring itself as, I don't want to say it's 513C or whatever one of those organizations are. And then I guess that organization then will in turn buy it from agrarian common. I don't know where it is in the process. We're still over here in session because I'm editing this Boy Scout letter. Do you? Yeah. So, can you come over? Because then we can actually get Susie or Gabe or somebody down to answer questions while I keep working on this letter since it's almost 4 o'clock. Okay, thanks. All right, bye. That was Anthony. He has some questions about the farm. Can somebody call up there and get Susie down?
It's not about the same he just approved.
Huh?
Not the one.
No.
Somebody from the courthouse is calling me. I love
That was
that.
funny, Allison. It took me a minute.
I love that. Somebody from the
I thought it was
courthouse
gonna-
is calling me.
I thought it was gonna be
Voluntary,
like a
Yeah.
a telemarketer or something, faking the number.
We've gotten a lot, somebody just called me from here, I'm like, it's been my extension, I'm like, really? They probably just want to tell you your warranty's going to expire.
Yeah, my favorite
Oh,
are
did they
the
hear?
texts I get in the middle of the night. And
They heard.
people are responding like, quit texting me. No one's actually texting me. Like, you're not.
That does not settle well.
So should I just send this like this? Really hope.
Microsoft, I gotta go out and buy another version
Is
of
that you?
Windows. I mean,
That's why I'm gonna sell
Office,
it. I'm gonna sell it hillbilly hoagie.
because mine is expired.
Oh, it's just
Just
cheese,
anything.
cheese and ham, cheese and roast beef.
If you pay $10 a month, you get storage on OneDrive and your Microsoft is never out of date.
Good afternoon.
Hey. Hey.
Sorry. Y'all have quite the work ethic.
Yeah, it's lost on younger generations. Is Anthony coming?
Got that
Yeah.
woolly worm.
Yeah, he's on his way over.
Gotta have it sticking around.
I figured it would be easier. Okay.
Well, I was gonna go to the park this evening after the meeting, but I don't think I'm going to now.
You were going to what?
Hell,
Yeah, I was
they'll be
gonna-
gone by the
Well, I
time you go.
was gonna meet with Abby here after the meeting about the park, and then I was gonna go down and talk to Wayne at the park.
You know, the sheriff only got 10 people to turn in their applications and until only 6 showed up to test
What? For lifeguard?
for, law enforcement.
Yeah, I mean, he had a really low number of.
Sorry.
Who wants to be an officer right
That
now?
doesn't surprise me.
Nobody, why would ya?
I mean, it's not bad here, but still, why do you want that? I mean, it's a mess.
Are you gonna pay for that card?
How many does he usually have, Ruth?
Apply?
10 to
He
12.
had, he had a lot more tests last time.
I mean, we had like
okay.
30 people test last time, didn't we?
30?
I swear we did. Maybe, I mean, I can.
No, well, we can.
Might as well, so they get lost.
Well, yeah, I got sign it in.
I was gonna work on something, but
After I go to Staples this evening, I'll work on something.
I wonder if you can,
Huh?
I done moved on to my evening
Yeah.
activities.
I'm gonna move to mine here in just a little bit.
I'm trying to decide if I could dry plaster of Paris with a hairdryer so we can paint it.
Yes, you can.
Just enough to the handprints dry and we can paint it.
Look it up online on, what's that one thing called?
Pinterest?
Yeah, Pinterest. And it'll show you how to do it. I've seen it.
Cause I don't have time to do it tomorrow. I love it.
is tomorrow Saturday?
Yes, tomorrow Saturday. Oh, yeah, I've got to do a remote tomorrow. We're having a drive-in at drive-in old cars, old trucks, motorcycles at Tyrese funeral.
Wow.
And I gotta control.
Really? There's a remote there?
Yeah,
With Tyree doing the remote?
yeah. My first thing was that they're gonna give discounts on caskets and urns, really, but they're not. But Ugly and Mark's gonna be there. I just don't know what time I'm supposed to be there yet.
I like them bears they got up there.
At the funeral home?
Yeah. Yeah.
That's pretty wild.
I'm still deciding my bear.
I wonder if you'll get one, Tom.
Yeah, I'm gonna get one, but I want to be unique.
Alright.
So I'm paying attention to what everybody else is doing, and mine will be unique.
Okay, let's see here.
Yeah.
Get a bear dress.
Wiener seat. A wiener seat.
Right on the trail.
I wonder how big they can make them. I mean, can you make? I mean,
Some of those are big, aren't they?
yeah.
I haven't been up close to one, just drive by it.
Yeah, I mean, everybody's getting one.
As long as I don't get a real one. Something's screaming at my back field. I think it's right there, is it night? She doesn't like your chair. I already got in touch with Sunny to ask him to toilet.
I've been doing that since I started.
That's just like the best.
Yeah, I'm gonna start bringing dinner. Yeah, figure out what I'm gonna make. We got a microwave in here.
Ruth does.
I just bring me some hoagies in here.
Yeah, tell them about it.
That's good. I think it's such a the manager. I've heard. I haven't seen him. I'll plan to.
Extension 411.
411. I'll call him. Get a straight answer out of him. Might be fun. But, yeah. Oh, Wi-Fi in here, so it does that. Good grief, Joy. I send more money to you than I do anybody.
How do I get in on that?
Well, I have to keep reminding. I think you said.
No, I don't hit the submit button. You have to scroll down and hit send it now, or don't get it.
All right. You call me tomorrow and see what time.
Yeah, where you want me to get her? You don't put that church?
Yeah, the remote's from 11 to 1 tomorrow.
Right, so this one. Yeah.
And then I'm back on at 7. Hillbilly hoagies. You added hoagies now?
Well, the hoagie bun was so cheap. I bought a bunch of them.
If you turn by the look in between two gas stations.
I bought like 12,000. So I'm gonna do hoagies until they're gone. I mean, it was such a good deal. I couldn't
Just watch your meat and cheese cost.
Well, I've already meat I bought
Ahead of time too.
Yeah, I got 4 or 5 thousand pounds of ham, and I got 3,500 pounds of roast beef.
Can you believe how much that price of cheese is going up?
Oh, yeah, yeah.
I mean, everything's going up.
Oh, I know, I mean, I was telling somebody the other day, I'm so glad that I'm very lucky and fortunate. Good Lord's been looking after me. I mean, I made some moves the last 3 years. It's really.
It'll pay off for you.
Yeah, it's going, I mean. Still, it's gonna be tough. I mean, paper products has went up, everything's went.
Especially styrofoam.
I mean, everything's went crazy, man.
Styrofoam's nuts.
You getting it? I mean, and so I'm ordering extra all the time just to keep product, because sometimes they have it, sometimes they don't.
Yeah.
It's been a pain in the rump. This business, food business is a tough business anyway. Man, when you got the problems, stuff that's going on now.
And it's going to be 2 years from now.
It'd probably be, yeah.
Think about the cars. People can't get the chips to make the cars. These car dealerships, you're going to see them.
I didn't know that.
They're going to raise their prices on their used cars from $5,000 to $10,000 because they have nothing to sell.
I think they already are. There's supposed to be a shortage of the foam.
No, it's the chips to make the car, computer chips.
And well, there was a shortage of the foam too.
Oh, really?
For the new, yeah. So people will have to keep their vehicles longer, which people that are in auto body repair, like my husband, are going to kill it.
Yeah, they will.
I talked to Rick Lewis one day this week, and he was saying that used cars have gone up anywhere from $5,000 to $10,000.
Yeah, he saw a truck that he liked. He said, I'm gonna stop and check it out. It's a used truck. And I'm like, go ahead, but it's a Rocky Ridge. They want $48,000. I said, keep dreaming, Alice.
It's nuts.
You should buy your man a truck.
My man makes more money than I do, and he still ain't getting that truck. I said, you wanna give up golf for 8 years? He said, no. So that one,
Well, I'll put this stuff in my computer case.
10,000.
yeah. You don't know what the others are?
Gotta
I can't
go
even tell what
freaking
it's
Staples.
from.
Well, we
That
can't
acronym-
either,
That
that's-
acronym that's on front of it. I mean, the other one.
Gotta do it
is
today
Treasury,
because my
US.
bar's all screwed up.
I mean, I recognize treasury, like that's,
Financial commissioner, that's all it says. There's no identifying
I mean,
information.
I can look at my reimbursement requests, none of them seem that small. Most of them are, up to 9, yeah, because none of them look small.
That's
The
not-
10,000 stuck out because that number was reimbursement request, but other ones are small.
Unless they split them up.
Maybe, I mean, I'll just have to keep looking and see, but
Like if you submit more than one invoice or something, and they send you separately.
I don't think so. I mean, yeah, what was the acronym stand for again?
It's financial commissioner. That's all it
Is that a
says.
state?
No, it's federal money. It's going into that. It's going to the
Yeah, I mean, I turned in a grant report, 2 grant reports, in April.
Well, see, these go all the way back to December.
Federal.
Let's see what this says. Let me check. Date county.
Are we done?
I think we're waiting on Miss Taylor.
I'm almost done on the last paragraph.
Allison, I took notes as we went, and I've got that excerpt ready, or that abstract ready to go to the media. So I will send that as well.
Yeah, financial commissioner.
I have no idea. I mean, yeah, I'll look, but it's like. Treasury.
For some reason, 26, 67, 60 was there, but I don't know why.
John, where are the minutes that you signed? Is that them right there?
Right there.
they're all reimbursement, but we really need to.
And see if maybe they total up to one reimbursement request.
Oh, you know what? Let's see. 1218. There's 2313. The other ones are all separate, so.
Ron Robinson wrote back to me and they chose, first, so they'll be here that day and not the sixth, the fourth.
Well, move mine to his spot on the next day, the 4th.
Yeah,
Okay, cool.
yep, I got you there already. And we got some response back, Tom, I meant to get this to you. Information back about the senior center. Why, we've got all kinds of historical and financial data. So we've got them on the 4th. She said she can meet with you beforehand if you want to talk to her directly. It's the lady from Putnam.
It's a lot.
It's a lot of information. You want me to do that for you right now? You want to take it
Yeah.
this weekend?
Give me something to do. I'd like to have it in the last hour sitting here.
Sorry, I just remembered
I
it.
could have looked at it.
I meant to print it out yesterday and it always gets away from you.
So this is the lady that oversees it right now from Putnam County.
And then there is a lady here that took over for Janet. Her name's in here somewhere.
Going to the GNCC race on the summit.
You know something? I read that Miss Taylor sent to me. I think she sent it this morning. And I may go. It starts at 10 o'clock tomorrow.
Tracy went last year, him and my son went, and they had a blast.
Yeah, I may go.
What's that?
It's that race, that bicycle race, but not a bicycle race.
The motocross, it's in September.
No, this is what I know. No, there's bicycles there as tomorrow, but it's not at the, I don't know whether it's a summit or not. Let me see.
I've got to do that dead remote.
Let me see what, I was gonna go see this. Let's see what.
I'm doing a dead remote tomorrow for Tyree Funeral Home. What they're doing is they're inviting all these older people with these nice cars and trucks and motorcycles for a show, a drive-in. And they're also going to start measuring them up so they know what kind of caskets to order. They're giving them discounts on urns.
Hey, where is, that's probably a stupid question. Camp Royal.
It's
That's-
that old.
That's down in Glen Jean.
Is that tomorrow? I thought that was last week.
It's Saturday and Sunday. It's just.
Yeah, they're having
weekend.
something
Yeah,
this
it's the
weekend.
mountain bike people.
Yeah,
That's down in Glen Jean.
Yeah, it says Glen Jean, but
At
where
the
at?
old school. Like
Yeah.
they turned that into
That
a
nice
skate
old
park.
school that was
It's
right there.
awesome.
Yeah, as you go into Glen Jean, it's the old school, old grade school.
The
Like you
one as
turn
you're
like
going
the
towards
road,
Thurman, right?
yeah.
Yeah.
Wow, I seen them. I took my boy down there and dropped him off for a trip. I picked him up one or the other. And I seen them doing work on that or seen them over there. And I wondered what they
The whole
was doing.
inside of that building is a skate park. It's all ramps and stuff. It's really awesome.
No kidding.
They have camps for kids in the summer.
That is really cool.
And then down behind it, they built a bunch of tracks.
Well, that's where I think I'm going this weekend if I can, if I get everything done. 'Cause I was gonna cook some chicken this evening,
So the plastic.
Amy, come here,
repairs,
please. She walked out, did she?
If your hand is like wet with paint and you stick it in the wet plaster repairs with the paint stick to it.
Your shoes. Hey, Amy, when you get a chance to read something,
What, say again?
can you come here?
That's yours. That's what I think. I don't want it painted, but
Did you get copies for the commissioners too? I don't know if they wanted or not. Gosh, it's a book. Where'd you get a book on? The senior center. Oh. You want to sit here?
I don't know.
Stand up.
I'm gonna have to like literally lean over her shoulder. I have to pour the backside.
What's this?
All right.
Okay.
Increase this so you can see it.
Did you get kicked out?
Yeah. I got kicked out, so I'm gonna go here one of these soft chairs.
Man, I'm so.
Told you around 3:30 I get mean.
Would you like to meet with Adam, so just so-
No, that's what I thought she heard me. No. Yeah, text her and tell her nah.
It's fine.
I'll try to contact her for next week. But I've already walked the property and know where I'd like to have them.
First one's good.
So when's the next Oak Hill meeting?
Okay.
Just call live there, John. They start the second Monday.
That's gonna be an interesting meeting.
Yeah, you can go on now.
Because I think there's gonna be an announcement about it.
Mm-hmm.
You're supposed to be looking at that.
Everybody's got their panties in a twist over that dog ordinance.
Which is gonna be very interesting.
What dog ordinance?
I wanna see how they divide it all up.
Yeah.
One that Fayetteville.
That's gonna be a job in itself.
One that Fayetteville,
Mm-hmm.
or one that Oak Hill's considering.
What is it like?
Yeah, we kind of missed putting yesterday's announcement in there.
Just instances with that dogs, and they're talking about adopting an ordinance to deal with.
Okay.
their procedure.
I'm down here then.
I feel like that's enough. I just
Yeah.
wanted to conclude.
I mean, it's,
I'm trying to word it to get around the.
Ruth and I went round and round about this. We think they're asking the wrong question of us to be able to answer.
Yeah.
So any kind of, that almost just opened the door for us to be able to say, hey, yeah, there may not be this problem that you think there is, but here are these other problems that we are having. So let me go ahead and tell you about that. So I think that. And we have all these spreadsheets, and that's what we put, Mr. Pippa down there.
Yeah, I got something in my.
There's just no way to print those out, the data that Becky collated for us. It would be that thick, so we're just.
I think you should take a bite and go ride this tomorrow.
Yeah, I'd be up there with John tomorrow at Tyrese. Did you see it? Did you look at
Oh
it?
my God, oh my God.
Pretty cool.
Look at this typo.
Did I do it?
That was still there, but that.
I probably did.
Oh my God.
Oh, this is yours too. No. Yes, no, it's not. Ruth, they need to do something with the server quote.
No, I was just gonna mention Allison. Okay.
So we're meeting 25th. That's
Okay,
right.
I'm
Well,
emailing
yeah,
this
the
back to you.
21st too. We'll forget that.
Okay, I'm gonna
You
email
email
this
back
back
to
to
me?
you,
Okay.
and then will you print, I want
Oh,
Anthony to look at it too.
I'm sorry.
Sorry.
I'm sorry.
Nope, you're right.
And that meeting again is in June. Let me put that on my
I can
calendar.
put this on letterhead while he looks at it. If I print this out, you want to grab it? Get it put out.
I don't have to put the letterhead in there.
No, this one is just for.
It's very changed, but you'll see why I changed it.
That's fine.
I mean, it just, if I had seen it, I mean, and it could have been attached, but I did not see it when, and it might have been the app I used to open my mail, but I didn't see it, so I didn't, or I would have already.
Go back and look, unless I grabbed a weird packet to.
Like in a vacation.
That's Anna me.
I think the only added,
Talking about the meeting.
Did you get it?
Yes,
I'm gonna mark it on
she's
my-
gonna go grab that one so Anthony can look at it, and I'm gonna format it.
Well, yeah, and I wanted, not just Anthony, but I want a copy for John and Tom to, did you print enough for everybody? Because I want them to review it, and then then you can format it and implement any
Well,
changes
Ruth
of
can
theirs
read it
before we
to us if
print it.
anything else, you know.
Whew. I'm burning up. Anything else hot? Did you get the answers you needed?
what answer?
Or were they questions for me? The ones you called me about?
Well,
I was laughing because I was working on this and I saw it said Fayette County and I'm like, are one of you calling me to tell me to hurry up? You know, and then it was you.
well, I'll open it up anyway that's in the room. The Whitlock Farm, the name on the deed is Fayette County Farmland Preservation Board. It's my understanding the Farmland Preservation Board entered into an installment land contract with the URA, for the URA to purchase the farm, is that correct?
I think it was a lease and an option to purchase, the way I read it. I read it a long time ago, I read it, but I think it was a lease, option to purchase.
Five-year lease agreement with option.
Okay.
With the option to review.
Was it renew? Okay, I thought it was purchased, but it might have been.
Because we have an indictment that pertains to the farm.
Would you like to read your draft?
Uh,
Yeah, thank you. Did you print one for you to read?
Stole a bunch of stuff.
Yeah, I was reading over it. I mean, I'm good with what
I'm
I
gonna
read.
take the,
No, I just want to make sure everything's accurate too. 'Cause I made a couple of references to.
and she put, stuff about the announcement for yesterday, that we're gonna put all the money on that too. It's a good addition.
The county is potentially an owner of the property.
Farmland protection board, like you said.
Oh, that's ridiculous.
You graduated.
Oh, you read mine?
Yeah.
You can. I don't do anything in a vacuum.
There's an amended lease agreement. that Says agrarian commons should say the agrarian trust.
Okay. But at this point, the actual owner is still Farmland Preservation Board, Farmland Protection Board.
Correct.
Two of the counts in the indictment are defective because we got the wrong owner.
They take all kinds of people down the river. I see their vans.
I just put
Probably
what they,
driven by your
what they
house.
told us.
Mm-hmm. I know.
Does that change anything?
No. Oh, is it motorsports or is it moto sports?
Say motorsports.
Well, it's not all moto, it's not all motorcycle, it's some of it's, like they're talking about how to Jeep things and stuff like that, which doesn't go under moto, but that's a good point.
What was that?
I'm sorry.
It's already resolved.
Huh?
Clarify that detail.
Yes. Is there anything else that we needed to gain for?
No, just whatever Anthony's questions were. Okay, good. Okay, thanks, Gabe.
Thank you all. Have a good weekend. Sounds
Happy
like
weekend.
you're busy.
Sun's out, it's good.
Hey,
Yes, sir.
have a good one.
Same.
Here we go.
I think a lawyer got hold of that letter. or something.
Yeah.
Got a couple holders on.
Ruth, did you look at it?
I like it. I'm good with
So I
it.
need to change that participants to participants in the last paragraph.
I didn't even
Okay.
see it.
I just now saw it. I know. I usually have to look at it on paper before I see my mistakes.
Orange.
What do you think, John? You good? You see why I wanted to add stuff, right? Now that you look at the difference.
Correct. All right, so anything else that we need to go through?
I'm gonna go in there and print this out.
Did
Who's
you
up?
officially approve the letter?
I was wondering if we did.
We have need a
Motion on
motion.
We already motioned and approved it, just gonna stamp the names.
That was not this one. We haven't done this one yet.
Okay,
Thank you.
all right.
Oh, sorry.
So I submitted the letter with edits. And I move that the other commissioners accept my edits. And that we send this letter. Anthony, did you have any input? I should have asked you.
No, I think it's fine.
Okay. To submit the letter to Mr. Allred at the auditor's office or at the legislature.
I'll second.
Yeah, exactly.
Yeah, and then it goes to everybody.
Okay, so we had a motion to second, to send the letter to Mr. Allred concerning the Boy Scout Reserve. All those in favor?
Aye. And for the record, for the public, I mean, we basically just identified how much revenue we've received over the years. Well, gave some representative examples. Mentioned some of the new projects that the reserve has going, that the largely positive impact or information we got from the small sampling of the community we were able to ask for information was positive, and that we look forward to working with the reserve on addressing the hotel motel tax issue and on community engagement and as they move forward with these new projects. It's pretty much the summary. But anybody who wants a copy of it, post it.
That copy, I'll put it in the packet that I put.
Mhm. You can can.
I'll switch it out. I'll put both of them in there.
What's this server paperwork for?
That was the new quote for the server.
Okay, it's gone up since the last purchase we had by $2,000.
Yeah, everything's going up.
Everything's going up every day.
Yep. And if we want backup to any of our stuff, that's the only way we'll be able to do it.
I mean, it's everything. I mean, everything, I'm telling you, it's ridiculous.
Except for you can go through Oak Hill and buy your gas 10 cents a gallon cheaper.
I think it won't be long.
If you can get through that traffic, that
Won't be long. That'll be
Look at
changed.
that,
by
that's
then.
from your company, from the radio stations.
And when I'm at the radio station.
No.
No, thank goodness. I didn't look at it again on purpose.
Yeah, she's looking at it again.
I'm not gonna look at it. I'm just gonna sign that page that doesn't have anything on there.
Have they adjourned?
What's it?
Yeah,
I just wanted to
you're
make sure.
signing this.
I'm not gonna do it.
Are y'all going to that meeting Monday?
Yeah.
Planning commission meeting?
Yeah.
Oh, I figure we'll go up there.
Are we done?
Oh, Amy, did you see though? It's like cut off.
Yes, please.
No, you're not.
Oh, so we need to redo it.
I would move that whole paragraph down, start and move it down though. You'll have plenty of room. Just make sure my signature's on it still.
That was it all.
It'll be at 2:00. I'll be there.
What are you talking to me?
This thing doesn't hardly come with anything. See that?
Yeah.
This doesn't hardly come with anything.
Okay, I move we adjourn.
Oh, good, we don't have to look at this thing.
A second.
I mean, realistically, I can approve it, but Alice had wanted to.
Okay, we've
The
got
sheriff's.
Someone's motion and everything, we're done. Let's get out of here.
No, the server. Remember the server,
Uh-huh.
yes, that's the only way we're gonna get our stuff back up.
Yeah, I think we have to do it. But
And then
that phone issue, we've got to address too.
Yeah, I'm gonna call KPS and get it. There's nothing we can do about our current.
Yeah, we need to find another answer because it's going around begging people to delete their voicemail is silly. In this day and age,
Process to change the recording. You have to log in.
That's what it cost it.
Okay, so you think they'll have,
I had to
Warren?
Her signature had popped down onto the next.
I
line.
wondered.
So whenever I fixed it, it messed everything else up.
Hey,
We motion to adjourn, Amy.
Okay.
Yeah, we motion to adjourn, Amy.
I'm gonna send my
I was gonna
email
ask
in.
Ruth. And I know after I leave here, she won't answer.